till flowers still grow there. And one little bird is flew right through the flames and up to the white sky. Who would have said that the truth belongs to the fools? They laugh when they cry. I know that the fire can burn everything without ever making a sound. I know it is hard, but just look at the seeds buried so deep in the ground, waiting so gracefully and most of all patiently, for somehow they're still gonna rise. Rise. One little bird flew right through the flames and up to the white sky. Who would have said that the truth belongs to the fools? They laugh when they cry. And one little bird flew right through the flames and up to the white sky. Who would have said that the truth belongs to the fools? They laugh when they cry. I go to the river, the one that's inside. It's been calling, calling for freedom, calling my name, so don't these get no more. Ooh, water's running deep from our heart to our minds, and we born to be free. Ooh, no more we can't pretend, so we follow the rivers instead. Rivers, oh, 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 oh. Rivers, oh, rivers, oh, rivers, oh, rivers, oh, Heather, I can't breathe. I hear your voice in my sleep, and I say it gets louder. It seems like the world somehow it gets brighter. Ooh, water's running deep from their heart to our minds, and we born to be free. Ooh, no more we can't pretend, so we follow the rivers instead. Rivers, oh, 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 oh. Rivers, oh, rivers, oh, oh, oh. Rivers, oh, burning in my soul that I cannot put my finger on. There's a voice ringing in my head, and it's screaming out to be heard. Something in the way that bluebirds fly makes me raise my hands through the sky, makes me wanna sing on and on, the song that's been forgotten for so long. And I need to find this truth of mine, and maybe it's the only thing that's mine. There is something in my mother's hands as she wraps me in her arms. There is something in my father's words that keeps me warm inside my heart. There is something burning in my soul that I cannot put my finger on. There is something staring at the world saying you are mine and I am yours. And I need to find this truth of mine. And maybe it's the only thing that's mine. I need to find this truth of mine, and maybe it's the only thing that's mine. And I need to find this truth of mine, and maybe it's the only thing that's mine. And I need to find this truth of mine, and maybe it's the only thing that's mine.
Hear my words and bear witness to my vow. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the shield that guards from the realm of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for this night and all the nights to come.
Winter is coming.
Sticking with the pointy end.
I know which end to use.
And the mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone.
People have been swinging at me for years, but they always seem to miss.
What did the Mad King say when you stabbed him in the back? He never asked.
Crown for king.
He was no dragon. Fire cannot kill a dragon.
Is this meant to be your shield, Lord Stark? A piece of paper.
You know the first thing about sword fighting?
Sticking with the pointy end.
You think my life is some precious thing to me?
that I would trade my honor for a few more years of war.
Surrounded by Lannisters. Every time I close my eyes, I see their blonde hair and their smug, satisfied faces.
Hello everybody. First off, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay. Can you hear any music playing? Why was Mama Cat timed out? Mama Cat, I'm not sure why you got timed out there. You missed me? I missed you too, guys. It's been a while since we did one of these, right? It's been a bit since we did a live stream. It's been a bit. Hope you guys are doing great. I know, Marzo, it's been a difficult month for you, so again, guys, everybody in the chat, please send a lot of love to Marzo France. Send them hearts. Send them your love from chat. I hope you're doing well, Marzo. I'm glad that you're here. I know that it's a bit of a later time again for us Europeans. Hopefully you're able to stick around. Mama Cat, I'm confused too. I don't know why the bot timed you out. Maybe, possibly, it was because of the amount of exclamation marks. It's just a new thing with Stream Elements, the program that I'm using for the streams, and it's moderating the chat a little bit, so maybe it has a limit on the amount of exclamation marks on a comment. I'm not sure. I might have to look that up, see what's up with that, because there's nothing wrong with your comment, obviously. You're well, Marzo? Barely. But yeah, guys, how has your Saturday been treating you so far? I know for some of you guys it's early Saturday. For us over here in Europe, it's a late Saturday night. You feel personally attacked? Heather, why? You must not like excitement, right? You use exclamation marks excessively? Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna have to fix that next chance that I get, because I do want you guys to be excited in my chat. I don't want the bot to just be timing out people willy-nilly like this. Must be a Boston thing. Yeah, I've noticed we have Boston Strong in the chat right now. Heather and Mama Cat both representing. But yeah, guys, first things first, as we wait for more people to join, obviously, like we usually do, is my mic loud? Is it a bit too loud? Guys, let me know the levels of everything. If you want me to turn my volume up, the music down, the music up. I don't know how you guys hear everything right now. Archangel, welcome. Archangel, so after your comment that you left me about the time not being convenient for you, I was like, you know what? Just because Archangel is such a great viewer of mine, I am going to wait for them to join the stream. So I decided to postpone the live stream, and that's totally why I did it, not for any other reasons. That I did it because I'm magnanimous like that, you know. So I'm glad that you're in the chat, Archangel. I thought this was happening tonight. It is happening tonight. For me, it's night. It was supposed to happen about 3 hours prior, but I had to postpone it for like some reasons a few hours later. So that's a good thing, because now you're in my chat, and it's always great when you're in the chat, Archangel. I am magnanimous, yes. Such a great word to use, magnanimous. It's a very pleasing word to say. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, guys, I hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing good, but you clearly don't know what shit means. Archangel, if you've been in the Discord at all, Heather has had to correct me multiple times on the times that I put up for these streams, because apparently I keep messing up certain time zones, and I put AM instead of PM. And thank God Heather is there to tell me, you know what, you certainly didn't mean that this stream is starting at 12 in the morning. And I was like, you know what, yes, I'm not starting at 12 in the morning. So yeah, I clearly don't know a lot of different time zones myself. Guilty, says Heather. But yeah, guys, so I don't know if you noticed. I don't know if you noticed at all the title of the stream or the backdrop that I have right now, which is an image of King's Landing. I've been doing a lot of thinking after I watched Game of Thrones. It's been like a month, right? It's been a month since we finished this amazing show. And it has left me some time to ponder about things. And, you know, you guys saw my reactions. I had some strong feelings regarding King's Landing and regarding the ending. Some of you guys were in agreement regarding these feelings. Some of you guys were very upset about my adamant support of Daenerys Targaryen and her actions near the end of the show. I'm here to say that I've done some thinking, some analyzing, some self-reflection since the show has ended, and to be honest with y'all, I'm gonna have to retract some of my initial thoughts and statements. You wasn't upset, Heather? You just disagreed? Yeah, I know you weren't. I know. I remember a few of the comments being very upset, though. Somebody even called me the worst reactor ever to Game of Thrones, which honestly I still wear like a badge of honor. Some of us didn't agree completely, but found your reaction hilarious. Yeah, that was the main sentiment from my viewers, which I know you guys, you know, I know you guys wouldn't be upset. But you know, there were some people that were, and you know, I welcome that. I mean, I am the first to say that, first of all, my opinions are my opinions, and we don't have to agree, right? As long as there's, like, we're able to have a respectful conversation about everything, then it's cool. And again, it's everybody's right to think what they think about my reaction and the show, obviously. But I am here to you know, walk back some statements for y'all. Did they really call me the worst reactor ever? Yeah, there is one particular. It's a comment that I pinned. I think it was on episode 9. Not 9. It was on the last two, previous to last episode of season 8, Heather. When literally the episode where Dany burns King's Landing, and I'm cheering for us as we're seeing literal children being burned alive on the screen. There was a commenter that took things very personal about that reaction, so yeah, some people were pissed off, but again, it's something that I'm fine with. Like, I have no issue with that. Sometimes the hate comments are my favorite comments, because I can't help but laugh. But, you know, having rewatched now that reaction, and having, you know, as I said, I've had a whole month to like think about this, right? And, you know, kind of like put emotions to the side. You guys knew that I didn't like King's Landing the entire show, right? But at the end of the day, these were innocent people, right? And no matter our hate and disdain for Cersei, the Lannisters, possibly the writing for the last season, we also need to, you know, put emotions aside, right? And, you know, I was first to say that I was going down with the ship with Dany, but, you know, at the same time, burning innocent people really isn't the best thing that somebody can do, right? So I understand. I maybe was a bit, you know, I went a bit overboard with my enthusiasm as those innocent King's Landing civilians burned. Dennis, hello Dennis, welcome to the stream. If this is your first time in one of the streams, welcome. We're very happy to have you in the chat. Unless you've been in past streams and I don't remember it, then you can say, Greek guy, are you stupid? You don't remember me? You appreciate a subtle walk back? Yeah, I thought it was, you know, it was important to start this last Game of Thrones stream off the right way. Panos reacted exactly like I thought he would. I mean, you guys had seen the reactions up to that point. I think, you know, it was pretty obvious that I was gonna be a diehard Dany stan till the very end. It's the first time? Well, welcome. You are in the middle of a big apology that I am making to my viewers, because, you know, as I said, a lot of you guys were, you know, not a lot of you, it's unfair. Some of you guys were upset about my reaction to the final episodes of Game of Thrones, in particular my adamant support for Dany burning down King's Landing, so, you know, your beloved was having a bad day, you're a ride or die, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, she was having a bad day. She had a bad couple of days. She had a bad, possibly year, if we're being honest. She had a bad most of her life, honestly. But yeah, we can say that she was having a bad day. I think it's reasonable to say that she had quite a bad day that day. You would have liked to see Zora's reaction to Dany burning King's Landing. I think it would have been very similar to mine, maybe a bit more discreet. you know, maybe not fists in the air cheering, but in deep inside he would have been like, you know, that's my queen. It would have been very similar to Grey Worm's reaction. Honestly, he would have followed her, and he would have stabbed her in the back, like Jon did. This Christmas you didn't get me to watch to watch me react to Gremlins. Well, if you want to do it as a seasonal viewing, Dennis, which I totally get, well, there's always next Christmas. But the reaction is still there. If you want to very kindly go and give it your view and like, it would be appreciated. Gremlins was a fun movie. I enjoyed Gremlins. It was, as I said, like the definition of when I hear about Gremlins, the word Gremlins, it was that movie. So I had a blast with Gremlins. It was a very, very fun movie. I felt like you were furious with the show, and that was how we all felt. Your reaction took a particular broad Dany angle, but the show really bent over backwards to make us feel bad. I mean, right? And I think I kind of commented on that, you know. In that episode, for whatever reason, all of a sudden, we started focusing on the good people of King's Landing, while up to that point, the only good person that we knew of that came out of that city was Gendry, right? But all of a sudden, we needed to follow this mother and her child, and that mother and her child needed to interact with Arya, of course. You think Zora might have cancelled Restraint? I don't think Dany was in a point where cancelling would really do anything at that particular moment, if I'm being real. You watched all the other reactions to Gremlins that you possibly could. Why didn't you watch mine, man? I'm joking, obviously. Davos too. Davos would have cancelled Restraint. Yeah. Probably. Was Davos really that invested in King's Landing not being burned, though? But yeah, obviously in this stream, guys, we're doing some chitter chatting here in the beginning so that more people can join. But in this stream, I'm very, very, very excited for this stream because I've been holding off on checking out like behind the scenes stuff, bloopers, and all this extra content regarding the making of Game of Thrones, as well as like actors, interviews and thoughts and opinions. I was holding off specifically for me to do them on stream with y'all. I felt like it would be ideal. Some of you guys have recommended some videos for me to watch. You guys also mentioned the HBO 1.5, I believe, hour it is, table read of the last episode, if I'm not mistaken, which would have made for a beautiful reaction here on stream today. But obviously I don't think that I will be able to live stream a full HBO live watch on YouTube. It would probably get taken down with a quickness. So what I'll probably do is I'll do a regular reaction to that, like I do for the episodes and stuff, and then I'll upload it, and then it will be, the full reaction will be on the Patreon, and then I'll cut it up and upload it on YouTube as well, because I definitely want to watch the table read. Just the reactions alone, I'm certain, will be just peak cinema. So yeah, I definitely want to do that. But today we're gonna be doing some, some interviews. A lot of you guys have told me that I need to watch Brienne and Jamie, the actors' interviews, their pairing. You guys told me that it's a must, so I'm gonna do that. We're gonna watch some bloopers. We're gonna watch some behind the scenes. We're gonna be discussing the show just in general. Again, I'm very eager to see how the actors, writers, everybody making the show felt, particularly during the last season. Because I remember before I started watching the show, when the last season was airing, I remember, a lot of the chatter regarding the last season was how much a lot of the actors were dropping hints and comments on how they didn't like how the characters' arc was ending. So I'm gonna be interested to see if I'm gonna be able to catch any of that in the videos that we check out together today. You got started, but you didn't get to finish the Gremlins reaction, Dennis. Yeah, Heather, we're gonna check out the links that you left for me in the Discord. You've never seen that stuff? Which stuff are you talking about, Archangel? The HBO, the table read, or the interviews? So the late night talk shows, I was doing some search on YouTube trying to find some videos for us to react to today. I did see that they had some panels with the whole cast, or I think Kimmel, Conan, and a couple others. So if you guys think that any of those are worth a watch, then maybe we can do those as well. The Comic-Con panels, we can also check those out if they're worth the watch, although those are usually kind of long, right? They're usually like 30 to 30 some minutes. Absolutely. Okay. Did they do Comic-Con every year for Game of Thrones? So let me see. Emilia Clarke on the red carpet after being asked about season 8, best season ever, with huge fake smile. Yeah, probably. I think if I had to guess which of the actors were probably most displeased with their character's ending, Clarke, Emilia would definitely be at the top, no question. Who else? Possibly I could probably guess the actress that played Miss Sunday probably wasn't satisfied with your character, basically getting no joy at the end of the show. I don't know about Grey Worm's character, if he was upset at his ending or not, because at least his character had a future. So as an actor, obviously when you are asked to fill the shoes of the character that you're portraying, I'm certain all of them had kind of imagined post-show life of each of their individual characters and what that might look like. Who else? I don't know if Jaime or Cersei, either of their characters, would be upset at them dying. I mean, obviously they would probably expect the characters to die in the last season. I'm probably, if we were to ask Lena Headey, she probably thought Cersei was gonna die way quicker than what she did, if we're being honest. Tyrion possibly, although I don't know. Speaking of HBO, I'd like you to react to True Detective Season 1 with Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey. All those who watch it say it's excellent. Only 8 episodes. Yeah, I have a friend, Dennis, that has highly recommended True Detective to me. So we'll definitely have to check it out at some point. I don't know if it's gonna be sooner or later, because I am, in the process. I've started like a couple shows. They're gonna be like 4 ongoing shows on the channel once I start House of the Dragon, because I already have started Vikings. I've started The Last of Us, although The Last of Us is only 9 episodes, I'm pretty sure, so that is gonna be pretty quick. I've started The Office. We're gonna start The House of Dragons probably next week. I'm gonna start that, and possibly when we finish The Last of Us, Dennis, we might start True Detective. It's definitely on the list, guys. It's definitely on the list of shows that I want to watch. Are you doing the musical? The Game of Thrones musical? Is it the Coldplay video, Heather? If it's the Coldplay video, then yes, we are gonna be watching that today. It's gonna be probably the first video that we watch, actually. Not here for a reaction, but I recommend Maisie Arya on Diary of a CEO. Arya, Maisie the actress, her troubled childhood or Arya's troubled childhood? As for your reaction to Gremlins, I save it to the watch later playlist. Great. I appreciate you, Dennis. House of the Dragon won't take. What is House of the Dragon called hot dog amongst the fandom? Because that's a funny, hilarious ass name for it. But House of the Dragon won't take too long. Only 16 episodes so far. Yeah, it's the first 2 seasons, right? So it's 8 episodes each. It's the thing above all things I'd most want to see. True Detective, it's a show, writer show. Any writer will love it. Oh, you've seen it, Archangel? Autocorrect, House of the Dragon. No, Heather, from now on this channel, we're gonna be referring to House of the Dragon to hot dog. Okay? I need you all to get with the program, because that was brilliant. It was a moment of autocorrect brilliance, and we're going to capitalize on it. We're not gonna just let it pass. Okay? From now on, I'm gonna be referring to House of the Dragon as hot dog. Maisie had an awful childhood, really? No, 10, then 6, the writer's strike messed up the show. Oh, so the second season, it got cut short because of the writer's strike, right? Heather, it's done, it's finished. Hot dog. I might even put it as the title for my reactions. Probably not, because people will get confused. But I might. I just might. But guys, how long did it take you guys after you finished Game of Thrones to kind of like, I'm gonna tell you how it's been for me since I finished, right? I'm still very much attached to the world of Game of Thrones, in the sense where like I didn't even want to jump into House of the Dragon super early, because what, I'm gonna start just accept what happened, like it was easy and I'm just gonna have to go on with the next story in Westeros. No, I had to, you know, I had to mourn Dany. Obviously there was the denial period, you know, there was the grieving period, and then right now I feel like I'm in the acceptance period, right? You know, but I was still very much attached to the characters and the story of the original show, so that's why it's been a bit of a delay for me to start House of the Dragon. I just felt like I was still very much attached to the show. How long did it take for you guys to be like, kind of like to be, okay, that was a show, it happened, and now we can kind of move on? Or has that just never happened after you finished watching the show? You've rewatched the series so many times you've lost count? Marsha France is still grieving? Yeah, so probably it's gonna last for a very long time then. A decade? Okay, so I have a decade long grieving process to look forward to. Great. Had a few years between series. Yeah, I mean, obviously between the original show and then House of the Dragon, there was like what? When did the original show end? 2017? Was that when it ended? 2018? And then House of the Dragon came out what? 22? I watched 8 times alone and probably 40 plus reactors. Game of Thrones is part of my everyday existence. Okay. See, I'm kind of like, so I too have watched Game of Thrones reactions since. Some of you might have even seen me in some Patreons talking spicy and defending Daenerys in comments. If Nettles was here, she would know what I'm talking about. Something like that. Yeah, I think like 2017. The show, I want to say 2017. I'm trying to recall when I remember everybody just talking about Game of Thrones ending. The Red Wedding is actually what created reaction channels. Yeah, I remember you guys telling me that. What a legacy. Like, even if that was all Game of Thrones ever did, like, look at what YouTube is now, like 80% reaction channels. So like they really literally created like half of YouTube content right now. And it does make, I mean, Game of Thrones does make for fun reactions. Just the times, all the crazy things that happen, and the amount of times that we get crushed by the show. I mean, it's reaction gold, let's be honest. And then you have the cherry on top, where I assume 99.9% of reactors watch the last episode and just want to break the screen. My daughter called me today to tell me that she met someone with a daughter named Arya. Have we reached the generation of Game of Thrones kids being kinda grown up now? So like, if people started naming their children after Game of Thrones characters, but no, it would have been like, no, but if they started since the beginning of the show, right? Yeah, it would have been, they're kind of like in their teenage years right now. Was that even a thing? Were people naming their children after like Westeros and Game of Thrones names? Imagine meeting like, I mean, Jon, pretty normal, right? Imagine meeting a Tyrion or a Tywin. Cersei is also, I believe, regular. I believe Iris name or something close to Cersei. I mean, imagine meeting a Daenerys, like. Have you watched any other reactors? I've watched a lot of reactors. A lot, Heather. But I was even watching reactions while I was filming. You know, obviously the episodes that I had already watched and the seasons that I already had watched. So, like, it's not anything new, me watching Game of Thrones reactions. It was so traumatic, everyone immediately wanted to see other people suffer through it. Therapeutic, you know? It feels good. There are a lot of children out there with names Khaleesi and Daenerys. Sakila, welcome to the stream, by the way. Very glad you're here. And that's a crazy fact. Like, dope names, don't get me wrong, but that still remains kind of crazy. Like, Khaleesi and Daenerys as names? It obviously create conversation starters. It was 2 years old, the kid named Arya, Mama Cat. You know 2 mares named Khaleesi? Khaleesi though? Again, dope name. But like, I'd be kinda like, oh wow. You're named Khaleesi? 5-9 was horrible with losing Shireen mid-episode. The episode, you mean, Heather? Yeah. One of the worst. One of the worst episodes. If you got a dog, Archangel, you'd name it Sandor. Sandor is actually a great name for a dog. That's actually, you are cooking there. You're cooking. Sandor, great name. Why do I feel like Sandor, randomly, I thought of Sandor being a great name for a turtle too. I don't know why. But obviously, Sandor, the Hound, a dog, there's a lot of things going for it there. But also turtle. Sandor, I'm sure we were talking about who would be satisfied with their ending and who wouldn't. I'm pretty sure, like, as far as character arcs go, Sandor's was probably the most complete one, let's be honest. Although his ending was, like, one of the most obvious, like, I'm pretty sure I called it, like, from, like, the minute we found out his story about him and his brother. It was so obvious that it was gonna end that way. But the fact that it ended that way is a good character ending. Because how else would you end his story? I mean, he had to kill his brother, and if he had to die, it had to be while killing his brother. It would have been also dope, maybe, to see him sacrificing himself, maybe to save Arya. Although he kinda did that, right? By preventing her to go to the Red Keep. Kinda like, by proxy, saved her. Your dog is Oberyn, my donkey Sam. Yeah, I know. Your donkey named Sam. How is he doing, by the way, Marzo? But dog Oberyn. I don't know why Oberyn gives me more of a cat name, but I can also see dog. You love when Arya calls the Hound Sandor? Yeah, they're great names. Oh, Game of Thrones has some great sounding names. Just overall. Heather, I was like, what do you mean you see that door, for a cat's name? For a second I was like, do you mean Hodor? What name? What Hodor? What type of creature would it fit, like, as a name? Imagine a guy named Hodor, and then he goes full character and only speaks by saying Hodor. If somebody named their child Hodor, it would be pretty much mandatory for that child to only say Hodor, I feel like. He moved like a feline. Oberyn, right? Yeah, that's probably why. Marzo, no Gilly for Sam. I hope Sam is not too upset about his manhood being removed from him. Mama got really? You were out having a drink with friends and you met a guy who started talking Game of Thrones. We were geeking out. It's those, you know, those conversations where you're like, you suddenly make a best friend just because you have this one interest that both of you have, and you can just sit there and talk about it for hours. I feel like I'm gonna be that person with Game of Thrones. I've already done it, what I'm talking about. I already do it. Like, if somebody that has seen the show and is in the mood to talk about Game of Thrones, I'm down to talk Game of Thrones with him. It's like, it's gonna happen. Also, whomever casted Game of Thrones, literally everyone has an amazing voice, so everyone's name sounds even cooler. I'm trying to think, Archangel, just so that I can be contrarian, to find an actor that didn't have an amazing voice in Game of Thrones. Who had kind of an annoying maybe voice in Game of Thrones? I mean, but that would be kind of like, Viserys was purposefully annoying, but his voice was alright. Like, it wasn't actually, but the way he spoke was annoying, right? Littlefinger at times had an annoying voice. I mean, the obvious one is Joffrey, obviously. Joffrey is not meh. No, Joffrey, but again, it's purposeful. Joffrey has a punchable voice. You know how somebody has a punchable face? Joffrey had a punchable voice and face. Now that I'm thinking about it, he had the combo. And then Viserys, I just couldn't stand Viserys whenever he spoke. And these are the main two that come to my mind, per se. People around us got annoyed we didn't care. You shouldn't care. Like, what the fuck? Let me geek out with a new friend I just made about the thing we like. It's mandatory for donkeys to enjoy life to get their manhood removed. I mean, it's understandable. For spin-off content, we are getting another prequel. So I heard about that. So, like, what is the prequel gonna be about? What we all think the prequel should be about, I believe, which is Robert's Rebellion. You hated him the instant his face appeared at season 1 episode 1. Joffrey or Viserys? Heather, if you're talking about episode 1, you must be talking about Viserys. It's his balls, not his manhood. I include both balls and cock as manhood. So like either of the two being removed to me is manhood, you know? It's another short story between House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones. Why won't they do Robert's Rebellion? What's the holdup? I mean, I feel it would be a pretty obvious prequel that would get instant fan support, I feel like. Right? Both, but Joff. I don't remember how I felt about Joffrey in episode 1. I mean, he had a punchable face, but he hadn't acted in a punchable way yet in the first episode. Then instantly, episode 2, not only did he act in a punchable way, he got bitch slapped the fuck out of from Tyrion, and then we immediately knew that his character is that scene with Tyrion, I believe, was encapsulated Joffrey in the show. How every character should have treated Joffrey in the show. Viserys annoyed you, but you did like his voice during the history and lore? Yeah, that's why I said his voice was not annoying necessarily, but his voice compared with his face and character in the show, top 2 most annoying. You think they might be making that into a movie? Robert's Rebellion? Okay, I can live with that. I can live with that. But they better make it good. George R. Martin is against the show about Robert's Rebellion. George, come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. What is the deal with George R. Martin? Is he kind of like done with just Game of Thrones in general by this point? What's going on? Like, what is his stance towards his own creation right now? Is he kind of like, only I am able to touch certain parts of the story now based on what happened in the show's ending, basically how it was perceived? Is he actually writing? Does he plan to release more books right now? What's his deal? Robert's Rebellion and Aegon's Conquest would be amazing. Aegon's Conquest! Yes. So start, if it's gonna be movies, we have to start with that, Aegon's Conquest, leading up to Robert's Rebellion. But then isn't House of Dragon kind of like in the middle of that, right? So we would just have to skip over that since it's already being told. Been watching people play through the Game of Thrones video games on YouTube. That's a mobile game, isn't it? It's like new content, kinda. Kid does John's voice. A lot of the characters do their voice. It's cramps, but better than nothing. That's a mobile game, isn't it? I didn't feel the need to like check that out. I know there is a movie in the mix. I don't know what exactly it is, but I heard it might be The Rebellion. Aegon's Conquest or The Rebellion are kind of like, to me, the obvious choices here. Like, what are we gonna tell? The story of like Old Town? What are we gonna do? The Tullys? Like Littlefinger's upbringing? Like, what are we doing? There are two obvious depictions that need to be depicted on screen right now, to me, and that it's those two stories. Because just hearing about them, both in the show and in the history and lore videos, I'm kind of like, why has this not been made into something? for me to be able to watch. But it needs to be good. It's important. Don't fuck this up, guys. Talk about punchable people, George R. Martin. Sick of his excuses. Has he been making a lot of excuses? That's kind of what I gathered from my snooping around the fandom in this last month. People are kind of sick of his excuses about why the books are not being made. George R. Martin was pretty involved with Hot Dog. Yes, I like that we're doing this, yes. He was? Okay. That wasn't, that, I don't know. That's kind of like, so he wasn't involved in the final seasons of Game of Thrones, but he was involved in House of the Dragon. What gives? No, it's a proper game. Timeline is right in the middle of Game of Thrones. Is it new, Archangel? So, guys, I feel like this is a good time that we can start watching some behind the scenes stuff and things. I feel like, you know, you gotta ask Mike for video game deets. What do you mean, Archangel? About the Game of Thrones game? Guys, hold on a little bit. Hold on. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that? That's whose music is this? Whose music is this? Whose soundtrack is this? No, it's not Grandma. It's not. It's somebody else. I think, guys, I think.
this thing happening to you? If I look hard enough into the setting sun, my love will laugh with me before the morning comes. I see your window and I want it painted black. No colors anymore, I want them to turn black. I see the roads walk by just in their summer clothes. I have to turn my head until my darkness
I thought that I would ever regret Dany burning King's Landing. You guys thought this was going to be anything else other than a Daenerys Targaryen fun session? You guys really thought I'd give a damn about King's Landing and the people she burned? You guys think I really am going to walk back my feelings? You think I didn't want the person who threw the rock at Ned to die horribly? This was a month of zero self-reflection. This was a month of doubling and tripling down on the one true ruler of Westeros. It's really this simple. You guys thought the people of King's Landing deserved to live? After 8 seasons of being unable to overrule the people that were in power, do you guys think that I would care when we've had literal slaves revolt against their oppressors, but I'm supposed to feel bad when King's Landing got burned into crispy bacon bits? I will never All hail the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, Daenerys, Stormborn, Mother, freaking Targaryen, Breaker of Chains, Mother of freaking Dragons. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. Nobody bought it. We know you better than that. Listen. Even if for a smidge, there was a smidge of doubt about it, I just wanted to make it obvious. Like I said, a subtle walkback. So subtle, Heather, that it's like there was no walkback. So subtle that I took 1 step back and 5 steps forward. You will never look at bacon bits the same way. Guys, I mean, I wanted to have like a Targaryen shirt. I wasn't able to order it in time. I wanted to have a Targaryen shirt on for this, but I failed on that front. But I will never, first of all, I will never concede that Dany is dead. Okay? Daenerys right now has flown off with Drogon to be revived. She's probably going back to old Valyria. What is it called? Asai, where the eggs were from. And she's gonna be brought back to life. Obviously, in the book canon, she's not gonna die like this. Obviously, in the book canon, when those are written, she's going to rule Westeros like Aegon did, and she's gonna have a long and prosperous reign until she dies of old age and passes the throne down to her children, legitimate or not. Depending if she can have children or not. Or she might pass it out to a dragon, who knows? Who knows? And that's my canon. My canon is that in the show, Dany's not dead. She's just taking a break. She's just taking a nap until she's being revived by Drogon or somebody. And in the book, when they're finished, she's gonna be the ruler of Westeros. Okay? Bran the Broken. Fucking Bran the fucking Broken. Who has a better story than Bran the Broken? Sansa, Queen of the fucking North. Sansa. They sent Jon back, like on the other side of the wall, to go camping or something. Like, what were they thinking, guys? What were they thinking? Arya is cool. Arya is the only story that, as I said in the reaction, that I would be okay with following. Arya is cool. Outside of just, again, her not liking Dany, which goes so against Arya's character, by the way. Like, wasn't Arya infatuated with, like, Visenya and the other sister, Aegon's sisters? Dany should have been Arya's freaking role model the moment she stepped foot in Westeros, instead of talking about Sansa. Sansa. Totally agree with you. Asai brought back by a red priestess. Yes, yes, 100% what's gonna happen. You want an Arya sequel? The only thing acceptable out of a sequel of the existing timeline is Arya sequel or Dany gets brought back and comes for her revenge, or White Walkers are not really dead and they wipe the entire Westeros, while Sansa is busy worrying about if the armor has fur or not. And Bran, for some reason, will not see it coming, even though he's all-seeing. Jon didn't really stop here, it was a plot with Dany and they secretly met up afterwards. They are sick of the lack of appreciation. Can we also talk about again how they really had Jon stop here like that? I haven't gotten over that still. I haven't. Like, at least tell her that, Dany, I'm about to kill you right now. Guard up or something. Try to defend yourself. Instead, he was like, I love you, and then stabbed her in the fucking gut. Like a coward. Like a coward. Like a freaking coward. And then Drogon, for whatever reason, spared him. And then they also spared Tyrion. And then Tyrion, for some reason, was making decision as to who was going to be the king of... You know what? I'm not gonna go over it again. How did they make me dislike Tyrion in the final episode so much, bro? Between him telling Jon to kill Dany, going behind Dany's back to free Jaime, and what else did he do? And obviously the thing where he said that who has a better story than Bran the fucking Broken, and that the whole world is united by not wars or rulers, or what did he say, but stories. GRLS 3. Watch your mouth when we're talking about the greatest character in the show. Or you will be banned. I would love Dany to try to go after Jon. Then after fights and turmoil, they marry and have babies. So Dany gets revived. Then Dany finds more eggs, comes back with the dragon army, finishes the job at King's Landing, because I'm pretty sure some people were still drawing breath in that damn cancerous city. Burns the whole city, everybody, makes a new King's Landing, a Queen's Landing, wherever she decides it needs to be. And then how did they meet up with Jon? Jon is making, he's creating the wildling civilization across the wall. And he decides that, wait a minute, my own sister sent me away so that she could take my rule of the north. So he comes back with his wildling army, takes over Winterfell, takes over the north again, in a moment of complete madness, kills Sansa, and then him and Dany rule together. Do I have the story right, Mama Cat? I think that this is the right story. Hello, James. I'm so glad you're here. You're here in the right moment, I believe, in the stream. I think that you're in the perfect moment right now. because there was some faint King's Landing appreciation in the beginning of the stream, but to be quite honest with you, it was disgusting for me to even say that I cared about King's Landing at any point. Heather, I think I'm guessing these are like emojis because you're so amazed by the story I just put forth that you can't contain yourself and you passed out. That's what I see. I really don't want her to, but it would be cool if Dany, they came the new Night Wires. Mama Cat, I'm gonna need you to decipher that comment. Amazed, we can go with that. Am I sensing a slight hint of sarcasm? Dany as a new Night Queen would be cool, but that would imply that Dany would be dead, right? I don't know how I feel about that, Mama Cat. But if it's one of the ways we can get her to come back and do what needs to be done, then sure, absolutely. Night Queen. Was it too subtle? Yeah, I think I almost did not get that sarcasm, Heather. I think that what you really meant to say is that, wow, Panos, I cannot believe that they didn't hire you to write the show. Dany as the new Night Queen, I could get behind that. Listen, I just need her to come back and finish business. She just needs to come back and finish business. I don't care if she goes first and comes back and burns King's Landing first, or we can do what they had her do in the show, despite her obviously wanting to finish King's Landing right off the bat. But since they wanted her to go to the north so fucking much, then she'll go to the north right away, find where Sansa's red-headed ass is hiding, sniff her out, feed her to Drogon so we can get rid of her, and then we can go back to King's Landing and finish the business. Whichever way, I'm cool. I'll try better next time. Just think, in 8 more years you can almost begin to kind of feel slightly less awful mostly. And then Archangel, and then George R. Martin finally puts out the book, and then he does Dany even worse somehow than the show. And by that point, I'm just gonna have to find out where George R. Martin lives and just go redacted, right? Could be half dead like Uncle Benjen. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Uncle Benjen. Remember Uncle Benjen? The most random character in the freaking show. He started off. Let's take a trip down memory lane here. Uncle Benjen was in the first episode. He was like kind of like important character, low key, right? He was Ned's brother. He was a father figure to Jon in a way. It almost felt like Jon felt even more comfortable confiding with Uncle Benjen, right? Then he takes him to the wall. Uncle Benjen leaves, presumably dies, and then we don't see him again for like 6 seasons, and then when we do see him after 6 seasons, and they're like, oh, remember Uncle Benson? He's half White Walker now. And then he dies. I mean, what a beautiful character arc that Uncle Benson went on. And we alongside him. House Stark forever. Ottawa James, say that one more time and you might get banned. You'd like to watch Arya kill Night Queen Dany too? Ottawa James, what are we doing? What are we doing? You see what the vibe is of the stream. What are we doing? What are we doing right now? What are we doing right now? Then somehow she gets saved to be human again. See how, you know, the calmer minds can actually come up with realistic scenarios, like Dany being human again instead of Arya killing her. First of all, Arya would never be able to kill Night Queen Dany. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. She would never. Because obviously Night Queen Dany is like 10 times stronger than the Night King. So... And Arya, if we're being real, should have been killed by the Night King. But due to immense plot armor, she managed to get the kill. Which I love it. I love Arya. But let's be honest. Benson was the only other person that knew about Jon. That's great, Heather. If only we could have like gotten that into the story in the show somehow, instead of him just just vanishing. On the positive side, with Hot Dog, it's hard to care about anybody, so it can't really piss you off that much. So there's that plus. But you know, Archangel, what could happen? I hear you. What could happen is that it's based on the Targaryen dynasty, right? So all the time, I'm just gonna be reminded of what could have been with Daenerys, and then if I don't want to prejudge, if the current Targaryens don't cut it and they don't live up to the Dany crown, then that is gonna piss me off. So it's a lose-lose situation for me, right? I think I need counseling. I don't think that me not caring is ever an option. Heather, Ottawa James, drop some more wolves in the chat. See what happens. Dany would look cool with little horns though. Yeah. Did the Night King even have little horns? It wasn't Arya taking down the Night King that bothered me, but the choreography of that scene. The White Walker wisp of hair blowing with Scooby-Doo level. I actually really liked that scene. That scene, the whole scene between the Night King doing the most dramatic slow walk towards Bran the Broken, whatever the fuck his title is, and everything that was happening in the moment, with the absolute amazing score that scene has, which I have heard 1,000 times since on repeat, was probably the peak of season 8 for me. But I can understand how a lot of people were pissed off about a lot of things going on in that scene. For example, the incredible plot armor that all the characters suddenly had, where they were literally mobbed by like 50 White Walkers. or wraiths and could not die. And obviously the incredible decision by Jon Snow to just stand up, man up, and scream in the dragon's face, casually admitting defeat and I believe accepting his fate of death, because that's the only scenario that makes sense in my head. If we ignore all of that, I really loved that scene. That scene was fucking epic. Oh, bet in that case you're gonna hate the hot dog. You feel me, Archangel? You feel me? Yeah, he had a little crown of horns. The Night King did, right? He did have a crown. He did have a crown. He did have a crown. I'm just the pointy ears. I'm just trying to remember if he had pointy ears. Was he kawaii? Was he a cat boy? I'm not gonna say her name so I don't spoil anything for Panos. I'll tell you when he watches Hot Dog. The name of who? I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued. Oh no, we're doing acronyms now, and I'm lost because I have no idea. It was the same move Arya used against Brienne. Listen, I'm talking shit, but you can go back and see my reaction of when Arya both did that move to Brienne and killed the Nightwalker, and I was like freaking the fuck out of excitement. So I'm talking shit because you threatened that Arya would kill Dany, but Arya is an absolute badass herself. It's just that, you know, Dany's here and Arya is kind of like here. You feel me? Auntie cousin? Are we talking about hot dog characters right now? We're definitely talking about hot dog characters right now. A certain young girl. You know what? I shouldn't be reading the hot dog lore yet. You see nothing. Yeah, I'm trying not to. Have favorite hot dogs in the chat. Ooh, we can call House of Dragon characters hot dogs. Ooh. Look at what I'm excited over. Oh, we can call them hot dogs. Ho ho. About that, what? About what? About the hot dogs? Are you about that thing, the hot dogs, or is it about something else? Nothing. Okay, I'm gonna let this last Dany theme play out, and then we're gonna jump to the some behind the scene watching, because I feel like the beat has gotten stale. But you know, it had to be done. By the way, before I forget, that awesome Daenerys edit that I played before the reveal, it wasn't my edit. So I don't want you guys to think that it was my edit. It was an edit that I just absolutely loved, and it was ideal for my transition that I wanted to do. I just need to shout out if I can actually find the original maker of this amazing Daenerys edit. It's by Leonora Filipovic. You guys can find it on the YouTube. It's Daenerys Targaryen painted black. She made it about 3 years ago, and I remember when I stumbled on it on my recommended, I was like, this is why I love Dany, bro. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. But fantastic edit job by Leonora Filipovic. Shout out to you. But let's start watching some video, guys. Now you should be able to hear me, hopefully. But yeah, give me a second here. Wait. Guys can be up here. Beautiful, sound good. There you go. Yep. Okay. So we're good here. Do I need to do anything else here on OBS? What else do I need to do here? Oh, by the way, guys, cheers. Cheers to y'all. So, guys, what the hell? Live troubleshooting. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? Definitely is. Okay. Okay. I guess. You only have Diet Coke? Ottawa James, there's no problem with that. Whatever you like. You can even cheers with water if you feel like it. We don't judge. But you're rolling a joint? See? See season 8 history and lore. Yes, I did. So, guys, these are like. So some of them, they are like read as if I have seen them. I haven't actually seen them, but I have clicked on the videos to like make sure that it's like something worth reacting and not just some random shit. And I did find history and lore for season 8. and it's only 27 minutes, so we can knock it out pretty easily in this stream right here. So what am I doing here? What I want to do here? Sorry guys, doing some stuff that I should have thought of before the stream. And I now have to kind of like set up. But I'll soon be right back with you watching some videos. Okay. Okay. So, guys, what are we talking about? Wait, there's a season 8 history and lore? Apparently so, Archangel. I remember Heather was telling me about it. Was it you, Heather? That you were telling me that there might be a season 8 history and lore. But it turns out you were right. But first off, one video that has been highly recommended to me is this one. It's the Coldplay's Game of Thrones the musical, full 12-minute version. I've heard this is a must. I am thinking we're gonna get the cast possibly singing, which, you know, I'm always gonna be down for. Another thing before we do this behind the scenes stuff and all that, I still just have all the characters as the characters. So like all the actors, I am only able to see them like as their characters. So it's gonna be kind of like, you know, a bit weird for me to see them like as their actual selves, right? The only one I don't have that issue with is Emilia Clarke, funnily enough, because I was in love with Emilia Clarke before I even watched Game of Thrones. But all the other characters, they are just engraved in me as their Game of Thrones counterparts. So this is also gonna be my first time kind of seeing them in the wild, outside of their Game of Thrones habitat, which is gonna be interesting. Kind of see, like, you know, how they are as people. Why are we talking about magic mushrooms in the chat? Who's doing mushrooms? Is season 8 history and lore about Bran the Broken? I hope not. I hope it's not. But guys, shall we watch? Shall we watch this? Let me know if you guys will be able to hear the video once it starts playing. Can you guys hear the video? I hope this also doesn't get like copyrighted in the stream. Oh my, a bit loud for me. We'll lower the volume for the intro just in case, because I also have a fear doing these videos, right? You never know what's gonna be like heavily copyrighted. So there's also this fear of possibly the stream getting taken down. Oh, we're starting.
Targaryens, idiot.
And Targaryens, and of course there's some unknowns. Welcome to the crazy, wacky world.
So I'm guessing Coldplay were big fans of the show, right?
Thanks, man. Cool.
In an exclusive Red Nose Day revelation, we've discovered that the British band Coldplay are secretly working on a musical of TV sensation Game of Thrones.
This is the best idea we've ever had. It's just been the most amazing creative outpouring. Trust me.
Wait, how many poppadoms?
The band have been long-time fans of the show, and bearded drummer Will Champion actually took time off at one point to act in the famous Red Wedding episode.
Oh, really?
They've gathered in
That's a great detail.
studio in Los Angeles to work up the 16 songs required for a full Broadway stage production.
Nice. Have you got any lyrics?
Yeah. Around the world, my heart had to roll.
Well, when I first heard about it, I was a little bit skeptical, but now I'm completely convinced it's a horrible idea.
Closer to home.
It's the worst idea I've ever heard.
Oh, Lena! Oh no, that's Grandma Tyrell!
One word that springs to mind when I'm thinking about this project is Titanic. But not in terms of the successful movie, in terms of the unsuccessful boat.
What are you guys' thoughts on Coldplay as like a band?
Finally, after months of
Is me
writing,
saying that I was always
Chris
kind of like
was
meh on
invited along
Coldplay,
with the entire
controversial?
cast of Game of Thrones to recruit them into the live Broadway show.
Fellas, how you doing? Yeah. I had a moment of inspiration. There's a flash of genius. Get the whole cast coming. Everyone thought it was a brilliant idea, so that's what's happening. It's a big day for us.
All the actors are gathering to hear the songs performed for the first time. Well, not all of them. More, two.
Oh, that's Ramsey?
Sean Bean was going to be here. He owes me a $5.
And Robert? Oh no, Robert is unrecognizable. Robert is unrecognizable, bro.
It's a very exciting day.
This is called Rastafarian Targaryen. Yep! Yeah. I'm a Rastafarian Targaryen. I got some dragons in it, I'm pretty scary.
So, Chris, how do you think it's going?
Stunning. People are literally
I'm
stunned.
shocked
And
at
what
Robert
if some of them can't sing?
without the beard,
Well,
first
the
of
funny
all.
thing is, they can sing. Okay, 3.
It's normal and healthy to me on Coldplay. Yeah, they're just kind of like there. They have someone that sings and they play instruments. and some people like them, I guess.
Snappy, come on.
No, sorry. Oh. I'm sure he'll come back.
Well, with these things, it's always step by step. 50% of the cast seemed really into it, so I think we're onto something really special.
50% of the 2 people?
It's been a
Meaning
slightly
Ramsey.
disappointing
Ramsey fucking Bolton was into it.
But then,
Hey, Chris. I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh my God, Jon Snow.
Oh shit!
I knew you'd come.
I'd never let you down, man.
Oh, thank you, Jon Snow.
This kid.
Thank you, Kid Snow.
Kid Snow.
What we got, man?
See, I'm him. Like, if I saw the characters, the actors in real life, I'd refer to them by their actual in-show names.
and suddenly things take a turn for the better. With a phone call from Jon Snow and the offer of free
Oh, here's secret!
a huge chunk of the cast have arrived.
Oh my god! Why am I geeking out so bad, bro? These are just people. And I'm just kind of looking at my face.
Good to see you, man. Love your shirt, mate. Love your shirt. You look great.
Can you imagine?
It's been
So who do we have here? Who do we have here? Let me see. So a secret Sam!
There's one left.
The kid that I always forget the name of.
Since this choice will not end well for you, I would suggest the drumsticks.
Oh, right, well. Drumsticks it is then, apparently. Cheers.
I'll have the nuggets, please. Okay. Thank you.
So let's see who of them actually has a decent voice. Okay, good.
You make my heart sing. You pull your bowstring and shoot me. Wild land.
So far, Jon Snow is winning. Kit Harington is winning.
Wow. I think I love you, but I wanna know for sure. I wanna take you into that.
He would kill in a karaoke night. Kill.
'Cause I've never done it before. Yeah. Wild land.
So this, when was this shot? Which season was this during?
Wild land. Really good. Just one tiny thing on the lings. Just be careful, going a little bit flat. So.
Jojen, yes, Jojen, the kid's
I'm
name.
missing Chris Martin.
If there's one thing Theon might have taught you, one thing I've taught you is run soft.
Oh, that was okay. I was trying to think who this girl was. She was the Kennel's daughter. I'm forgetting her name as well. Look like we're getting a Theon Ramsey guitar duet right now.
Okay, so Red Wedding. We're all passionate about this one, as you know. It starts very serious. You don't mess around with Walter Frey. Don't mess around with. Don't mess around with. You don't mess around with Walter Frey.
Every style in the musical canon is captured in one day of blazing glory.
Hey, beautiful. Nice. If you're here for the wedding of Robbie Stark, keep the car running, there's no need to park. He's not going to make it through the night.
Now they're just pissing all over our favorite characters, though.
He didn't pay me back for using the bridge. I'm afraid this wedding won't be white. Everybody. Red wedding, lots of stabbing, a bit of beheading, the reigns of.
Also, this is very similar. Like if you go to like a theater class, right? They do shit like this. So I'm sure they are all in their element. Actually.
Tony Award. Great.
News of the success of the workshop spreads like wildfire. Suddenly, everyone is in.
Do you know what?
Ramsey
I
and
was
just no
proud to be in
hugging.
anything.
Craziness.
I always knew it was going to be a triumph. George R. Martin meets Chris Martin. What could go wrong? Game of what now?
Oh wait, I think I've seen.
Call me the nearest Targaryen.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen this.
You feel the love, then you can call me Khaleesi. Got so many names. I'm Queen of the Andals, Queen of the Marine. Yeah, you can kiss me sandals.
Jamie!
The funny, I mean, I know it's like a musical, but I can also hear it like I can hear it in the radio. I can hear it everywhere.
Yeah,
like this is, it's a
big
hit.
song. It's a big song.
Raw emotion pours out from every.
I remember I saw the bit where Emilia goes Rastafarian Targaryen or something like that.
Such a spirited lad.
Is that a picture of fucking Cersei? Of
I
course.
was his uncle. I was also his dad.
The first romantic ballad about incest.
No.
Heart had to grow. Now I'm looking for something a little closer to home.
Somebody take this picture of Cersei off the fucking monitor, please.
Closer to home.
It's It's also just like a weird picture they chose.
with a branch of our own.
The greatest rock opera of all time is coming.
Still going strong.
He's still going strong.
Yeah, yeah.
He's still going strong.
Remember Ned Stark? He was a lot of fun, but he didn't make it.
Is this gonna be a braggadocious song about Tyrion surviving all the seasons? I definitely didn't have him surviving all the seasons, so
I'm still going strong.
He's still going strong.
I can't believe it. It's a dream come true. Everything is coming together. Everyone's on board. We just need George R.R. Martin's permission, and then we're off. He's gonna go absolutely crazy.
And Chris was right. George R.R. Martin did go absolutely crazy.
It's a setback, but a little bit this, a little bit that. Change some words around. I've got plenty of other brilliant ideas.
Breaking Bad ballet. Taken on ice.
Not bad, actually. Well, I better get my skates on then.
Thank you so much for tuning in.
If you enjoyed that at all, and you feel like making a donation at rednoseday.org and you're in the US, that would be ever so wonderful. Good day.
This was fun, just pure bliss for me. As you can see by my face, I'm sure. I just had a constant smile throughout it. Yeah, it was as nonsensical as I thought it was gonna be, and I'm glad. Definitely, for me, the funniest bit was Jamie making the first incest ballad, specifically because of the chosen picture they used. I don't know why. It just felt just aptly stupid. It felt like the perfect stupid for me in that moment. They all had great voices. Again, as I said, theater kids usually can kind of perform a little bit when it comes to singing. Miranda was the name of the Cannon's daughter, yes. Jojen, yeah, the one that I never remember. Davos is the narrator? I didn't even realize, Heather. Oh, so was it Davos or was it Liam Neeson? So they showed Liam Neeson in the end, so I'm thinking it's probably Liam Neeson then. Kind of weird. Orthrizan? What is that word? Legend vibe with Jamie. Going home to roost. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means, Archangel, to be honest. But this was fun. Also the fact that we had both Jon Snow and Ramsay embrace, and Theon Ramsay embrace and guitar duet. Also iconic, I must say. But again, what season was this made? Do you guys remember? It definitely doesn't seem to be the final season, so it's 9 years ago, the video. So like season 6? Is my mathing correctly? Next up, King Arthur legend. Arthurian legend. Okay. 2015. Yeah, so that was like 5 or 6. you guys, which did you think did the best job with their performance? Which one of them had the best singing? I might actually have to give it to Jon Snow. I might have to give it to Kit in terms of just overall just singing. So let's see some bloopers now. So I have this video up. If you guys know better blooper videos, because usually bloopers are a bit like hit or miss depending on which video you click, I just picked the one with the most views. It's about 5 minutes. If you guys know better blooper behind the scenes type videos, again, this is, by the way, in this stream I want you guys to let me know in the chat if you have like some good behind the scenes videos that you'd like me to watch, or you know, in this realm that we're checking out right now. Feel free to tell me in the chat. I don't know if links will be allowed by the bot, but you can like tell me and I can look it up if you have anything specific regarding the show, the making of the show, the actors. Again, always related to Game of Thrones though. Tyrion, you thought Ottawa James Tyrion who had the best singing? You know what? You're not wrong now that I'm thinking about it. He was very good. He was very good, Tyrion. Although he did feel more produced. Tyrion's vocals felt more produced than Kit's vocals. Yeah, Ottawa James, we do have a few of those with Christy and Nikolai. So we're definitely going to be doing those. But let's check some of the bloopers first. I've never seen bloopers of Game of Thrones. So that's kind of wild. But let's see.
Arya Stark hasn't been seen since her father was killed. What do you think happened to her? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
Prince Oberyn, forgive the intruder.
Hate's as good as reason to hate. Oh.
That I have line? Line?
Line.
It's a funny line, sorry.
What's the punishment for regicide? Drawing and quartering? Beheading.
What was that sound though? What did he use to make that sound? Or was he actually peeing? Kitty!
He needs to learn how to swing a sword, how to...
I wish they kept him falling in the actual show.
Have you been drinking again? Are you drunk?
Did the throne break? Did the tower break the fucking Iron Throne? What the fuck?
Look at the sword.
Do I say something? Is it me? What do I say?
What? Oh, we've got to there already. Sorry.
In 3, 2, 1.
The fuck?
You don't partake? Oh, I partook. Now I'm married. Prince Oberyn, if I may, a word in private.
Private?
When would the wedding...
Dinklage, please, you've won a fucking Emmy.
When would the wedding take place, in your mind?
Can't remember.
I feel like Lena Headey would have some great bloopers throughout the show.
But now that I am imagining
Maybe you ought to put on a dress.
he almost died, right? He almost burned himself alive right there. I don't know if you all saw this. He almost burned himself alive. We would not have gotten Joel in The Last of Us. We were this close.
To thank the gods for bringing to an end the recent...
You made a sacred vow.
I was trying to get back.
Was that a White Walker that fell?
Can you little birds get a message to the good masters of Astapor, the wise masters of Yonkai, and the benevolent? Tell me, can you little birds get a message to the good masters of Astapor, and the benevolent enslavers of...
Okay. Emilia trying to speak in Valyrian or Dothraki, like this must be like a fucking 10-hour blooper reel, cause like how do you not mess up almost constantly when you speak in literally made up languages? Like that must be nearly impossible. Also, the green screen dragon is crazy.
Can you little birds get a message to the good masters of Astapor, the wise masters of Yonkai?
How many times did you mess this line up?
Enslavers of... I had it too. And the benevolent... Sorry, ready? Tell me.
No, it's one of those scenes for Tyrion.
Benevolent. It sucks. The benevolent enslavers.
To be fair, it's a difficult word. Benevolent.
No, these are.
Missandei. Sunday, right? Sunday.
What's this? Season 6? Season 6 of us having heard these characters' names repeatedly. Peter Dinklage, you won an Emmy. Just want to make sure.
David Benioff.
Come on, everybody.
That's just a trial. See? Now, if those scenes were actually like this, I might have liked some of the people in King's Landing. Possibly, maybe.
Peter! What's up? Because you've been such... Step away!
Guess what?
They're adding me and giving me another line.
So I don't trust the benevolent.
My name is Gwendolyn Christie. Natalie Emmanuel.
Okay, so this, I found this video. But by the way, the bloopers were hilarious. These were good. I wish there was a longer video though that I can find with more of them. I feel like this was a supercut of a lot of them. That was probably on like a limited edition DVD or something. But if you guys have like longer bloopers where they're actually like kind of like unedited, at least not in a supercut type edit, please let me know. Look up deleted scenes. Ooh, good idea, Heather. But I found this video of like auditions. It was like 1 minute 48 seconds, so I thought it would be interesting to kind of like check out. So
Rose Leslie.
A man has a thirst. A man does not drink for the day and the night. Boy could make a friend.
I always imagine
Okay.
myself doing something much worse. Digging latrine pits at the end
So
of the
these
world.
were all like sent in auditions.
I can't imagine anything much
So
worse.
You lack imagination. I'd like to speak with a mountain.
I'm sure he would enjoy speaking with you.
He may not enjoy it as much as you think he would.
This baby killed Coronatha.
did they really? They really have him eat in the audition? Like, was this just such an important part of his characteristics? I guess. Kind of like to see like movement and mannerisms.
It's a lovely gown.
Do you think so? I can't decide how I like it better. Like this? Or like this?
Are you afraid, Onion Knight?
Someone's told me.
Oh damn, Davos was skinny.
Behold the son of fire, behold, all hail the warrior of the night, the warrior of fire.
Seeing her triggered me right now. That seems sweet.
Valar Morghulis.
Valar Morghulis.
Did we all hear Missandei's pronunciation of Valar Morghulis? I just want to make sure that we all heard the pronunciation.
My mother was a whore. I come from nothing. And before long,
I'll return to nothing. Let me kill this man for you.
All my life, men like you've sneered at me.
And all my life I've been knocking men like you into the dust.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Of course. Of course. Of course. You can send them to Discord? Please do. Again, those of you that are on the Patreon and have the access to the Discord, if you have any videos that you'd like me to check out, again, there's a channel on the Discord called the Game of Thrones channel, and you guys can send any videos there as well. Apparently he just had a carrot and the directors had no idea. He just came in with a carrot and started eating it. Hired. Because this is just, you know, you have a clear vision of what you want the character to look like and be like. That's already positive. That's already positive. Jaqen is sexy. With the hair or without the hair? So this, although I am a little bit scared of this because it says HBO, and I don't know. So far, at least the stream has been up, so we haven't gotten copyright stricken yet. Struck, right? But whenever I see this logo, I am a little bit concerned, and it is a 10-minute video, but it's a very interesting one because it's like the cast remembers, and it's about season 8, which I'm very much intrigued to see what the cast thinks of season 8. So I'm thinking of watching this as well. Eating a carrot with the green part hanging off it is so medieval. That's why he did. By the way, that was a huge ass carrot too. Like, it wasn't no baby carrot. That was a big carrot that he found. That was the carrot that Bugs Bunny was eating in the cartoons. Sent seasons 1 to 6 all in one video. Okay, are they the bloopers? Let's see. Let's see. Deleted scenes. Oh, okay. We can do that first. We can do that first. We can do that first. Oh, they are season 8 deleted scenes though? Oh, you sent, okay. Oh, I see. You sent season 7. Season 7? Okay. Oh damn, this is 32 minutes. So this is, oh okay, this is from season 1 to season 6. Season 1 to season 6. We definitely have to watch this though.
I brought you supper. Did you eat today? Loris?
Thank you.
Marjorie and Loris scene.
Do you know how hard it is to drive a sword through 2 steel plates?
You can't keep his armor with you forever.
Why not?
We should have buried him.
Oh, this is after Renly's death.
Warrior.
No,
Okay.
but you are. We have to think of our house now. The whole country's at war.
It's my fault, you know.
What's your fault?
I put the idea in his head. He never even dreamed of being king until I started whispering about it.
Oh, I think he dreamed about it.
He never would have done anything if I hadn't pushed him.
Okay, this is an interesting scene because it kind of like makes
He would be a great ruler.
that conversation that he had with Renly when he was saving his nipple. It makes it more relevant than it ended
He died
up
because
being.
someone put a sword through him.
The fact that he brought it back in terms of like how he
He was
felt
a kind,
about
sweet man.
motivating him
But he's gone now. He doesn't need
to
you
being
anymore.
king.
I need you. Our family needs you.
I know you think I'm a fool.
I have never thought you were a fool.
I loved him.
I know you did.
Khaleesi? Khaleesi, are you back?
I can see why that scene wasn't in the final episode, but it was a good scene. Mainly for the reason that I said.
A trader from Karth told me the greatest pleasure comes with a silk cord around the neck.
These beats!
Very, very tight.
I had forgotten about this bit's betrayal.
Exquisite pleasure. He told me it's the danger. A moment too long, and ecstasy becomes death. It is known.
But that was a cold line delivery right there. Pause. Was this scene, this that we just saw, was it meant to go before Dany goes and sees that her dragons were stolen, or we see the dragons stolen? So, but she walked in the room before she got killed. I think she saw empty cages, so the dragons were stolen. And then she comes in and kills her. Right? Yeah. These are empty cages. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no, they were... Okay, so she took them from their individual cages, put them in the cage that she then took to go to the House of the Undying. Okay, got it. Okay.
A a traitor from tide danger.
Okay. This bitch. So was this meant to be shown before Dany found out or afterwards? If it was before, then they did a good job by not including it. Although I could kind of tell even then that it was here, but they did leave it up to the viewers' kind of like imagination to kind of like try and figure it out for themselves. That was a cold line delivery, and it kind of like also these are all scenes that connect to previous scenes. So, for example, C, when she was bathing with Viserys, she started talking about why she liked dragons so much, and she started giving certain characteristics that I always felt related to her and her character, and one of those being she could kill people, or like the dragons could kill people very easily, and then we see her here killing somebody. But without the scene, she doesn't really kill anybody in the show, which kind of like doesn't connect to what she was saying, or at least there's no payoff to that scene in regards to her character specifically. But now seeing this, that scene in the bathtub kind of like has shows later, you know, what she said, we can see later how it relates to her character, because they were hints when she was talking to Viserys.
Look who's come out to play. You think the king wants his little prize out wandering alone?
I'm going back to my chamber, sir.
You're home as a woman. King will be having you soon. Taking you into his bed.
My wedding night will be the happiest.
Stop that.
You're hurting me, please, sir!
Sir, I'm a dog. Remember? The king's dog. And you're his bird. Would you sing a song for me, little bird? A song about knights and fair maidens. Go on, sing.
When was this? What stage of the show was this?
You won't hurt me.
Sing.
I don't know any songs. Not anymore.
The game, what's going on here?
When did Sansa know any songs?
Never mind him. I was just taking a little bird.
I'll see to the lady. Go and find a tree to piss on.
Thank you, my lord.
Lady Sansa.
Sleep well.
Will do, Tyrion. Great advice. Oh, was this after? Okay, I see when this was. After she had her first period. When Shay found her in the bed and then the Hound found her on the bed. Okay. I was kind of thinking, is this during the battle of when Stannis tried to seize the city? No. So when could this have been? And yeah. Some scenes we can see why the editor chopped them. Yeah, these, you know, so far all of the scenes I understand why they weren't included. Some of them, not this one. This one was totally unnecessary, so I can see why it wasn't included. But the previous scenes, you know, they kind of like give certain characters a bit more of a story, you know, or they connect, as I said, things they've said or discussions they had, and kind of like their repercussions, or as I said, how they connect to their characters later on. But that particular scene that we just saw was just a bunch of nothing. I guess its purpose would have been to kind of like make us think that Sandor was a bit worse than he actually was, because he was kind of like being kind of insinuating in a way that he was looking at Sansa sexually or something. But this scene was the first thing where I'm like, thank God that it wasn't in this. Thank God. I wouldn't have cared either way, But it was just a throwaway scene, really.
Is there anything special that you'd like me to do? A little dance, perhaps?
Getting rather brazen, aren't we? Congratulations are in order on your new title.
Thank you.
And your new home, Harrenhal.
You're welcome to come visit. Plenty of room.
You're very kind, but I must admit the curse does frighten me. Did you know every house that's had the misfortune of holding Harrenhal has died out? But you're not the sort of man who believes in vengeful spirits.
Would love to talk away.
Well, he also doesn't have a house.
That I have a meeting with the
But
Hand
he
of
did
the King,
die out, so...
Actual Hand of the King. Tywin Lannister, not the mutilated dwarf you've cultivated as an ally.
I'd hardly call him an ally.
Ned Stark, the imp. You do know how to pick them. It does make a certain amount of sense, I suppose. You are all brothers in mutilation, after all. Maybe he'll show you his, if you show him yours.
When it comes to belittling me, you are rather limited.
Of all the grotesques at court, whose wound is the least pleasant to behold, would you say? The Hound? Lady Ginya? No one's seen the imp's face yet, but my money's on you. It's a sentimental weakness of mine. I always bet on my friends.
Okay, it's just a good old Varys Littlefinger scene. I can see where that was cut out too. But you know, especially when they were discussing, when they were going back and forth in the earlier seasons, you know, it never hurts to have had that scene in, because it was good, well written, funny, you know. But I guess they didn't include it because it's just more of the same, because they had like at least 3 scenes similar to this. So I can see why that didn't make the cut. And I guess this was like first episode of the 3rd season or the 2nd season. The 3rd season, one of the first episodes, or the first episode probably. During Battle of Blackwater. No, Heather, are you talking about the Sandor scene? It wasn't. Yeah. Oh yeah, it said a trader from Karth obsessed with dragons. Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I did say during the reaction, Mama Cat, that I was like the girl walking up those stairs was that bitch, and I think it was pretty clear. Littlefinger became a lord with the house when he got Harrenhal. Yeah, but Ottawa James, doesn't a house kind of like entail having other people than just you in it? So like he did say, I need to start getting some sons and daughters, right? But he never got those sons and daughters. Matter of fact, he never really even went to Harrenhal. He went to the Vale. He married Lysa, so I guess the closest you could say to being Littlefinger's house was when she was in the Vale and married Lysa and had her son as his stepson, right? And then died. After seeing the audition with the carrot, this was fun. Just seeing him eat.
I smell a crow. Who killed his friends? Thought we want to question this one. What do we want with the baby crow?
This baby killed Coronathan. He wants to be one of us.
Wasn't this scene in the show?
That half-handed cunt killed friends of mine. Friends twice your size.
My father told me big men fall just as quick as little ones if you put a sword through their hearts.
Well, plenty of little men tried to put their swords through my heart. And there's plenty of little skeletons buried in the woods. What's your name, boy?
Jon Snow.
Your Grace.
This scene was in the show, wasn't it?
Your Grace.
Was it different dialogue?
Did you hear that? From now on, you'd better kneel every time I fart.
Stand, boy. We don't kneel for anyone beyond the wall. So, you're Ned Stark's bastard. Thank you for the gift, Lord of Bones. You can leave us. The girl likes you. You like her backs now.
Am I crazy?
You want to join us?
We literally
Don't
had this
panic,
scene in the
boy.
show.
You're allowed to want some ginger minch. This isn't the damn Night's Watch will make you.
Okay,
sweat
this
girls.
wasn't in the show though.
I'm glad you crows think fucking's a sin. There's more of us every year, and less of you.
This chicken eater you thought was king is Tormund Giant's bane.
You're just surly because I look more kingly than you. Still, I can't believe this pup killed the orphan.
Up here beyond the wall, mothers tell their sons, if you're not good, the half-hand will get you. He was our enemy, and I'm glad he's dead. He was my brother once, back when he had a whole hand. Colin always traveled with his best men. What were you doing with him?
The Lord Commander sent me to the Half-Hand for seasoning.
Why?
He wants me to lead one day.
But here you are, a traitor, kneeling before the king beyond the wall.
If I'm a traitor, then you are too.
Why do you want to join us, Jon Snow?
I want to be free.
No, I don't think so.
So they kept parts
I
of
think
this
what you
scene
want more than
and then
anything is
cut
to be a
other
hero.
parts of it.
I'll ask you one last time. Why do you want to join us?
We stopped at Craster's Keep on the way north. I saw...
You saw what?
I saw Craster take his own baby boy and leave it in the woods.
Although, James, there were certain parts of this scene that were different, but a lot of it is just what they kept in the show.
That you saw one of them. And why would that make you desert your brothers?
Because when I told the Lord Commander, he already knew. He'd known for years. Everything I thought I knew about the Night's Watch was a lie. Thousands of years ago, the first men battled the White Walkers and defeated them. I want to fight for the side that fights for the living. Did I come to the right place?
Heather.
We'll need to find you a new cloak.
I feel like, you know what, Heather? They wanted this scene to be more about the king beyond the wall than his right-hand man. And Tormund was stealing the scene, low-key, so they had to cut some of his lines.
Routed him. Nearly 400 Lannisters killed, another 100 taken prisoner. And the mountain was lucky to escape with his life.
Okay, so he's the
He
one.
will think
The scene
twice
where
before picking another fight with the Tullys.
he gets a scolding from
Your
Rob.
victory at the Stone Mill is already the subject of songs across the Riverlands, Uncle. These songs will spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and hope will spread with them.
Thousands of Northmen have already died fighting this war. They have no more use for hope. All that remains for them is justice.
That is why we are all here, Lord Karstark. For your sons, for my father, for all those that have died at Lannister hands, and for those who still live under their yoke. I will not stop until they have their justice. This I swear to you.
Okay, so that wasn't that scene.
Family.
Oh, so it was before that scene. Okay, it was before that scene?
If I may, nephew, I encountered a situation with one of my lieutenants at the Stone Mill, which may have some bearing.
Why don't you shut your mouth about that damn mill? I don't call him nephew. He's your king.
Rob knows I meant him no disrespect.
You're lucky I'm not your king. I wouldn't let you wave your blunders around like a victory flag.
My blunder sent Tywin's mad dog scurrying back to Casterly Rock with his tail between his legs. I think King Rob understands we're not going to win this war if he's the only one winning any battles. Now, there's glory enough to go around.
It's not about glory. Your instructions were to wait for him to come to you.
I seized an opportunity.
What value was the mill?
The mountain was garrisoned across the river from it.
Is he there now?
Of course not. We took the fight to him. He could not withstand us.
I wanted to draw the mountain into the west, into our country where we could surround him and kill him. I wanted him to chase us, which he would have done because he is a mad dog without a strategic thought in his head. I could have that head on a spike by now.
Robert was so cool and badass before he fucked up. I really liked Rob.
Took hostages. Willem Lannister.
May he rest in peace.
Martin Lannister.
Willem and Martin Lannister are 14 years old.
Martin is 50.
He had that, you know, he oozed of that confidence of the young wolf, for lack of a better term, where he's starting to taste the battlefield. He got some wins, but he was also like level-headed and understood what needed to be done. He was a good strategist also.
No.
How many men did you lose?
208.
Had a lot of potential.
We lost the Lannisters.
We need our men more than Tywin needs his!
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You would have. Right here today at this gathering if you had been patient.
We seem to be running short on patience here.
You know who isn't? Tywin Lannister.
Famous, not last words, but prophetic ones. Speaking of Tywin Lannister,
my apologies, my lord, for interrupting your
feasting.
Tywin
Lannister
feasting. Want to
feasting.
discuss a few matters with you privately in advance of
And this
today's
fucking
council meeting.
disgusting walking turd.
I often find that the council environment is less than hospitable.
Okay, remember when I was talking about like annoying voices?
No longer on the council, by official decree
He.
of the hand of the king.
Your son did
I
conspire
sell.
to keep me from my rightful place in the chamber, as well as affronting my dignity in other ways.
In my absence, my son was acting hand.
But you are the hand now, my lord.
But I have not revoked the acting hand's decree.
Oh, my lord, I must say that this is most surprising to
Perhaps
me.
he had it right. Perhaps in the Black Cells you truly found your level.
Ooh, why did they not keep this scene in?
You cannot mean that.
Stop it. Am I the only one to see through this performance? Is it possible that so many could be so stupid for so long?
Why did they not keep the scene in? I like the scene.
There are times when I have trouble.
Look at this bitch now standing up.
Why do you bother? So many flowers, my lord, each wanting to grow the tallest, bloom the brightest. And one by one, sooner or later, they all get plucked. I don't want to be the tallest or the brightest. I only want to remain in the garden until my time comes to return to the dirt.
Well, thank you for your poetic candor. But I still don't see why I should let you back on my council.
The King's council, my lord.
I could have you return to the dirt this afternoon if you like.
Since the time I convinced the Mad King to open his gates to you, I have served the interests of the House of Lannister unfailingly.
Yeah, yet you still betrayed my son's trust.
Because I felt he was acting against those interests, yes.
What have I done to earn this touching loyalty?
You have built the strongest house.
What happens when we are no longer the strongest house?
By that time, I will be rotting beneath the floor of the Sept of Baelor. If you deem my years of service worthy of that honor.
Well, in the future, you will serve me more actively, as befits a man of your vigor.
Yes, my lord.
Take those to the kitchen. I'll have them for supper.
Yes.
They needed to keep the scene in. Any scene that we get to humiliate Pycelle needs to be kept in. Okay, I think I understand why they didn't. I wanted them to, but I can see a couple of reasons. First of all, by that point, whenever we would see Tywin, it would be it would always drive the story forward, and it would be very based on planning and ruling, while this scene was kind of like a side piece, a side story about, again, it was about Tywin planting, similar to how Tyrion did it, you know, the people that he could use, one of them being Pycelle, for the reasons that they mentioned. But it also kind of shows Tywin in a bit of a, like, I don't want to say regular, but kind of like by that point, whenever we saw Tywin, there was some, you know, he was either planning about how to beat Robb, how to strike deals with the Tyrells, who to marry his daughter and son to. And this was kind of like a throwaway side thing that he was doing, which is fishing, which kind of like maybe, I don't want to say humanizes, because he was humanized with the Arya scenes, but by this point they were trying to build him as to be a lot more kind of like a cloud looming over the good characters, which were the Starks. So maybe that's a reason why they didn't want to include it. I don't know. Maybe the fact that Pycelle stood up and stopped doing his act when they were clearly some soldiers in the shot, so that was kind of stupid, maybe, because any one of those soldiers could have been like, you know what, Pycelle all of a sudden stopped being old and stopped walking all hunched, and that would be kind of dumb. I don't know. I'm thinking those could be the main reasons. But again, any scene that we can sit on Pycelle, I'm all for, personally. This is what I was waiting for. The Tywin scenes. Man, I miss Tywin. The soul lost something without him. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I agree. I mean, we went from Tywin to Cersei, right? Talk about a downgrade. And I guess Ramsay too. The Boltons in general. Also downgrade. Wish that left the scene. There were a lot of good lines in the scene, especially from Tywin, as per usual. Yeah, I like the scene as well. I like the writing. Yeah, Charles Dance is incredible as Tywin.
A number of gold cloaks who deserted during the battle have filtered back into the barracks, hoping to be reinstated, my lord.
Their cowardice put the king's life in danger. I want them all put to death.
Well, they deserve death, Your Grace, without question. And yet, perhaps it might be wiser to send them to the wall. Reports from the Night's Watch suggest that the king beyond the wall has amassed a great army.
The Watch is severely undermanned. If the wall should fail...
The wildlings will flood the north. Well, let them. Give Balon Greyjoy and young Robb Stark someone else to fight besides each other. And maybe we'll even send an envoy into the frozen waste to talk with this Mance raider.
Be a job for you, little brother, if your current position doesn't work out.
Oh, okay. Now that this scene doesn't need to be explained why it wasn't in.
Go back to sleep.
Was Jon thinking about leaving in this scene? Was this what this was? Again, I can see why that scene was also left out. It was kind of like whatever happened there. I think he was thinking of leaving, right? He was thinking of not being with the wildlings any longer. It was cool to see Tywin in casual wear doing an activity too. Yeah. It's good to know that he has an interest in fishing for whatever reason. Tyrion going north of the wall would have been a fun storyline. Would it? I don't know. It's kind of like most of the storylines that didn't involve originally with what Jon Snow did. All the other storylines with people going across the wall were pretty bad. So I don't know if I would have liked to see Tyrion go beyond the wall. Tyrion went the right way. He should have gone with Dany. That was the right way to go with him. I'm glad they didn't send him across back to the north. He was in the north in the beginning of the first seasons.
You'll have a comfortable life in Pentos. Bronn will escort you to your ship.
So does this continue after this? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, this might be interesting.
You didn't really think it was forever, did you? These people, even the good ones, they use us as they please. And when we're no longer any use, they spit us out, find someone else they like. Look at me. You ever seen an old sellsword? No such thing. Every day, I'm a little bit slower. Kids coming up can do all manner of madness with their blades. Moves I never dreamt of.
Say couldn't give less of a fuck about what he's talking about right now.
We have to adapt to circumstances, is what I'm saying. Learn some new tricks.
The fact that she's even listening to him.
Come along. I've got a wedding to get to.
Okay, I was hoping that we were gonna find out like how Say didn't end up living, but instead we got this completely unrelated Bronn monologue. Like, read the room, Bronn. That was not the time to be talking about your arthritis. It really was not the time. Maybe we still might get it? No, we're in Meereen right now. Is this Zora? Yeah.
Your Grace. May I bring you something?
Is this her being upset after exiling
To
him?
help you sleep. Forgive me for disturbing you. Stay with me.
Oh.
Never betray me.
Never.
And never did. Never did.
Did you miss me? Admit it, you missed me.
Yes, it is good you are back. You can help us patrol the streets. Good job for you.
And how is Miss Sandai from the Iron of North?
She's good.
She certainly is.
Did they leave
It's
this
going
scene
well?
out because he called her Miss Sandai?
Seems like it's going well. If you got to the problem, it'd be difficult working through that one. Listen, we're friends. The time comes and you need someone to give her what you can't. She can close her eyes and think of you.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Dude, you're lucky he didn't kill you right here.
It is a good thing the Queen has us back here helping you. The Unsullied are too conspicuous.
Oh, I can see why this wasn't in. Maybe because she called her Miss Sandai. But what he told him was crazy.
Sunday, he not.
Now, he said it the right way.
Why do you come?
The Unsullied may be trained to face any enemy, but the Sons of the Harpy have no face. This enemy does not stand and fight. They hide in the shadows and kill, and then return to the shadows. I am afraid for you.
This one is not afraid.
I did not say you were afraid.
Unsullied, have no fear.
I said I was afraid.
Why is this only coming from my right ear right now?
Why you are afraid?
With an echo.
Why are you afraid?
Why are you afraid?
For you. I am afraid that something bad is going to happen to you.
Same thing.
Nothing bad will happen.
You will be careful.
Careful.
You will protect yourself.
I protect Daenerys Stormborn.
White Rat. The Unsullied who... I have heard they found his body in a brothel. I have heard more than one Unsullied has been known to visit Marines' brothels. May I ask you why? Why would an Unsullied go to a brothel?
I do not know. I must go.
I wish they hadn't cut the scene. I wish we had gotten the longer version of the scene. I like this. That was a good scene between Torconudo and Missandei. I wish they had kept the whole thing, because, you know, the short version also conveys a similar sentiment, but the one of her caring about Grey Worm, first of all. But I like the full version better, because it gives a lengthier perspective from both him and her on how their interactions were in this point of the show. And it had some good writing in it as well. I wasn't mad at that. I wish they had kept it. Right, Ottawa James? That's what I thought it was gonna be with Say. And then they just gave us nothing. Say's like, this is not about you, Bron. Exactly. Bron somehow always makes things about him. Low key. You guys must watch Jacob Anderson in Interview with the Vampire. Oh, I remember Archangel. Yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling me about the show. Yeah, this was a sweet scene. I liked this scene. All of Missandei's and Grey Worm's scenes are so sweet, actually. Why is this scene so loud, though?
That's it.
That's it.
Late won't last unless you give it more oil, especially in a humid climate.
What do I give a shit if the blade lasts?
What's the tool of your trade?
I'm the tool of my trade.
No.
Weapons, armor, lucky underclothes. I don't get attached. Bad idea in my sort of work. Once saw a fellow in the storm mines run back onto the battlefield for his favorite sword. Caught an arrow in the eye for his trouble.
You'd feel differently about it if you'd ever had a real sword.
Right. It's always different with true quality.
Everyone who can't afford quality thinks quality is a myth.
Well, your richness. Seems to me like I was pretty damn close to affording quality before you came along. Seemed like I'd taken up residence in my own castle.
A man like you, 6 months into a life of leisure and you'd hang yourself from boredom. Trust me, this is far better.
That's easy for you to say. I never had a life of leisure. I was looking forward to starting one. Why are we on a merchant ship? Why no Lannister sails?
Okay, that knife throw kind of like foreshadowed
the ship sailing to
him killing that snake, I guess.
Not far from Sunspear. Row ourselves to the Dornish shore in the night.
You ever been to Dorne?
No?
I have. The Dornish are crazy. All they want to do is fight and fuck and fight.
You should be happy to go back then.
There's nothing like a good fight to get you in the mood for fucking. And there's nothing like a fuck-mad Dornish girl to clear your head for the next fight. It's how the two work together. Now, we're going to be doing a lot of fighting, I'm sure. Well, I am. But I don't imagine we'll get to stick around for the rest. Not after we've kidnapped their princess.
We're not kidnapping their princess. We're rescuing my niece, bringing her back to her family.
Your niece? I've been doing this sort of thing a long time. I'm good at it.
That's why you're here.
I know. Why are you here? Why not send 40 of me? Or an army? Unlike most folks, you've actually got one. Why not send them?
Because I don't want to start a war.
That still doesn't explain what you're doing here.
It has to be me.
If I'm putting something like this together, a one-handed man who happens to be one of the most recognizable faces in Westeros, he's not...
It has to be me.
You set your brother free, didn't you? I bet your sister didn't like that.
Paris set him free.
Well, if you ever see the wee fucker, give him my regards.
He murdered my father. If I ever see him, I'll split him in two. And then I'll give him your regards.
Just words. You're just talking, Jamie. Yeah, that one was unnecessarily long. Cut it. Who the fuck is this guy?
Enjoying your stay here. Keeping warm.
Oh wait, is that Tomborn?
Enough food.
Muscles a bit tough.
Yes, okay. He looked kind of different in the beginning.
Instead of putting food in your belly and a roof over your head.
Probably something I wouldn't like very much.
No, you wouldn't.
You must no longer be in charge then.
Yeah, we didn't need any more Sir Alistair scenes. Oh! What was cut here?
For the watch.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to go?
No, you were clearly here first. You were clearly here first, by all means.
Okay. For the watch. After you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
For the watch. For the watch.
What?
Guys, can you hear me? Is the stream back up? Okay, okay. The video was ending anyway. At what point did I lose you guys? At what scene did I lose you guys? Because I didn't notice. When did it get copyrighted? I mean, the truth is there were some scenes that were the scenes that were in the show, and then also had some beats that were cut off. So I guess, yeah, I can see why. Yeah, probably that. Yeah. And then after that, there was a bunch of nonsense, honestly. This final scene here, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to play it without being copyrighted. So like it's when they stab John, right? I hope I don't get taken down again here. Yeah. Yeah, on to the next thing. Yeah, it's better to just avoid this. Yeah, it was obviously because there were scenes that were actually the full scenes that were playing. Yeah, I can see why. Anyway, hopefully these next ones don't get hit. So this one is from season 8, when they were trapped in the crypt. Okay, so we see they actually got some people in the crypt. Miss Sandy hiding. Oh damn. God damn, Sam Jr. Oh, they used the dagger. Okay. I guess they weren't totally useless during the night the battle against the Night King. Did you guys the stream didn't go down, right? You guys are still here? All good? That was big though. What? Tyrion killing a Wraith? I wasn't moved. I wasn't moved by the scene. It was kind of like, I see why they didn't include it, because it basically did pretty much the same kind of thing that they did with Arya's scenes when she was trying to be quiet to avoid the Wraiths. Kind of like a zombie trope. Oh, saving Missandei? Yeah, that was big. You're right. You're actually right. And it wasn't the first time Tyrion did it too, because he did it back in Meereen too. It looked a little awkward, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. It kind of like the whole scene looked a bit off. It looked a bit off, and the Wraiths looked kind of like suddenly they stopped being all killy and vicious when they saw the baby. They kind of considered attacking it almost. They were like, "Do we really want to kill a baby right now? Isn't that a bit too much?" And then they killed them. It was a whatever scene. I mean, I could live without it. Definitely. So far, most of the scenes, I understand why they're not in this. They didn't make it in the show. Okay, so hopefully in season 8 now we don't get hit with copyright. She was upset when they disrespected Dany, then they saved her. I mean, what? It's supposed to like give them props for saving Missandei because She told them, yeah. She told them something very obvious, by the way. Like, imagine them not saving her because she told them they would be dead without Daenerys. Yeah, it was nice to see. Yeah. I understand, Heather. Chuck! Hello, welcome. Oh, you're just stopping by to say hello? You've been watching from the other room, enjoy the rest of the stream? Well, we appreciate it that you dropped by the chat. And we got the Chuck seal of approval in the chat for this stream too. It's always needed. Glad to have you. Yeah, I'm a big moose. No, I understand what you mean, Heather. Yeah, it was nice to see. Okay, now I'm a bit scared to like not get copywritten again. New verb. Copywritten.
They do make a handsome couple.
You overestimate.
Let's lower the volume a bit for safety.
Jon and Daenerys don't want to listen to lonely old men.
Not that old. Not as old as him. Our queen respects the wisdom of age.
Of course she does. Respect is how the young keep us at a distance.
Okay, we've seen this, so might get copywritten at this as well. So let's fast forward a little bit. Wait, what? That was a scene, or is it the same scene? Okay, this is the deleted part. Who is this kid? My queen, that did you so dirty. Look at her. What was that? What did he do? What did this bitch do? Was that meant to be disrespect? At the one true queen? Mother of dragons? Did you just spit?
Your sister doesn't like me.
I'm disgusted right now. These are the people that Dany sacrificed dragons for? Fuck the North, man. Okay, we've seen this. We've seen this too. Let's not get copywritten. Is this a little girl scene? Or is this something else?
Lord, we're not soldiers.
You are now. Look, I made it through.
Pick up your sword and fight! Do you mean you're not soldier? You're about to die if you don't fight. See? Northern people, man.
Years without ever getting near a fight.
How many years?
Never you mind that. But then I survived the Battle of the Bastards, right outside these walls. If I can live through that.
Okay,
we've at the forge, right that way.
I think we've seen this. I don't want to get. I'm skipping through some of this because I don't want to get stricken again by copyright. And some of those are actually the scenes with just some deleted bits. Who the fuck is this? Are we supposed to know who this is? Am I supposed to even care who this character was right there? Okay, I'm good that they're gonna focus on Bran again, because who has a better story than Bran the Broken, bro? Who has a better story? I need you guys to find me one character in Game of Thrones with a better story. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. I think it will be very difficult to find a character that had a better story than Bran the Broken. I think it will be very, very hard. Chuck, you missed it. He tried to pull some BS acting like he was gonna apologize for his Dany stunning. Nobody was buying it. Ah! Some of you guys seem to be buying it in chat, Archangel. Some of you. But yeah, look at Bran. Who is he? Like, am I supposed to care? Oh, is she like the daughter of one of the houses that took over? The one, it was a boy and a girl, right? She's the girl. Okay, that was creepy. Bran could have prevented that from happening by being like, I see the future, if you go into these woods you die. But he decided to just sit there and look pretty.
Make every shot count.
Do we know if Bran hadn't fallen asleep with his eyes open? Wait, this is the scene that we saw, right? Marzos, good night, Marzos. Sleep well, get rest, get good rest, and of course the stream will be up, available for viewing at your own time. I'm so happy you were here. You were able to join us, and yeah, get some good rest. Get some good rest, Marzo. Yeah, this is the same scene. We just saw this. Okay, we'll wait. Here we go.
Lani hier kisir toganuda. Toluse oze bargon kostis. Palevilita. Lorijak on avisitili.
Look at our queen, being all queenly. And looking so beautiful. And they did her so wrong.
All of it!
Come on. No, not in one go.
Go on. I believe in you.
We have to celebrate our victory.
Vomiting is not celebrating.
Okay, this is a scene from the show. We don't want to get copyrighted. We don't want to get copyrighted. Okay.
I was wondering if I might be excused. I'm not feeling very well.
Did he?
Oh no. Is it your stomach?
She knows.
Or a headache?
She knows.
Yes, a headache. Go.
Well, there are some treatments for that headache. and a fire wing woman. Like, how much can a woman do? Fighting a war, riding dragons, being a queen, being a wing woman.
That's right, you did.
Wait, look at that face.
You did.
Look at his face. Look at this face. Look at how excited he is. Look at. Hold on. Look at this.
Saw him riding that thing. That's right, you did.
Look at his. Look at his face. You know what? Tombone is such a. He's an underrated. I underrated him. He's comedy gold, low key. He's comedy gold. He's beautiful. This is your guy, Heather? No, he is super underrated actually. I love Tombone. He's hilarious. He's hilarious. Did he have this? Did this expression happen in the show? I'm pretty sure it didn't. Or I would. Oh mine, says Heather. I'm pretty sure I would have made this the thumbnail if it actually happened in the episode. So I'm sure this wasn't in the episode. But yeah, this is incredible right here. Look at this shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, a blooper collection. Okay. Let's see. Is this the one that we saw? It can't be, right? It must be a different one. He looked at Brienne like that a couple times. Okay, now this were in the video that we watched.
A message to the good masters of Astapor, the wise masters of Yonkai, and the benevolent enslavers of.
No, we saw this. We saw this. As funny as it is to see Tyrion fuck up the word benevolent. Okay, we saw this too.
Come on, ready.
Okay, we've seen most of this.
What do I say?
What? Oh, we've got to there already. Oh, sorry.
In 3, 2, 1.
Look at that face. I wanted to see this because of the face.
What's the punishment for regicide? Drawing and quartering?
Okay, we see this too. He chokes on the smoke. That's funny.
Benevolent. Tell me, can you little birds get a message to the good masters of Astapor, the wise masters of Yonkai, and the benevolent? The benevolent.
Benevolent.
The benevolent. Fuck me, guys.
You don't partake?
Oh, I partook. Now I'm married. Prince Oberyn, if I may, a word in private.
When would the wedding... When would the wedding take place, in your mind?
Can't remember.
Oh, fucking hell!
Missandei. Missandei, right? Missandei. Melisandre. Melisandre.
I'm so glad he said this, because I remember when I was first watching, when I first saw both characters who were introduced, I am certain I said Missandei in place of Melisandre and Melisandre in place of Missandei a few times. I'm almost certain I did.
Benioff. No! Throw!
now that I
Here he almost, Oberyn almost died. Casually.
ought to put on a dress.
To thank the gods for bringing to an end the recent...
You made a sacred vow.
I was trying to get back. Ooh, no.
Yeah, we've seen this.
Sake, mate. This pie is dry. Oh, come on, eat it. Hurry up, this pie is dry. Oh, come on, eat it.
I'm a Khaleesi, not a queen. Sake, mate.
Yeah, that is a White Walker. That's crazy. Yeah, we had seen most of this. One good thing about Hot Dog, they get the languages down beautifully. Do they do a better job than Dany though? It flows beautifully in Hot Dog. What have we done? Okay, you guys have told me that I need to check out Jaime and Brienne interviews, so Archangel, you got so close to getting banned. So close.
You're a lucky man.
People are very invested in either Brienne and Jaime. Other people are very invested in Brienne and Tormund.
Which one were you guys? Brienne and Jaime or Brienne and Tormund? I would much rather see Brienne and Tormund than Brienne and Jaime. I feel like Brienne and Jaime was a great friendship. I didn't know how I felt about their sex scene in the final season. I always kind of viewed them a lot more like a mutual respect type of thing, and not really a lovers relationship. But then Tormund, it was so one-sided that there was literally nothing there. Actually, it was just his imagination. So I guess there really wasn't anything to go off from that point of view. Tormund, have I been calling Tormund Tormborn this whole time? Anyway, Brienne and Jaime. Okay, so we have one Tormund, one Brienne and Jaime. What's that? Torien? Heather, what is the combined Torien? Tormund. Okay, I'm stupid. Okay, Brienne and Tormund. So we have two Brienne and Tormund and a Brienne and Jaime. So far, Tormund is winning, and I would have to agree. Actually, I think Brienne deserves them both. Oh god. At the same time, Archangel, or separately?
That's like me. I'm one of those guys.
Your team, Brienne and Tormund?
Yeah, I think it just... And also, it's difficult for them to hide the attraction when you see it. And it's... I think Brienne needs that in her life. A man who can take care of her and hold her like no man has ever held her before. And he is a bear of a man.
Look at your face. Look at your face. This is like, what is she seeing in Tormund that I'm not? Look at your face.
And he is a bear of a man. Tormund, what do you think? Am I supposed to? I mean, I don't want to spoil anything.
What I think is that I think it's so interesting that a character in the show, one of the female characters who's not deemed conventionally attractive in any way whatsoever, has incited so much interest over her love life. That is what I find interesting, and I like that it's come later in all of these seasons too, because really we focused on the kind of choices Brienne has made, her actions, her fighting, the way in which she's overcome the obstacles in her life, and then this is a sort of bit of gentle comedy which I'm enjoying exploring too.
Do you have a preference as
Notice how she didn't answer?
To be honest, I would like to see Brienne with Daenerys.
Yes! 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 Speak on it! Speak on it! Yes! Guys, is anybody that did not fall in love with Dany? Is there anybody that she did not charm? Like, I could not agree more. I could not agree more. Branny? Drian? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Heather, you are pushing it today. You are really pushing it today. Brinaris? Listen, leave it to Brienne to know where the value is. I love you too, Heather. Leave it to Brienne to know where the value is. Listen, they are both, listen, Tormund, Jaime, good looking dudes, I can't lie, right? But can they ride a dragon? They cannot ride a dragon, so is there even a competition? I don't think so. See, Brienne sees what we see. And by we, I mean logical Daenerys followers. You're all for Daenerys? Okay, you're getting back to my good side. You're getting back to my good side. Because it's just so good, right? Right? I can imagine Brienne holding Dany in her arms, protecting her. That's actually so cute. That's actually so cute. I was not expecting, I'll be honest, probably the last answer I was expecting, but I should have been expecting it, if we're being honest. If we're being honest. Because it's Dany. Come on, it's Emilia Clarke. First of all, it's Emilia Clarke. How can you not love Emilia Clarke? Like, let's be honest with ourselves. And then it's Dany on top of that, like, come on. So Brienne would kill Jon? You know what? I can see it. Brienne versus Jon, 1-on-1, I'm taking Brienne. See, if Brienne was there, Jon would have done nothing. Jon would have been scared. If Brienne was by her side, if she was by Dany's side when Jon went to confront her in the throne, he would have been too scared to do anything because Brienne would have broken him in half. Second person, she lived and lost by the knife. She loved and lost by the knife. Or are you talking about okay, I see where we're going with this. But wouldn't it be technically third? Because also Caitlyn was also decapitated with a knife. So like we have Renly being stabbed by the demon baby with a knife, then Caitlyn, and then Dany. So that's 3. So, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe Dany would have died regardless, because everybody that Brienne tries to protect dies eventually. So that's also a thing. But I love that answer. That was a brilliant answer.
I want to talk to you woman to woman.
Okay, let's see.
Is it a bad thing that I'm starting to like him as a character? Is it bad?
No, because I think you like him because
What season was this? Was this the final season? Girl, you're late. You're late in liking. You started liking Jamie now? If these are like the
I
last
think
seasons,
so,
you're
too.
late.
Because he did push a little boy out of a window, even though I was asking someone else and they tried to do a mind warp thing on me and say, but did he? I said, now you guys have me all confused.
No, he did.
Oh, what in that
He did.
scene could have been some kind of dream sequence or something abstract.
Right.
Well, then the whole show could be.
Right. Also, that's it. That's the finale.
Wow,
Everything was a
spoiler.
dream.
And
You
it was
gave it
all
away.
a dream.
It was all a dream.
Brienne wakes up and
Still a better ending than Bran the Broken and Sansa being queen and king. That says a lot.
the aisle with a. Oh, I had the weirdest dream. Oh my gosh, she does it again.
And it's like current, present day, and he like walks down the street
Yes,
of like
it's contemporary.
New York City, and that's
Yes.
it, and that's the end.
Yeah, that's exactly
All
it.
right. So
And
that's
and then Brienne meets her girlfriend Daenerys, and they go for a drink.
Yes! keep Drian alive. Keep Briannaris alive. My new sip in this show. My new sip, actually. Like, why wasn't I doing this? Why wasn't I sipping? I didn't know. I was clueless. I thought that we only had like limited options. I thought it was only Jon or Naharis or Zora, but we knew it wasn't gonna be Zora. So, if I knew that Brienne was in the mix, Brienne nice forever. We would have had double queens, bro. We would have had 2 queens on the throne. They said there was never a queen of Westeros, but we would have had 2 of them. We would have had 2 of them. And also, if you guys remember, Heather, you're in my fucking mind. I was just going to say, if you guys remember when Yara made the pass on Dany, Dany didn't reject it. And in the books, Heather will tell you because I have not read the books. But apparently, in the books, something happens that also might lead us to believe that it's possible. And we know that Dany loves women, because all men must die, but we are not men. Are we all making the connections here? And then who kills her? A man kills her. See, we're not shit. Men, we're not shit. It should have been Brienne all along. It should have been Brienne all along. See, we should have known. We should have known. We should have known. We should have known. It's also clear now, unless Brienne turns on her. Why would Brienne turn on her? She loves her. She clearly loves her. Like, why would she ever turn on her? See, like I've seen in my life 2 Christie interviews. In both, she has professed her love for Daenerys. It's literally 2 for 2. Maybe Brienne sees Dany murder King's Landing. Dany murdering King's Landing as a phrase is funny. Maybe she sees Dany murder King's Landing and says, wow, this goes against the code of my honor, and ends up being the one to kill Dany. See, the love connection that I'm seeing right now, it just wouldn't be possible, because they are literally soulmates right now. So I don't see it, Aurora James. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Like, way to go, Gwendoline Christie. Am I saying that right? Is it Gwendoline? Gwendoline? what is his name? It's a beautiful name. Remember when we was discussing like children being named after Game of Thrones characters? Now this is a name that could have easily been in Game of Thrones, and I would never question it that it would be a Game of Thrones name. But here she has that name. It's a great name. It combines Gwen and Dolin. Beautiful name. But please continue.
Yeah.
So it's not you two, it's
her
you and Daenerys.
Yeah.
I'm mind blown.
The silence. No, I feel the same way. I'm mind blown too. Gwendolyn.
I don't even.
Makes sense though, right?
It makes sense if you think about it.
And we did the science here live. We did the science, and it does make sense. So yeah.
Think about it.
Who's scarier, Cersei or the Night King?
Cersei.
Oh.
See?
The Night King.
You think?
Is he in character right now? He's trying to defend Cersei? Because it's clearly Cersei. It always been Cersei.
Cersei, she's soft as butter.
Oh, good lord.
Okay, I have to. What is going on here? Is this a new thing?
These are
they
they're off white.
blood?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. See, you don't.
But why do you?
It's a part. It's a part of the shoe.
Someone's shoe.
Yeah.
I just don't.
What's that?
It's actually part of the design.
It's part of the design. It's off-white. Yes.
Collaboration with
What just happened?
Nike, and that's
yeah.
Because it's a comment. I mean, you receive it however you want, but it's a postmodern comment on consumerist society.
That you paid how much for?
I don't think it's
I
time
was
to make
gifted.
a judgment about
I'm not gonna lie, but here's the thing.
No, hang on a
Here's the
second.
thing.
Hang on a
Here's
second.
the thing.
Would you like?
Here's the thing.
Would you like to ask
thing.
questions about the show?
Here's the thing.
Hang on a second. No, wait.
Let's talk about my shoe.
It's a comment on post.
Just derail the
consumerism,
horizon. You love it.
Whatever you said, and that's just how much was the shoe.
Well, here's the thing, though. It's really the resale market that gets the prices up. It's not the original price. It's the resale market. You see, I'm being counted down now, and my producer is going to sign. And I'm not.
Get some more
So
minutes.
now you have to tell me what happened in the finale. So you have to tell me. You're talking about my shoes.
That laugh though. What? I don't know why. This is a super villain type laugh that she has right here. It's a great laugh. It's just jarring though.
Now you have to tell me I want the truth.
Brienne wakes up and it was all a dream.
I don't care what you signed. You've already been paid. I want the truth. I need to know. I need to know who wins Game of Thrones.
I'll
tell me now.
I'll tell you when we shut off the cameras. I mean, I don't care. I'll tell you.
Bran the Broken wins and Sansa, for fuck's sakes. Love the laugh. Yes, it's a great laugh, but imagine hearing this laugh when you are alone at night in your house. That's a crazy woman laugh right there. That's what I'm saying.
Because I feel bad now about the shoe.
No, I wouldn't have touched someone's shoe. That's just
I didn't touch a shoe at all.
It's part of the design of the shoe.
But they look really cool though. I would take off the tag. If my kids did that, I would say, "Listen, you gotta take off the tag."
So you have so look into the camera and tell Virgil Abloh of Off-White that you have a suggestion for his shoe.
Oh, these are Virgil designs?
Who was it?
Virgil.
I love the shoe. The tag needs to come. Why is it? So is it?
I'm
still
so sorry.
I like the
that
tag.
He's still
Listen,
speaking.
I like the tag.
I'm just old.
I can only apologise for the time he's
You know what?
wasted.
I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind about his character. I no longer like you as a character.
Yeah, you shouldn't take your. I mean, the person. Jamie is a great guy. I mean, I apologize
you
for
on the
this.
other hand, but Jamie,
I might not be
Jamie's
nice,
an incredible.
but Jamie is such a good guy.
Jamie is an incredible guy.
Honorable, and he saved the world.
Okay. Real quick before.
Let's get back to your questions.
Before I get wrapped up, and you know, today is my first day, and look at what you're doing to me on my first day.
No, that's your first
I'm not gonna
day.
get the content on my first day.
No, that's actually great content on your first day, actually.
Real quick.
Yes.
This has been going on for a while, not the shoe comments, but Game of Thrones has been going on. Now you've wrapped up. What was the mood, the last scene? With the cast, with everyone?
Well, it was that weird thing where you over the course of 3-4 months, you had a constant people leaving. You know, so you had these big teary-eyed moments where people would like say goodbye and get the big applause, and
you guys better well
not necessarily die, but also
die.
people had the last scene, right? So it was very special and very moving, and then now we're all here together again.
I cried for 2 hours. I was absolutely inconsolable. But it just wouldn't stop.
Same.
It just wouldn't stop. Everyone was deeply emotional, you know, whenever they rapped, because it's an unbelievable thing to have been a part of, and it's changed all of our lives, and
yes.
and it has deeply resonated with all of us because we all watch the show and love the show and can't believe we're really a part of it.
Right.
So it was very, very emotional. But also, it's come around so quickly, and I'm so delighted to see the fruits of all that hard work, because we filmed for a very long time. So it was bittersweet, you know. It was painful for it to be over when it's been so significant, but also the idea of something new is always exciting.
Yes.
He keeps looking at her
One more
suit.
extra, hit the subscribe button.
Nicolas kept looking at his suit the whole interview. he really was perplexed. Archangel, why was your comment redacted? What did you do? What did you do? Did you talk shit about Dany? Because that's the only acceptable reason. Her laugh is awesome. Her laugh is really good. It's really good. When we are in the proper setting for it, it's really good. Is it true that Kit went into a care home? I don't know, is it? After the shoot because he couldn't handle it? Is that why he couldn't handle not being Jon Snow anymore? I mean, I kind of get it, actually. Rehab for alcohol or other substances.
Yeah, I'd love that. Yeah.
Wait, what did they do? We asked. Interview each other. Okay, this will be good.
Yeah, I'd love that. Yeah. What was Jaime's high point in this series, from your perspective? And by that I mean series as in Game of Thrones, and I mean series.
No, I understand the question. Thank you. That's a great question. I think the high point was just before he met Brienne of Tarth. No, I think, to be fair, I think for Jaime as a character.
Actually, this is a good question, guys. So, what do you guys think was Jaime's high point as a character? And I want you to say specific scene that you felt was the best Jaime scene. I think that we might all be in kind of an agreement here. I do think the best scene that he was a part of, and in terms of his character and his performance, was the bathtub scene with Brienne, funnily enough, where he tells his side of the story about King's Landing. Yeah, Archangel, yeah. Superb acting right there. Award-worthy acting. We are in agreement? Yep. I think it kind of like stands out. And he was fantastic throughout the whole show, but it does stand out. That's where his character kind of peaks. Because it's also during the first moments where we start to like kind of sympathize with his character as well as viewers, and it kind of grounds his whole persona and character in our eyes as well. So yeah.
When it was meeting Brienne of Tarth.
And why do you think that was?
Well, because it was a bit of a disaster, of course, because meeting her meant he suddenly stepped up and thought of someone.
That's an interesting one. When he armed Brienne and armored her and promised to keep his oath. Okay, Yeah, this was good. Like, there was a big moment for his character. Yeah, I get that. But I wouldn't say that it was like the peak of Jaime, though, in the show, right? Well, I guess this is your opinion. You're completely right about your opinion. Oh, that was your next one, Heather? Okay. Do I not remember that scene well? This is the same scene where he gives her pod, right?
The family. And he, when she was about to get raped, he stepped in and that, lost his hand, and that changed his whole perception of self, and that thus he has become the better man for it.
So what would you say she's done for him?
That's.
Would you say she's made him a more likable character, more human character, someone that audiences can connect with more? Do you think they would come up to the actress that played Brienne of Tarth and say, I didn't like that Jaime character before you.
No.
You made him likable. You did.
No.
Do you think that?
I think it's more like that thing when, when you break an arm and it mends and the arm will get stronger. It doesn't mean that it's nice to break it. It's still painful. That's what I meant.
Okay.
I don't have a question.
You can tell that they became good friends during the shoot.
What? No, I shouldn't start doing it. I was about to make something up. What? If you could go back and change one decision Brienne made over the seasons.
What is it with the actors not knowing the names of their characters? Let's talk about this. Like, okay, I get it. I mess up names all the time. But I wasn't like shooting this or reading scripts 24/7 for like 8 years of my life. Was he about to call her? What was he about to call Brienne?
If you could go back and change one decision, Brienne.
Brienne? Who is that? Brienne?
Made over the seasons.
What's my name? What's the character name?
Brian. If you could go back and change one decision Brian made over the seasons, what would it be and why? Brian of Tarth.
I think Brian would have got together with Tormund much earlier and cut out a whole storyline that sort of started around season 3.
Great. So.
Next question.
That's a great answer.
Who would you like to see on the Iron Throne?
I would like to see Brienne of Tarth on the Iron Throne.
And why is that?
Along with Dany.
I think she would be an honourable and just ruler.
That's such a wonderful answer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Would you rather Brienne have what character or actor do you wish
Hello?
you could shoot scenes with? Who?
Can you read?
What's happening?
Is there a character and actor you
Does Nikolai wear glasses?
That hasn't worked with so far. See, this is what I have to deal with.
That I haven't worked with so far. I really wanted to work with Tywin Lannister. I really.
We didn't get any Brienne and Tywin scenes, that's true. Tywin would have been great with so many characters that we didn't get to see him interact with. Actually. He would have been great with Jon. Having an interaction with Jon. I feel like. I mean, obviously everybody's great with Dany. And it would have been interesting with Dany because he was the reason that her father got backstabbed. And all of her family brutally murdered. But yeah, I'm actually mainly thinking of Jon, actually. Who else am I thinking of? It's kind of sad that we didn't get him and Jon. Ned, Robb. We didn't get to see time with Ned or Robb. And I mean Robert the King, not Robb, the warrior, the child of Ned. Robert the King. I remember Tywin saying that Robert used to pat him on the back a lot, and I wanted to see that. And Ned for obvious reasons. Yeah. The bathtub revelation was mind-blowing. Jaime saved hundreds of thousands of people. Wait, Jaime's a hero? Yeah, it was. Very much so. Although, again, I remember when we watched the history and lore of season 1. I believe that Jaime does the narration of that specific event, and I remember since then, like, I'm like, okay, it kind of like it clearly it was a very logical and humane decision by Jaime to kill Aerys. I personally never saw, because of what we learned about the Mad King and his reign, I personally never saw it as a kind of like a bad thing that he was the Kingslayer. If anything, I found it a cool title for somebody to have. I was kind of I almost had a brain aneurysm rather. I was surprised that they were kind of like using it as a slight. I mean, you're a Kingslayer. I always thought it was cool. And again, because of what we knew about the Mad King, I always saw it as kind of more a heroic act than anything else. But then when we found out the specifics of the story also, yeah. Because we found out that Jaime's motives, at least from what he said in that moment, which turned out to be true, was that he couldn't just sit there and watch him kill all these innocent people. Which is kind of like the main thing that I got out of the scene. Jaime's motives behind doing it. Because it could have been like self-serving motives, right? Which would have been still overall better than not killing him, but it wouldn't be heroic per se, because it would have been done for selfish reasons. The fact that he did it for unselfish reasons is what makes it heroic. And again, based on what Jaime says. Because there's always this slight possibility, for whatever reason, that Jaime kind of like, he did it mainly because he wanted to not kill his father, because Mad King told him, you need to kill your father. So that's one reason why he did it. And then about saving the people. And I'm saying that because there is a scene in season 8 where he talks with Tyrion, and was it Tyrion or somebody else? I think Tyrion, where he says he doesn't really care about the people, which kind of like says that entire viewpoint of Jaime caring about the common people. But that could just be horrible writing. I always thought that being the Kingslayer was a badge of honor, considering the king was slain. Yeah, but you know, it's the code of honor that existed. It is the biggest lie in Westeros history. But the supposed code of honor that existed, right? Where it's like it's dishonorable for a king, specifically a king's guard, to kill the king. I hear they call you king killer. Yeah, it comes off aggressive, but it's still, you know, badass.
Really wanted to spend a lot of time with Tywin Lannister and work with that character, because the actor Charles Dance is absolutely exemplary, hilarious, brilliant. He's
exemplary. I need to add that to the vocabulary.
Masterful.
Exemplary vocabulary.
He's an absolutely exceptional actor and an acting legend.
Thank you. How?
Isn't it my turn?
No, I have a question.
Can he read? Can he actually read words? Does he know how to read? I think Jaime said that about not liking people just at the front. As a front? You mean, Mama Cat?
How important in your personal growth has working with Lieben?
Can you read? Are you okay? Do you want me to read it out? Like we do with your line. Shall I read it out and then you repeat it and that's how you learn it? Should we do that?
I'm so proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
You've done so well.
I really appreciate
When
that.
we started out, it was a struggle the first few years, but you've really grown.
I want to thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome.
But can he actually read? Do we know? Do we have any certificates that can prove that Nicola can actually read words? I don't think he managed to read one question out of his paper there.
Get ready, it's about to go. Get ready, it's about to go down.
Wait, is this a 9-minute compilation of them? Okay. Why not?
I'm Gwendolyn.
Yes.
How are you?
We're good.
Scared about that kazoo.
Oh, you've noticed the kazoo.
I'm worried about the kazoo.
That means...
I'm scared of the kazoo.
It means...
That's what it means.
I have one kazoo. One of you needs to play the tune.
I'm not touching
Theme tune.
I've actually
Backing
go
vocals.
into anaphylactic shock if I have to have anything to do with the kazoo. This is so wonderful.
He instantly starts playing the Game of Thrones
I'm going to give you
soundtrack.
5 points.
I'm anxious about the kazoo.
The kazoo is out.
The kazoo is out.
I have a feeling a lot of favs are gonna die, and I'm not ready for it.
Favs?
Faves. Favs? Faves? What do you say that?
Favs. Say favs.
Favs.
I mean, I don't blame him.
Well, a lot of
Like,
favs.
you can't read
get
that
ready.
as
You should get
favs.
ready, right?
So I think we start to explore more of who Brienne of Tarth is as a person and her own wants and needs and desires.
Oh.
House
Lannister.
Lannister.
Brienne is completely the reason Jaime became a likable character. This is like you could have written it. Did you write
Right?
that?
We just saw her claim that in the previous interview.
Also, Nikolai likes to work on making me feel really vulnerable and not at ease. So a lot of that's quite close to the surface and quite raw. Yeah, close to the surface.
Really, just boiling.
Yeah, you might say.
You want to keep it on a simmer.
You might say
all the time.
excruciating. I mean, you could say that.
Was
yeah.
Jaime actually dyslexic in the show? Is this a thing we know in the books about Jaime? So you mean to tell me Nicola was so in character that he just picked up Jaime's dyslexia? Is that what you're trying to say?
My heart. Sorry. Eric. Sorry, Eric. I'm reading the word it as my dragon.
Okay. Horse. HBO spin-off.
You see, we are one and the same. Me and Christy, we're on the same.
Dragon.
I don't even know what the question was, but...
Okay. Horse.
Dragon.
HBO spin-off. Brienne of Tarth and Jaime Lannister's adventures in Westeros. We've already pitched.
Shot it.
We shot it, yeah.
We've already shot it.
But it's
We've already shot it.
HBO didn't want it, but
We shot
Netflix
it-
is going with it.
We
so
shot
it's
it
all
in season 3, but they put it into the series to save money.
I like us.
You're pathetic.
So pathetic. Self-obsessed. Just stop talking about yourself.
Has anyone ever told you you're as boring as you are ugly?
Yes, they have. Has he said it to me?
Yeah,
Was it-
Jamie said it to Brienne.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I
really?
was right. I was right.
1 point.
They're all going to die. Well, you know what? We
It's a
are
theory.
all going to die, and it's something that you have to come to terms with and make the most of each day.
Have you come to terms with that? Mortality?
Guys, let's get deep for a second.
Yeah, I think I have. Have you?
No.
Really?
Not really.
Why?
I don't want to die.
You don't want to?
I know, I will.
Are you going to be cryogenically frozen? Just the head. Can you afford just the head?
They
or will
don't
you
have
go for the
anything
full
that-
body?
That laugh.
Should we just discuss this between ourselves?
Is it Ramsay Bolton? Very.
It's Tyrion. It's Tyrion. Tyrion.
Nope, that was Ramsay Bolton.
Just sedate themselves for at least a year to process the grief.
It's good. It's good, strong advice. Wow, that's really dark. How would I choose her to die?
Allow your imagination to run riot.
Old age.
Oh.
Now it's your turn.
I would like your character to spontaneously combust.
Yes, it could happen.
Eric,
It could
hurts
happen.
my heart knowing Jamie ain't winning this thing.
How?
But what
Eric,
he is winning at
you
is
know
eating
nothing, Eric.
nuts. What?
He knows nothing. He doesn't
was
know
that?
that I'm not winning.
Thing you did then, that noises, those noises.
Well, go
Was
with
it an impersonation?
No, I would never do that.
Was it an impersonation of someone?
No, it's just because I'm eating.
Ice or fire?
Ice.
You once mentioned that the scenes you loved best were with Nikolai.
It was. I've subsequently decided that's incorrect, and anything not involving Nikolai has proved to be
Horrible for her.
a lot
just
more
absolutely
enjoyable,
less enjoyable.
and less strange.
But you know what? You're so good in our scenes.
I was just gonna ask, how would you describe each other as a scene partner?
Really unreliable.
She's really helpful,
toxic,
supportive,
The contrasting answers.
and really caring and loving. The little boy who was still breastfeeding when he was 8.
Oh my god.
That was pretty disgusting. And I'm sorry. I'm
You
just
always bring this up.
because I thought it was very shocking. And the other one was.
You brought this up relentlessly over the years.
Well, clearly it made an impact in my
Well,
psyche.
it certainly did. Do you enjoy snacks? You don't strike
It's
me
it's
as
kind of
a
comforting knowing that the actors watching the show had the same reactions that we did, because absolutely, that was a shocking image of the nipple sucker that ended up being alive and well and ruling in the end. That whenever I think about pisses me off. But it's comforting to know that the actors had the exact same feelings towards the show as they were watching it. Tan said that Jamie will switch his words around and that he really worked on it to help him read. Tywin? Yes, true. You're right. I remember now. You're right. Yeah. Tywin said, yeah. Right. Your daughter? Kylie's dyslexic, so I knew what Tywin meant about Jamie. My girl graduated college as valedictorian with a 4.0. I don't know what a 4.0 means. I'm guessing it's really good. But yeah, the being dyslexic actually is kind of like, I don't want to be like, I haven't read up on this, but you know, I think at least the people that I know who are dyslexic are actually very smart people. So you know, it's just how your brain kind of like rearranges words in your head and you can't properly read them as they're written sometimes. Basically straight A's, is that a 4.0? Great job. Or better, like an A+. In America, the average out your grades, 4.0 is the highest. Okay.
That does snack. But it's snacking on nuts, but it's a healthy option.
Oh no, I can't.
Drogon?
Begins with an R. The other one. Which is... is Rhaegal.
How did you call him?
Is...
What did you call him?
Begins with an R. The other one. Which is... is Rhaegal.
It's funny because for the life of me I could not remember the other two dragons' names outside of Drogon. It was like it's Drogon and then what you said. I could not remember them. Straight up.
All this time I thought that he nannied.
No, that was late.
Ser, the singer, is dyslexic.
He brought you up.
Yeah. I saw how well he did with my daughter and I asked him, could he do that for me as well? You can.
No, I can't.
Maybe not now, but you can.
I can't.
Oh, come on.
Quite good.
I'm not. I'm really not.
Who
There's
can,
no
who can
one.
she do?
No one.
Okay.
I don't think there is.
No, I'm not going to say anything. No, I'm not.
Is he asking you to do impressions?
No, sorry,
It's gonna stay
no.
off camera.
Yeah.
Jon Snow. She does.
You do Jon Snow.
Yeah. You do.
Go on, please.
You don't have to. But she does.
She does a good Jon Snow. It will remain just between the two of you.
Light Echo Jack says,
It's really not gentlemanly to eat while doing a television interview.
I've noticed Nikolai doesn't give a shit about a press junket. He doesn't care. He does not care. He'll eat while answering questions. He'll question people about their shoes and eat up the question time. This is actually, if you are actually smart about media and stuff, this is better. He's the perfect person you want as an interviewer at a press junket. He creates the moments that get people to watch the interviews. Because, you know, we can see actors answer the same mundane questions over and over and over again. But, you know, when they're actually like Nicola here, it's press junket gold. It's the best you can get, honestly. But I've noticed he couldn't give a fuck about a press junket.
Well, have you ever thought of me as a gentleman?
Good point.
Okay, Robert Baratheon, Joffrey Baratheon, Tommen Baratheon.
Yes.
There was a time when do you remember that thing when you had to sail me? And you had to get
This was awful. So I'm wearing the car. It's season 2. I'm not really au fait with the car at this stage, and I'm just trying to do a good job. But on this day, I was going to be paddling Jamie down the river, and so they'd given me a wetsuit to wear under the car that was too small. So the spine was under intense compression, and also Nikolai's in the boat, and he's saying, "Can you hurry up and do this because I'm trying to get back for my daughter's 7th birthday."
The presser!
I've got a plane to catch. You can't say I've got a plane to.
The presser! What? Don't put your daughter's birthday on me. Don't put your daughter's birthday on me finishing the scene. You knew that it was your daughter's birthday and you are here for a shoot. Don't put this on me. Don't put your child's happiness on me doing the scene right now. Hell no.
And I was really nervous. And you're saying, do you know what you're doing here? And I was really, really anxious. But I didn't realise how much you enjoyed it. So I'm just glad for you for that.
She's 15 now.
That's wonderful. She's developing and leading a life.
It is wonderful. Do you do that when you read a book? You don't go, oh, I'm just gonna rewrite this book.
I think it's just a question, you know? Maybe you want to answer it.
I don't have...
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck.
I had lots of different ideas about things, but that's one of my fondest memories. And I remember because you were doing a scene, and I came in and I said, "This is amazing," and you said, "Yeah, I'm just waiting for my smoothie."
What was it like filming your last scenes on the show?
I became a mess.
And for you, how was it? How was the last moments?
He cried as well.
Did not cry at all.
He did cry.
I mean, you must have known it was coming, though, right? When you start this show, you I guess you don't know when it's going to end, but you knew it was building up to a moment. I mean, did you feel any kind of?
I don't feel.
I don't feel.
Basically, power corrupts, but also as human beings, we're somewhat predisposed for that thirst for hunger and for domination. But it's also, I think, good to reflect that being civilized means transcending those base desires.
Now contrast that with what he's gonna say. He doesn't give a fuck about the press junket.
Because of the dynamic of the oh God, I think that I think because of the dynamic of the dynamic of that relationship was so strong that I expected to see more of it, and I was a bit saddened that there wasn't more of that, you know, because it's such an interesting combination of people to see together, and also the
Loki kind of like talking to the writers right now, like, why didn't you
but
give
also
us
how
more
that goes up and
Brienne
down.
James scenes?
And I wanted to see more, but then I was having a lot of fun playing that. Thank you to my team. Thank you to my team.
Why were they holding a Ned Stark photo? What? Out of context, this have been very crazy. Out of context, what the fuck does this mean? What the fuck does this mean out of context? We have no idea. Gwen needs to play a witch in something with a laugh? Absolutely. I mean, she probably already has. Let's be honest. Yeah, your interview is not going to go as you expected, but you're going to get some good footage. Exactly! That's the best kind, guys. That's the best kind. Panos, have you seen any Addams Family movies? I want you to watch Wednesday. The Netflix show, Heather? I actually have not seen any Addams Family movies. Should I see the movies first and then do the show? I think Gwen does play a witch in a show with Lyanna Mormont. She's the dean of a witch school. See, obviously with that laugh they would have casted her as a witch. As a child through teen, Macaulay modeled, but was afraid she couldn't remember the lines for acting. Did she not pursue acting, Mama Cat, because she was scared of that? Oh, it wasn't her actually? Was she in Wednesday? Is that why you brought it up? Mama Cat? Is she a witch in Wednesday? She was? If you watch the movies, it will give some insight to the story, but it's not necessary for the series. Okay. Are the movies good? I know of the Addams Family, obviously. I have never seen the movies, but I know of the Addams Family. Are the movies good? Are they worth a watch? Because I'll watch them. Why not? Why not watch them? What so, we had here... So I had...
I want to talk to you.
So... so what I'm thinking... Can we do this, or will we get shot with copyright, bro? I don't know. I want to do some of this behind the scenes things, but I feel like we might get hit with copyright. Okay, I actually want to really do this first.
Game of Thrones is
kind of small. Oh wait, does Jimmy Kimmel have copyright things? I don't know. We'll see.
Most popular show on television, but with so many characters, plots, and locations, it can be difficult to keep track of what's going on. Now there's help with Game of Thrones. For just $2.99 a minute, our certified experts will give you the answers you can trust.
Game of Thrones.
Who poisoned King Joffrey?
No one did. It turned out to be a bad clam. Remember, you have to tap the shells to make sure they're alive before you cook them. It's clam 101.
No question is too awkward.
I have a crush on my brother. What should I do?
Nothing. It's illegal and immoral.
Wait, Lena Headey has tattoos? That's the first time I noticed. Do we just not see her arms in the show, or have they removed them? The Jamie picture. Right here. I like it.
Moral to act on those feelings. On the other hand, if he's hot, go for it. Game of Thrones, how can I help you?
Too personal.
Game of Thrones, how can I help you?
I think I have.
Also, has he lost weight? He looked bigger in the show.
Are your genitals swollen and tender?
Yep.
That's chlamydia. Game of Thrones, how can I help you?
Too intricate.
Hello, Game of Thrones.
I wanted to ask Maisie Williams how the whole face swapping thing works.
Okay, I'll just go and get her.
Okay, I'll hold.
That's good.
Hi, it's me.
That was good.
Yeah, so first you start off by cutting off the face.
Or too intrusive.
Can I have your HBO Go
Okay,
password?
and Hodor is filled with tattoos. What the hell?
Hodor?
Our friendly operators are here to help.
Game of Phones, how can I help?
I just wanted to say that I hate you, you are sick, and you are just awful.
You know I have caller ID. See you soon, Gary. Game of Phones, how can I help?
And give you clarity.
Yes, when Sir Davos got his penis cut off.
Whoa, you're thinking of Theon Greyjoy. Davos had his fingertips cut off, his penis is fine.
I'm pretty sure he got his penis cut off.
My penis is perfect. You want me to show you my penis? What? Game of Phones. How can I help you?
A small but diabolical clause in their HBO contract requires them to man our phone banks and cut George R.R. Martin's lawn. Don't white walk, white run to your phone today to call Game of Phones. $2.99 per minute or $5.99 per raven.
Oh, thanks.
Call today.
No habla Dothraki.
Thanks for watching. No, habla Dothraki, really? Really? Who thought of that? Have you seen the Starbucks scene? I've seen the picture. Is there actually like this? I can find the scene with the Starbucks cup in it, and is it in any way? Do they notice it in the end or something? Cersei Lena on Jimmy Fallon. He gives you silly lines to deliver. Okay, we'll do the second hotline.
By all of the crazy
Mama Cat, I confuse the two all the time too. Like
twists and turns in the final season of Game of Thrones. Don't just sit there. Call Game of Phones, the only Game of Thrones helpline staffed entirely by actors from the blockbuster series, like Liam Cunningham.
Game of Phones, how can I help you?
What does Kit Harington smell like?
He smells like a mixture of old yogurt and Axe body spray. It's a real turn-off.
I knew it.
Game of Phones?
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Oh, that's so original.
Isaac Hempstead Wright.
Can you
I wonder if Lena gets that actually by fans, because that would actually be annoying. Imagine going to meet and greets and all of the fans just going same at you. I wonder if she does. I would not enjoy it.
Left my keys? I've searched the whole house.
They're in between the cushions on your couch. Would you like to know how you're going to die?
No, definitely not.
Mad cow disease.
Oh, no.
Game of Phones.
John Bradley.
Hello, Game of Phones. How can I help you?
Yes, why did Gandalf choose Bilbo Baggins to accompany Thorin?
Wrong number. You're looking for Lord of the Ringtones.
Oh, my mistake.
Nerd.
Maisie Williams.
You expect me to believe a 90-pound girl can defeat an army of White Walkers?
Listen here, you little I know where you live, and I'd be happy to add you to my list. Thanks, Todd. I shall see you very soon.
And Sophie Turner.
How would you say the books are different
And she
from
didn't
the
take
show?
on an army. She just killed the Night King. She didn't take on an army.
Well, the books are full of words that you read, and the show gets me paid my Game of Phones.
Don't trust those other Game of Thrones helplines that give you one-word answers.
Hodor.
Call Game of Phones, just $2.99 a minute.
So
and here's
dumb.
a special bonus.
The first 20 callers will receive a Theon Greyjoy penis snow globe. Absolutely free.
Call today. Not responsible for caller death or disembowelment.
Just call or die.
If you like that video...
These were silly. As expected. Okay, so also there are these that I kind of wanted to check out, which are kind of like quick and short. So, which other characters would the Game of Thrones cast want to play? I thought this was interesting.
If I could cross-gender and play Tyrion, that would make me very happy.
Not surprised that Emilia Clarke would pick Tyrion, actually.
First would be Tyrion, because I think he is the most complete, wonderful character. And then I'd like...
This is just Tywin PR right here. Charles Dance wants us to know that he has no problem with Tyrion. Don't confuse me with the character. I like dwarves.
play that one.
Although, no, Tyrion is probably was until they kind of like dumped him down in the later seasons. But he probably had the meatiest, I think that's a correct term. His character did have like the most to do, kind of, in terms of acting.
Dragon lady, who I never get to meet, because she was on the other side of the world.
I'd probably play Daenerys because she's kind of similar to Arya in the fact that she's sort of a tomboy.
And then Arya, for whatever reason, hates Daenerys. And it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. Because, listen, she knows, Maisie Williams knows.
I'd probably play Daenerys because she's kind of similar to Arya in the fact that she's sort of a tomboy and she rides horses and a strong, independent character. But she gets to wear really cool outfits and stuff. But I wouldn't give up Arya either, so...
I think that Gwendolyn Christie's part playing Brienne is amazing.
Guys, was there a love story that we didn't know about? Because I know she's going to say Daenerys, and now we just saw Emilia say that she wanted not Brienne. She specifically named the actress, so there's definitely a love story that we don't know about. I think Tyrion had the most scenes throughout the series that appeared in the most episodes. I wouldn't like that. Would make perfect sense. I can't think of a character that was probably... It's either him or Jon, probably. If we're being honest. It's either Tyrion or Jon. But Tyrion had the benefit of intersecting both storylines. For like a good part of both storylines. Both what's happening with Dany and in Westeros. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Women hate each other, that makes total sense. Ottawa James, we're literally seeing the biggest womans from bromance, but womans that could possibly ever exist. So that is instantly being shut down. Because look at this. Because look at this. Look.
I think that Gwendolyn Christie's part playing Brienne is amazing.
Either Jaime Lannister or Cersei Lannister.
Okay, why does she have to ruin? I set it up perfectly. And then you're just gonna lie. We all know you wanted to say Dany. She's trying to save. She's trying not to make it obvious. This is all she's doing. Cause why did you have me like hyping this up and then you just don't mention Dany? This was all wrong. I did not expect this. He was in 67 of the 73 episodes. He was not... The most surprising to me is that Tyrion was not in 6 episodes. Which episodes were those? That he was not in.
I would love to play Ygritte or Jon Snow or anyone who has a sword. Brienne, I'd love to play. She's pretty awesome.
See that I see that both as Lena wanting to play those characters, but also it kind of like it works for Cersei also, because Cersei always said that she wished she was born a man so that she could kill people with swords and be a fighter and warrior. So I like that answer. That was a very on point answer for both the actress and the character. I like that answer. She didn't want to be Dany, but to be with her. Heather, why are you so smart, Heather? That is 100% the case. You are so right. 100%. Because yeah, me too. I wouldn't want to be Dany. I want to be with Dany. So yes, yeah, true. Very, very correct.
I'd like to be Tyrion because he's an intelligent guy and he's got balls. I think I'd go.
Out of all the reasons, like I mean, okay, yeah, he's the intelligence part, but because she got balls, There are 3 eunuchs in the show. Every other character outside of the women have balls. Sander. That's not a Tyrion specific characteristic.
The opposite of what Jon is, I'd go for a villain.
Ooh.
So I'd love to play, as much as there are villains, I'd like to play Joffrey.
Like, could you all even imagine Kit as Joffrey? Could it even work? Face structure wise? I don't think it could. Now, I could see him playing Ramsay though. I could see Kit potentially playing Ramsay, a Ramsay-like character at least. But not Joffrey. Joffrey needed to be a very specific cast. Sorry to the actor, but it needed to be a very specific looking kid. I think Ramsay's actor originally tried out for Jon. It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, he would probably make a better Ramsay. Definitely better than a Joffrey. Who would say Joffrey? What the fuck? Archangel, to be fair to Kit, he did say he wanted to be somebody the total opposite of Jon. So, since Jon is the ultimate good character in Game of Thrones, then he would have to play the antithesis of that, which is either Joffrey or Ramsay. Yeah, he has too much of a, I don't know if sweet necessarily is the word, he has a nice guy face. Which could also like work if you were wanting to use that, you know, it could deceive people, and then he could turn out to be a crazy maniac, which would work for Ramsay, as we said, because initially we did meet Ramsay and he was presented to us as a good character. So yeah, I can see him playing Ramsay. I could never see him as Joffrey. I could also see him playing Euron. Right? I could also see him playing Euron. But that would just be a waste of an actor. Right there.
I've always thought Jaime, my brother, is a great role.
Jaime Lannister. Just because I love his character, he's so complex and he's a bad guy gone good.
Sansa had a crush on, on Nicola. Let's be honest.
My brother is a great role.
Jaime Lannister. Just because I love his character, he's
How
so
old
complex.
is Sophie Turner here?
He's a bad guy gone
I'm thinking
good.
this is season 5, because I think when did 4? Season 4, because Charles Dance said that he never got to work with Dany because he dies, and I think he dies at the end of season 4, right? So this is season 4.
The Joffrey character is a good character. He's so evil. It must be fun for Jack.
We have Archangel. We have 2 Joffreys right now.
He seems to have a lot of fun anyway.
It would be Joffrey. It would be Joffrey.
Archangel, we have 3 Joffreys. And we have 3 Joffreys. Archangel. Probably we have 3 Joffreys. He has the most. He has been picked the most out of everybody. Crazy. But yeah, Sansa definitely had a crush on Nicola. Definitely. I'm stunned. Listen.
A lot of fun anyway.
It would
Sometimes it's fun to play just straight up evil people.
I love him. I think it's...
Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say that I love him. See, now she is by herself on this one. She just walked like on the weirdest hill that she's willing to die on. But it would be great fun to play Joffrey.
Character is incredible. He's so vindictive and just evil.
Okay, I was gonna hold you right there because vindictive is not the right term to use, but evil is the right term. Evil is the term you need when describing Joffrey. I mean, Joffrey was a fantastic actor. Yeah, absolutely. To play, yes, it would be so much fun. Outside of the death threats and people hating you. And having to quit acting because of how much people hate you. But outside of those things, I'm sure it was a lot of fun. Which character belongs to the Iron Throne? Now, if all of y'all don't say Daenerys, I don't know. I'm gonna start ranking these characters accordingly.
There's absolutely no doubt who should and who will. Daenerys.
How much are you willing to bet this is the only time we see Glenn give an answer in these videos too? They just needed him to come here say that Dany should be on the throne and
Daenerys Stormborn.
And move on.
Oh, yay! Yes, I think that's Sajora. And
Emilia is just being nice, because what the fuck? Nobody wants to see Nobody wants Jorah on the throne. What are you talking about? Respectfully.
Daenerys
Was he next to her?
could have a bum cheek each.
I actually, as the series progresses, really like Varys. I think Varys is much smarter and much kinder than we first thought he was. So maybe Varys.
Okay, I'm not
Or Jon Snow, obviously.
I'm just gonna go to Jon Snow.
You were wrong. It went to Bran fucking wheelchair. That's where he went. It went to.
A bit of loyalty towards that character, so I feel I can't really go any other way.
Well, I would have liked to see Rob on the Iron Throne. He was always my candidate for it, but stuff
Okay, so Rob is dead.
happened there that we don't talk about anymore.
Okay.
I think Hodor should be on it.
See, this is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous.
Sure.
Yeah, I love you, Hodor, but this is just ridiculous. My king, what do you think we should do with these spare lands that we need to? Do we auction them? Do we use them to harvest them? Do we build on those lands? What do you think we should do with these lands? Hodor. See, it just wouldn't work. It's just a ridiculous proposition, I feel.
I think
I don't understand why nobody gives Hodor a pencil and some paper. This is actually such a great observation, Ottawa James. Why will they not allow Hodor to speak? Why are they muzzling Hodor? Give Hodor a pencil and paper, please. There are rumors that he's a secret Targaryen Blackfire. Hodor is? Now that's just nonsense. not the butt trolling. Varys, okay. Now Varys, I can see it. Because he was not from Westeros. He was, as he said multiple times, a foreigner. So I can see Varys. And he doesn't have hair, which could be,
I think that would be the fairest option.
I think I would like to see Arya on the throne. I think she has gone through a tough time and she's a very feisty little girl and she deserves it.
Jon Snow should be
I
on
did
the
not expect
throne. I
Hodor
think
to
he'd be a
sound
fantastic
like
leader.
that.
Anybody but Joffrey, really. Anybody but Joffrey will be fine. If you go in any direction from Joffrey, you're going in the right direction.
Hodor should win the throne.
Why do we have two Hodors? Why? Why is that the answer? I get it for the lols, but come on. Right? Because he's not stupid, he just can't speak. Exactly, like, what are we doing? Your comment has made me mad, because why did they not allow Hodor to speak? Why?
I think
He kept his head shaved, you think, so that people wouldn't notice his hair? That's a cool theory.
Because he's got good leadership qualities.
Let me replay what he just said.
Leadership qualities, I think, win the throne. Hodor should win the throne, I think, because he's got good leadership qualities and sound political policy. So I think he'd be a very good leader.
I don't think anyone should sit on the throne. It's clearly not working for this world.
He almost had it. Nicola almost had it. He almost had it. So close. Well, actually, no, he did have it. Because technically, nobody sat on the throne in the end. Technically speaking, obviously. Because Drogon burned the Iron Throne. So technically, he actually got it.
They should just, you know, what do you call it? Dissolve the whole monarchy.
It's a tough. I mean, I'd love Bran to, because that would just be great fun.
So actually, the character of Bran was written based on Isaac Hempstead, right? Because he obviously foresaw himself sitting on the Iron Throne or being the king of King's Landing, as we can clearly see here. Otto James, I think this confirms it. I think he clearly is the three-eyed raven, and we should all retract our statements about him, because he clearly is seeing us right now as we talk shit. And this is actually a very scary proposition, because what the fuck? Unless they had... The only way that I could see this is if they had hinted him at it at some point, because that's a crazy ass guess. In season 4 to be making this guess? Seeing Bran having so much expressionism, right? His sacrifice of flesh could have been because of his royal ties. Ooh. Right? What the fuck?
I'd love Bran to, because that would just be great fun.
Well, one of them got what they hoped for in the ending, right?
I think realistically...
Right, realistically though, it really wouldn't make sense for it to be Bran, right? Because the story is really not heading towards that direction at all. His arc isn't really heading towards that direction at all, and there are so many better options for that throne, right? Realistically, says the kid, who clearly isn't a writer, but can realistically put himself in the position of said writer and be like, nah, Bran would never.
Gonna happen, so I'm gonna go with Tyrion.
This is so funny. This entire thing is funny. This is funny. This is so funny.
Because he'd bring an element of humour to Westeros that I think is lacking.
I think Tyrion.
Probably Tyrion.
I personally, Charles Dance, not Tywin Lannister, would like to see Tyrion on the throne.
I think my character Tyrion should sit on the Iron Throne at the end, although he's going to need a lot of help.
Daenerys Targaryen.
If nobody else is willing to say the truth, she needs to say the truth. Because there's been too much joking around in this entire video for my liking.
Daenerys Targaryen. It's getting close to the vote now. I think it's time for me to be honest. I think Dany should be ruling.
And what did they do with this information?
Daenerys Targaryen.
It's getting close to
What
the vote
did
now. I
they
think
do
it's time
with
for me
this
to be honest. I
information?
think Dany should be ruling. Now I think
Do
it's
you
time for
see
Tyrion.
the smile?
It's getting close to the vote now. I think it's time for me to be honest.
Do you see the
I think Dany
eyebrows?
should be ruling.
They said, fuck that. Do you know what the people really came to see? Bran, the wheelchair, ruling the Seven Kingdoms, and Sansa, Cersei, ruling the North. The thing that pisses me off the most about Bran is why his hair neatly carries season 8. Archangel, the thing that pisses me off the most about Bran is that he ended up being the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Supposedly George R. R. Martin agreed that it was Bran who ends up there. Okay. Well, clearly he doesn't know shit about Game of Thrones. Tyrion would have been a good choice, I think. He'd been alright. What, there was a hair salon in the third? Maybe he got it cut when he went to Winterfell. Was it cut before he went to Winterfell? Maybe he cut it on the way there. Yeah, realistically I think Tyrion would have been the best choice. Actually, Sam would have been an excellent ruler. Sam and Gilly as king and queen all day. Sam? Gilly? I mean, okay, they would be okay. Excellent? I don't know about excellent. I think excellent is kind of pushing it. I think excellent is kind of pushing it. Don't you think that Sam would have very much similar to Tommen been a pushover for a lot of his reign? Right, Heather? Don't you think that Sam would have been a bit too kind to be a king? Didn't we see how that worked with Tommen? Also, what happens? Does he put Gilly and his children above his rule? If, for whatever reason, his decisions are in conflict with what Gilly might want, or little Sam, does he actually act on the benefit of the whole, or does he only look out for Gilly and baby Sam? He has long hair the whole time, then suddenly it's short after being in the wilderness. It's annoying. Yeah, but it's the least annoying thing that I can point out about Branning in the last seasons. But yeah, I understand your grievances. Don't forget about the new baby too, right? And he's already head over heels about the incest baby with Gilly and her father. Don't forget. Now it's his own seed in there. It's over. First of all, that child will be spoiled like hell. Sam has seen some shit. He killed White Walkers. He killed Rights. He killed Thens. He stood up and risked his life in defense of women and children. He stood up and risked his life in defense of his woman and his children. No, I'm not gonna sit on Sam. Obviously, he would have been a good king when we compare him to the kings that we saw during our Game of Thrones watch. I wouldn't say he would have been a better option than Jon Snow, though. No way. And without counting the last episode, the part where Dany bears King's Landing as canon, he wouldn't have been a better king than Dany. I don't think. He's been to war more than once, he's highly educated and learned man, and has proven himself to be very diplomatically inclined as well. I mean, diplomatically inclined. Yeah, you're not wrong. Now that I'm thinking about it, you're not wrong. Because he did do kind of Jon's diplomacy for him while he was at the wall, low key, right? Then what else? Mainly that, right? Mainly that comes to mind right now. I mean, yeah, as I said, he wouldn't have been a bad king. Absolutely, he would have been a good king. He would have been better than Tommen. A lot better than Tommen, because Sam actually does have a backbone. That is true. But in my opinion, worse than Jon Snow or Dany. So he would be kind of like in the, not middle, he would have been upper echelon, but kind of like, and Tyrion. I feel Tyrion would also be a better king than Sam. He wouldn't have ruled for long. Yes, that's how I see it. I feel like if it's Jon, he has a long, successful reign. If it's Dany, she has a long, successful reign. If it's Tyrion, he has a long, possibly the longest, successful reign. Sam, he would have been kind of like being able to taken care of easier, I feel like. And let's not count out the fact that he has others that he cares for in terms of like children could also be used against him. Jon doesn't have any kids. Dany has her dragons, which she considered kids, but well, she only had Drogon by the end. So like, can you really threaten her that you're gonna kill Drogon? Well, good luck, right? Tyrion doesn't have any kids, so they don't have that emotional attachment that somebody could potentially use against them, right? But I'm not here to argue that Sam wouldn't be a good king. He would have been a really good king. I just never really saw it in Sam's future. I don't think he would care to be king at all, right? He would have been a ruler that was wise and reasonable, but also able to make hard decisions when necessary. A king that was kind, but willing to go to battle when necessary. Yeah, that's true. I'm not gonna argue against that. That's true. I can see that. Yeah, he would have been a really good king.
My one piece of advice for my character is to drink far less wine.
Okay, I was scared that he was gonna be to drink, because I'm like, oh, Tyrion, don't say things, because in the later seasons your character seemed to be permanently drunk.
Or in some instances, maybe a little more.
Oh, she said it.
Trust yourself.
Keep shady.
And only yourself, Dany. Only yourself. If you see a good-looking, dark-haired, curly-haired man professing his love to you while you are in the Iron Throne room. Do not trust that man. Never trust that man. That man is a liar. He's lying to you in the worst way possible.
Don't mind what they're saying about you. Stick with it.
Yeah, I feel like that's where she wavers. She doubts herself, as we all do.
Pick wisely the woman you fall in love with.
If you wanted to get...
Sorry, I was fed up.
As we all do.
Pick one.
Oh, he was fed up. Glenn was fed up. He was like, I can't believe that this man has reached such levels of friend zone. Get the hint. Find another woman to love. Dany does not love you that way, man. I love this answer. This is such a good answer. This is such a good answer. This is the perfect answer for Zora, actually. This Zora to say she has bad taste in women. That was almost a diss at Dany. Don't ever do that again, Archangel. Don't ever do that again. This was so funny. This was so good.
That's where she wavers.
This was hilarious.
She doubts herself, as we all do.
Pick wisely the woman you fall in love with.
If you wanted to get home, then to keep your mouth shut a bit more.
Perhaps listen to his new wife and start, taking social welfare more seriously.
Use his gut instinct. Stop overthinking, stop overanalyzing situations, do whatever feels best, not what you think is best. And when he does that, he usually comes up good with the results.
To embrace her femininity and find the full strength in that.
Smile more. I would probably give that.
That's good. Okay, my favorite two answers, Zora and Kit.
Same advice to myself, maybe. So, it's advice from Kit to Kit and Kit to John, I think.
One piece of advice I would give
Stop drinking.
is winning is not the only option.
I'd be careful who you trust. Knowing the people in Westeros, I think he can trust his little friend Bran and his party, but outside of that, I don't think he can trust too many people.
Can you trust Bran? He's the reason that you had brain damage and could only say Hodor until you died trying to save Bran, and then Bran didn't even say thank you.
I think definitely he has to listen to what Jojen's saying and definitely go ahead with all that rather than sort of go back to the wall or to Jon or anything, because I think it's about time he sort of does his own thing.
Try to get away from King's Landing.
Maybe not taking herself too seriously.
Didn't work.
Don't trust creepy old men.
Stay away from fire. No fire.
And also fireproof your clothes.
It took me a minute. I was gonna be like, Dany, fire doesn't hurt you, but her clothes, meaning she had enough of being naked on screen, apparently. That's what she meant. If you read between the lines. Every king has children. That's how the lineage passes. That is true. So yeah, Jon and Tyrion would have had to have children at some point, but they didn't have any at the moment, so you could always find loopholes in that way. Perfect timing. Okay, so what other things do I have here? I'm avoiding the HBO one like the plague. I did this. Is Peter Dinklage's Emmy Award-winning speech worth a watch? So that we can bask in Tyrion's success a little bit. Has any of you guys seen it, or is it just gonna be some cliche words? I kind of want to watch this just because Tormund is in it. You haven't seen it, Heather? But I do know that these awards thingies are very heavy on copyright, so we might not have to watch this because it will probably be taken down. Let's see this.
I'm gonna do that one.
Of course you are.
Okay, Light Eco Jack says, to think that the White Walkers wouldn't have been such a numerous threat if Craster would have stopped having incestuous relations with his daughters. Light Eco Jack, piece of advice, get a life, dude. Get on with your life. That's from, like, series 1. It's when I was 4.
Oh, this isn't a very inspired
Ryan, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, but look at the facial features of the Night King and tell me if it doesn't look like Bran. I have a feeling he is the Night King in some form. He is not the... And tell me if...
First of all, I just realized that this was Varys. I was like, who is this dude? What difference hair actually makes? Crazy. Also,
it doesn't look like...
The Night King kinda looks like Bran. The Night King looking like Bran. The Night King looking like Bran. Night King... Bran. Night King, the Night King looking like Bran, he said. The Night King looking like Bran. Oh, god damn it, give me a good Night King picture so that we can compare. See if it actually does look like Bran or not, because I actually never quite tried to pay attention to if the Night King looks like Bran. Do you guys see it? Do you guys see any relations with their faces? I maybe see the nose. Actually, I kinda maybe see the nose. Hold on, he might be, the commenter might be onto something. Archangel, you're leaving, Archangel? You gotta watch a Bulls game with your man. Have fun, Archangel. Enjoy watching the Bulls. You always said it. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. So you all agree that he looks like Bran? Okay, I mean, I'm not saying that he doesn't look like him. I never really thought. If anything, the Night King to me always looked like Tywin a little bit. I always thought it was like Tywin, not Bran. I never really got Bran from the Night King. But I mean, I guess.
like Bran. I have a feeling he is the Night King in some form. He is not the Night King. Shut your face.
If I see his theory one more time, I'm going to cry.
Shut up. Tensiborg. They all died. They would have said so. So I bet that ginger guy is still alive and got out, even though I don't like him.
Well, the ginger guy is sitting here. Tensiborg.
Movie Melee. Theon is suffering with PTSD.
Yes.
He's not a coward. If he fought Euron, then he's dead.
Exactly.
Running was the smart thing to do.
Agree. You little coward.
Abdominator, row, row, row your boat. Gendry down the stream.
I've thought of that before.
I thought it was genius.
Isaac Iwazaki. The reunion I want to see is Ned Stark's
Oh wow, that's actually the name.
with his
Crazy.
body. Yes.
Wait, what's the
Union I want to see is Ned Stark's head united with his body.
Yes.
Yes. I miss Ned Stark. I still.
I know.
Zonked 90, Sir Davos is the real MVP.
That's correct. Let's move on, shall we?
Matthias Mayland. I love that they casted Asbæk. That's me. He's one of Denmark's most talented actors right now.
Really?
What about all time? No?
Say your name, Asbæk.
He's from Denmark? Actually?
It's actually French, Danish. It's Jean-Philippe Asbæk.
Jean-Philippe Asbæk.
Asbæk, which means little fella, Pilou.
Sydney Ellison. I'm going to shit myself. I'm so ready. Well, diapers is an option.
Oh, that's the best one.
They have diapers for going on.
Scotty Greeley. Everyone asks, who is the Night King? But nobody asks, how is the Night King? I actually really love that.
That's such an old joke, though.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? Maybe that's all he needs.
It's a really good question.
Do you know what I mean? Just ask him how he is. No one's done that in years.
Natasha Skoglund. Varys with luscious hair looks like the CEO of a business company. I'm shook.
How did you see me? You're fired.
Darth Vader.
He does look like a CEO. Wait a minute. He does look like a CEO. He does look like a fucking CEO. He also looks like a CEO that you don't want to be the CEO, because he actually looks kind of like he would fire you. He actually looks like he would fire you, actually. He does look like a CEO. Wait.
Darth Vader, I'm going with Bronn as new king of Westeros. Oh, you mean he's going with me? He thinks I'm going to be king.
Did he just say Westeros? Do I have the pronunciations wrong? Or do they have they not learned anything in other years in the show?
He should be the king.
That's quite
interesting.
Interesting, and I'm not going to say anything, but you're onto a good thing there, I think.
Dumbass panini mippy. Panini mippy. I have a feeling a lot of faves are gonna die and I'm not ready for it. What am I gonna say? Oh man, poor dumbass panini mippy. Not everyone's gonna live, I think.
I think that's fair to say.
Gerb. F***ing casuals, only watch the show for the battles. Gerb, I love how they're in quotation marks, like the battles are in quotation marks. Like they're sort of
You don't think
not
much
real.
of the battles in the show.
Each to their own, and obviously there's some really committed fans out there, but don't hate on the casuals, if there are any.
No, I think they're basic.
Hi, eudaimonia. I'm still upset that Tom Bombadil didn't make it into the show.
Who's Tom Bombadil?
Google him.
If you like that video,
Who is Tom Bombadil? Who is Tom Bombadil? It's not Westeros. Right? That's what I'm thinking, guys. Whoa, do these people watch the show? The mispronunciations are out of this world. Okay, I do need to watch this. I feel like it's a great topic. Favorite scene partners.
Leaving this show is leaving a part of me. The people are just gonna take Peter, gonna take Natalie, gonna take them all. How can I rule 7 kingdoms
If I can't control Slaver's Bay, why should anyone follow me?
You're a Targaryen. You're the mother of dragons.
There's an ease that I get with acting with Ian Glenn because he's been my pal the whole time. There's been my one,
makes
my buddy.
perfect sense.
Shambles, John, and shambles. Ian is an incredible actor, and he is an incredible mentor. He's just helped me as a person on a really real level. I'm gonna start to cry. This is ridiculous.
My favourite actor to work with was Rose Leslie.
Obviously,
really special.
I mean, let's start with Dany. It makes sense for Emilia, obviously. As I said, she was literally, I think, he must be the one that she had the most screen time with, right? Wait, hold on, this is part 3? Okay. But yeah, it's specifically this question, so that's what I care about. It makes sense. It makes sense. Not surprised. Obviously,
You know I didn't have a
obviously not surprised here.
I always knew who I was. She is one of the best actors I've worked with, one of the most instinctual, and we really kind of had a great chemistry together, I think.
I should have stayed in that cave.
You know that he had to say that she was one of the best actors.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Who will he say? I will say either. Ooh, this is actually tough. Tyrion is tough. I think it'll be one of 3 characters. Either Bronn, the actor that plays Bronn, either Nicola, Jaime, or kind of like it. People might not think of this, or maybe they do. I don't know. Cersei, Lena Headey.
I really miss Charles Dance, who played my father, Tywin Lannister. We had,
or he might just piss on all of my options and just say Charles Dance. But you had like what 3 scenes with Charles Dance though.
such a great
4.
chemistry and great friendship.
Well, no, more than 4. What I'm talking about, because no, he was involved in many scenes where they were both together. I'm thinking of the one-on-one conversations.
Tyrion.
Okay, I can see it. I can see it. I can see
on-screen
it.
relationship.
Who taught you that shite?
The greatest sword.
Obviously, Sandor.
Syria Farrell.
Okay, that it is. Yeah, Varys I could have maybe said also. Although they were like together for kind of like shorter periods than he was with the Lannisters. Tom Bombadil is an amazing mysterious character from Lord of the Rings. Okay. You have a weird little theory about him, but I won't get into it because just don't get me started. I won't.
From Rory. He doesn't come off like actory. The nature of our scenes have just been really, really great fun to work through.
You're afraid of fire. You look like a scared little girl.
I mean, if she doesn't say him and if he doesn't say her, what are we doing?
It was a lot of fun.
What are we doing?
Gwen and Lena, they're just brilliant and very, very different. And then, of course, the characters are so different, which makes it fun because it's a kind of a different version of Jaime you get to see.
This isn't a war we can win.
And the same, you know, with Dinklage and Jerome, very different.
Okay, first of all, how many times is he gonna say different? And also, he just named 50% of the actors he was in scenes with.
Versions
smart man.
Jaime there. I mean, they're all great.
There's so many people I haven't had chance to work with, but
that's not the question, Lina.
And Nikolai, I
See, I knew it. I knew it about her and Pete, and obviously her and Jaime.
Working with them, and Charles Dance, and Jack Gleason.
So the Lannisters, obviously. Look at Cersei thinks he's sleek. Cersei, Lena Headey / Cersei thinks he's sleek. Look at her only naming Lannisters. So Cersei of her.
And Conleth. I think those were my.
Now here's the difference. The difference maker.
kind of nucleus, and I loved every minute with each of them. It's gonna make me cry.
I always ended up in a very small unit of people, and luckily they were some of the best people I could have hoped for. More than anything, the friends I've made on this show I will have for life. Ellie, who played Mira.
Lovely.
Christian Nairn, who played Hodor, is one of my best friends.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, I really, really enjoy working with John Bradley.
You saw this in a vision.
So it was fun getting to do that scene with him back again in season 7, because we have a good laugh.
Okay.
Sansa, come here, little dove.
Is he gonna say Cersei?
I
Lena
always
Headey?
loved working with Lena.
Okay.
What are you doing? Praying.
Living up to the mini
Perfect, can't
Cersei
you?
reputation.
Praying. Just watching her and learning from her was the best drama lesson I could have ever hoped for.
Look at this! Literally, Sophie Turner learned from Lena Headey, and then Sansa Stark learned from Cersei. How beautiful is this? Cersei's just poison. Woof. I mean, you're right, but woof. These are some strong opinions, which you're right, by the way, but woof. That was saddened to look at chat and read it.
And if the city should fall? You'd like that, wouldn't you?
They both know that they hate each other, and there are these scenes where they're both pretending to be nice to each other because there are other people around. And it's so funny because you can see underneath they loathe each other.
You know, I saw this young actress come on set.
Songs and histories from the Seven Kingdoms.
Thank you, sir.
And she just took on a massive role. And pulled it off. And the most beautiful thing about Emilia, she has no idea how good she is. She genuinely has no idea. And she still has no idea. She's always sort of vulnerable, which gives is part of her great gift.
Couldn't have said it better.
Wonderful actress, but she's also a wonderful person.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't be. All I've ever wanted was to serve you. And she deserves all the good things that Thrones, you know, will bring her.
Tyrion Lannister was right.
I love you. She's a very good friend, and I love on and off the set with Emilia here.
Where was this? Why was even this giving friend zone for Zara though? Why did you have to end with we're really good friends after you were in awe? In awe from your comments. These are so funny because they're like how are they somehow reflecting the actual show? It's like they did it on purpose. I still don't know how Emilia Clarke filmed 2 different seasons with brain aneurysms. I mean, I'm saying we can't keep just talking about the greatness, the greatness of Emilia Clarke. I mean, this is just one of many reasons why I love her. I mean, 2, not 1, 2. She almost died 2 times, and then she did the role such justice, only to be met with the disappointment that was her ending. I mean, it's just heartbreaking. I learned quite a lot from her, right? Right, Heather? You see it. Mini Cersei, you see it. Okay, he has to say Arya, obviously. I mean, come on.
It's too late. Oh, I loved the time with Maisie. Maisie was brilliant, so clever, so on it.
Really good.
That whole road trip stuff that we were doing, that was just a joy.
Who would pass the bloody gate?
One of my favorite scenes in the show.
And his traveling companion,
When they told
Arya Stark.
them about Her aunt being dead.
You disobeyed my king, your father, and now you're paying the price.
I
Okay.
don't care, you're my friend.
He's gonna say
Sure,
Serene.
right.
Really?
I had a
This
couple
is
scenes
straight
with
out of the
Serene that I
freaking
loved.
show, bro.
The most delicate and physically damaged person who hasn't had any love in her life, certainly from her mother and father. And to have her level of humanity and decency and cleverness and brightness, he just treats her as an equal. And I really like that aspect of the relationship that they had.
You're late. I thought you weren't coming.
In a sense, they're almost like a husband and wife, because she teaches him and scolds him and points him in a direction.
You'll never read well if you move your lips. That's how children do it.
And they're obviously drawn to each other. I mean, I think in a sense, Davos would most definitely be looking for a replacement for the son that he loved and lost.
Yeah, that's a lot more like it.
I've been very
husband and
lucky.
wife
I've had
comment
some
threw me off a
really
little bit.
wonderful people to do scenes with. But I think in terms of my favourite scene partner, it'd have to be Kit. Kit was the first
Come on,
person I ever had an
give
acting
me something.
relationship with
These
because it was
have
my
all
first
been very obvious though. Hold on, look at the wall. Look at the transition from. Remember how this was in the show? They would walk here and it would be just endless, just. It would be the edge of the world almost, and then you pan out in the set, and
Kit
it's
was
like
the first person I ever had an acting relationship with because it was my first job.
so anticlimactic.
I think that the friendships that you form when you are a bit scared and a bit uncertain and treading unfamiliar ground, they're the ones that tend to stick because you cling on to each other for support.
Facts, actually.
So Alice is going to make me fight again tomorrow, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
I'm not going to get any better, you know.
Well,
You can't get any worse.
it can't get any worse.
You know, he was the first person that I clung to for support in a very uncertain time for us both.
Sam, are you in such a hurry to lose a hand?
I didn't touch her.
No, you just want to steal her. What do you think Craster cuts up for that?
Can't steal her. She's a person, not a goat.
Have you shot your final scenes yet?
Is this the interview where Emilia Clarke kind of like shades on Game of Thrones? Gandogan, you're gonna have to retract that statement, and if you don't want to get banned from my chat, you know what, you might want to watch the stream from the start. Short answer, no. Long answer, absolutely fucking not. It's called a shared trauma bond. Yes, that was actually very factual, what he said. Sam said his first day of shooting on Game of Thrones was his first time ever acting. Are you serious, Heather? He got his first acting job was Game of Thrones? That can't be right. That cannot be right. His first acting job? Maisie Williams had gone to only one audition, didn't get. Okay, she had gone to one audition before Game of Thrones. Okay. See, but it's different. I don't think that would have been her first time acting. Do you guys mean their first time acting obviously in a major TV show, right? Because like there's no way that like this is the first time acting like just in general. Because they are like literally actors. Like what are we talking about? On film, okay. See? That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense.
And are you
This is 3 minutes of the Game of Thrones cast being disappointed by season 8.
happy with how things ended? Yeah. She didn't say yes. You didn't say yes. Best season ever. It's the best.
Bro, like, come on, man. Like, you can see it in her face. How disappointed she was.
Without telling us anything, because I know you can't, are you all happy with the way with the outcome of the show?
Varys is not having it. They're not having it. They are not having it. And look at Bran. Obviously you're happy. Obviously you're happy. Obviously you are happy. Of course you would be happy.
The fray. It's a little bit Avengers Assemble. It's a little bit kind of like. Well, that was totally what season 7 was all about, wasn't it?
Wait, what?
Personally, I think with the show.
The fray. It's a little bit Avengers Assemble. It's a little bit kind of like. Well, that was totally what season 7 was all about, wasn't it? Exactly. Character development. Lob it all story. But it. I really need to shut up.
You're brave.
Oh my god. I don't know.
But that's what Joe's not going to be in Star Wars.
I couldn't let you go without asking you a little question about Game of Thrones.
Sure.
If you could describe the season finale of Game of Thrones in one word, how would you describe it?
Disappointing.
Disappointing.
Was this before? Was this before the actual finale? Was this before the actual finale? Did he actually say this?
Epic. I don't know.
Epic.
One of those ones. It's terrifying down there.
Did Kit really say this before the finale? How does it so bounce back up from that? How do you bounce back up from that when literally your face, the face of your show, is asked how is the finale of the show that you're in, and he literally, with a first, says that it was just disappointing, and you can tell it came from his heart right away, straight away. She went to the Game of Thrones audition, and all these girls were happy and joyous, and because she had such a tremulous childhood, she wasn't like the other girls, and I guess that's what they were looking for. I do need to find out about what Maisie's childhood was like. Heather, yeah, I'm gonna have to do that, definitely.
We're in a crypt. Nobody thought of that. He's bringing all the dead people back to life, and they put the women and children in a crypt with all the dead people.
Okay, so this I know I've read people and they mentioned this about them being in the crypt. This was not even top 5 stupidest Tyrion decisions, by the way, since she went with Dany. They keep bringing that up, and it makes sense that this would be a complaint if it was specifically stated that the White Walkers can bring, or the Night King can bring people back to life after they've been dead for a long time, first, and second, if the White Walkers hadn't killed them, or the Rats hadn't killed them. So he can just, if we knew, if this was established, that the Night King could bring back literally any dead person and use them, then yes. But where I will offer some pushback in this is that it's never actually like mentioned, ever. Like, I didn't know that the Night King can actually bring back any dead person to life, so that would include the people that were buried in that crypt. So I feel like that's a bit of a whatever to me. That didn't really bother me. Like, even if Tyrion here acts like that's a stupid decision, well, no, you've made so many more stupid decisions than that, as your character did. But this one didn't particularly bother
Women and
me.
children in a crypt with all the dead people. So, brah. Tyrion is smart, but I guess not that smart.
But I hate to tell you that unfortunately Barristan is gone.
Were you gutted about that on a personal level?
I was gutted because, I mean, a number of you I'm sure have read the books, and I've read the books. And I had reason to expect, oh, I've got a journey here. In fact, if I'm honest, I thought,
Is that
oh,
true?
I'm really looking forward to this season. I'm going to have more to do. I'm going to get my teeth into something I'm really looking forward to.
Ooh,
Did you have words?
He really was pissed. I haven't read the book, so I don't know. I wasn't really surprised that he died or really cared that he died. If I'm being honest, he clearly is upset about it. But again, probably if I read the books, I would probably agree with him.
Well, I did ask and give an argument why I thought Barristan should stay. But at the end of the day, I mean, you know, Dan and David, you know, they'd worked out what they wanted to do.
You know, if you've planned your book that the butler did it, and then you read on the internet someone has figured out that the butler did it, and you suddenly change in midstream and it was the chambermaid who did it, then you screw up the whole book, because you get this foreshadowing early on, and you've got these little clues you planted, now they're dead ends, and you have to introduce other clues, and you're retconning. It's a mess.
We hope to kind of...
Was she talking about them bringing Jon Snow back? Is that what George R. R. Martin was talking about? There are some short videos out there of Maisie and with Stephen Bartlett from Diary of CEO. Has a whole show like over an hour. I think that there are, you know, points I'm talking about. There are shorts. Okay. Mama, can you link them in the Discord possibly, if you can find them?
The whole book, because you get this foreshadowing early on, and you've got these little clues you planted, now they're
Yeah,
dead.
Heather, he's talking about them bringing back Jon. So is he not planning to bring back Jon in the books?
You have to introduce other clues, and you're retconning. It's a mess.
We hope to kind of avoid the expected, and Jon Snow has always been the hero, the one who's been the savior, but it just didn't seem right to us for this moment.
How do you feel about the way that it ends?
There are no better writers in television than Dan Weiss and David Benioff. They ended it brilliantly, better than I could have imagined.
Why is Tyrion lying like this? Why is Peter Dinklage lying like this in front of our faces? Oh, okay, Heather, okay.
You people are in for it. You
Not the close-up.
Are in for it.
Not the close-up. Not the close-up. Okay, guys. I'm gonna take a small bathroom break, and when I come back, what do you guys want? Do you guys want us to do the history and lore for season 8, or like do you want me to check out some more behind the scenes and stuff? You're going to head out, Ottawa James. Thank you so much for being with us for the stream. It's always great to have you. I hope you have a great rest of your Saturday and Sunday. And yeah, look out for House of the Dragon. Probably gonna be starting those next week. The reactions. Up to me. I'll be down for either. But I am hoping like to end the stream in like an hour. So you know we can fit both a little bit. Okay, we'll see. When I come back, we'll see. And we're back, guys. So, what have you guys been saying? 6 hours, not bad. Yeah, like a pretty solid time for my standards, I would say. We've had worse. We'd have worse. Check out Righteous Gemstones. It's hilarious. Is it Game of Thrones related? If it's Game of Thrones related. Or is it the show? Oh, it's a show. Okay. Not Game of Thrones related. But yeah, I'll give it a twirl, see what it looks like. No, it's a show, yeah. I saw it, James. I think we should end with the history and lore, so I'll see some more of these videos that I have here that I wanted to watch.
Hey guys, love the show like
Emilia Clarke on reading the Game of Thrones books.
everyone else.
So I'm wondering if she has actually read the books or
The
not.
show introduced me to the book, so I was wondering how many of you guys ran home after the filming of season 1 to find out what happened, or how familiar you guys were with the source material.
I know what happened.
David and Dan, are you familiar with the source?
I was shocked when I read the books. Shocked.
Yeah, well, after my first audition, I got the first book and devoured it in not too long.
Bro, look at Jason Momoa, guys. What the fuck?
I was ready to move on to book 2, but I wanted to be with Dany as we were filming season 1. So I was very much like, I mean, seriously, my copy of the first book is like taught. It's got all my notes in. It's, you know, like.
Okay, so she has read the books.
For a really long time. And then my celebration of wrapping season 1 was starting book 2. So I'm kind of gonna go like as that. Yeah. I'd really. All I want to do is just read ahead, but I'm trying to pace myself so I know where I'm up to. Yeah.
When I read the first book, I locked myself up for like 4 days. Actually read it, was blown away, and like right when it came to me dying, I just like was so in love with Drogo. I started panicking. I flipped through, and I'm like, no, and then I went to Barnes and Nobles and picked up the book, and I'm reading it, and I was just so mad at you. Fucking hated you, dude. I was like, fuck this.
Bring him back. Remember when I thought that his character was gonna be brought back at some point? I was almost convinced too.
Alright, do we have another question?
It's actually related to something you just said. Mr. Martin, why is it you're always killing off people's favorite characters?
Well, it keeps you on your toes. No, you know, I've always believed that I want people emotionally involved in my story, and when they're in a dangerous situation, just as you'd be in life if you were in a dangerous situation, I want the readers to be almost afraid to
Bye,
turn the
James.
page,
Bye,
not
James.
knowing
Have a
who's
good
gonna
one.
win, who's going to die. I mean, we all know books and movies where, you know, the hero may seem to be in deep trouble, but you know he's going to get out of it because, after all, he's the hero, or they are the heroes if there's a group. And those shows are fun, but they don't really involve your emotions, and that's what I'm looking for.
Okay. So George R. R. Martin was actually the host on those panels. Okay. Yeah, and I need to see this as well, cause. Okay, but it's HBO though. But it's uploaded on a third-party channel, so it's probably alright. Unless this is about the table read. Anyway, I'm very interested to find out what Emilia actually thinks.
It's so
natural for a person to retort to anger. And so that's exactly where she goes. And it's there. It's always been there. It's what's driven her throughout everything.
I guess I didn't see.
But also, this is like under HBO, under the promotional material for the show, so how candid can they really get? So I'm gonna have to also see what she says in other media as well. But let's
particularly that Dany would just firebomb the city.
There's a part of Tyrion at that moment that completely dies.
It's a really weird relationship that they have, and I think it's a really weird thing for him to process.
Here comes that familiar feeling of anger, and she doesn't do anything to choke that. She lives in it.
It doesn't matter where you stand, it's a horrific thing. And I guess Jon and Dany stand on opposite ends of the spectrum on that.
Jon and Dan.
It's this feeling that you could call Targaryen craziness, you could give it all of these names that it doesn't deserve, because it is just grief. It's hurt. And she has this ability to make that hurt a little bit less just for a minute. And here she is sitting on this ridge, and there's the emotion, and there's the feeling, and the feeling is to fucking kill her. Sorry.
I don't think that Grey Worm can ever really see Dany as the Mad Queen.
None of us can.
To him, she
None of
actually
us
has
can.
a very clear sense of what's right and what's wrong.
Because she does.
The final thing for Jon is seeing innocent people killed, and his own men start to go and rape women, kill innocent civilians, loot, pillage, and he can't stop them. This isn't a fair fight. This isn't honor. It's the moment that Jon sheaths his sword. You can follow me or you can carry on.
You need to fall back!
But I'm going. I'm backing out of this.
It didn't have to happen. They were ready to surrender. And if she had just held out a little longer.
If Tyrion had actually given proper advice at any point during Dany's attempted conquest, maybe it wouldn't have to happen. But he didn't.
It would have been fine.
When you feel that much failure and disappointment and shame and hurt and lost love, there's only so much pain you can handle before you snap.
Yeah, this was the PC. We'll try to make it sound like it made sense in Dany's character to actually do this, because we can't really call it just horrible writing. This was the PC version. I like, you can tell like she was trying to justify it via her character, but struggling a lot to do so. I wanted to hear this a lot. I will have to see what Emilia Clarke has to say about it, if she has spoken about it in other media that isn't HBO related.
Without giving too much away, is there a particular scene, a favourite of yours that we can look forward to in season 2?
Yes, there's a long. I've got quite a few scenes with that wonderful little girl who's just put to stick a knife in my back at every opportunity, and she's fabulous actually, great kid. But there's a scene in that.
Did Charles forget Maisie Williams' name, or did he forget Arya's name, or both? Or was he just trying to be cute by not saying any of your names?
With her, when the writers allow the audience to see a little bit of what's behind Tywin Lannister, which is very clever, because it means the audience is saying to the little girl, don't kill him yet, because there's something strange going on here. We're going to find out a bit more about this.
That's exactly what happened.
It's quite a long scene, just between the two of us, but it was a joy to do, so yeah.
That's exactly what happened. Okay, also something that I wanted to find out.
Dothraki are a bit of a cross between the Mongols and some of the Native American tribes. There are horse people. They live in these vast grass plains.
Totally see it.
And they make a living by conquering other people. For them, warfare is everything. In the book, George had created a few words for them, but it wasn't fully fleshed out. And for the series, we actually thought it would be much more believable if we heard them speaking their own language rather than have them speak in heavily accented English.
Beautiful choice.
We really felt the only way it would work is if
it actually adds so much to the immersion when fantasy shows or fantasy movies or fantasy worlds and depiction actually does this and stuff like this. It adds so much.
Language.
We went to the Language Creation Society, who turned us on to David Peterson, and he created a language taking into account what we told him and what was in the books.
As a language creator, you must start with the culture. You have to start with the people. You piece together what their life is, and little by little, you build up vocabulary that kind of reflects their worldview and their world. What might their values be like? What do they see the world as? What's important? What's not important?
Sejora, I don't know how to say thank you in Dothraki.
There is no word for thank you in Dothraki.
From there, it was fleshing out the rest of the grammar bit by bit, adding more words. I created a lot of vocabulary well before I translated any of the scripts for the first season. This is where I have my word count here. I was near 2,000 words at that time.
We would write the scripts and we would send the scenes to David and say
Crazy.
These lines will be in Dothraki. David would send us back translations.
I would give the writing team this translation that had the Dothraki line, the English line, then I had a phonetic transcription. And then, of course, I recorded everything on MP3, every single line. There must have been hundreds, so that they could get the intonation right, the phrasing.
I think I say like 2 lines in English, but yeah, everything else is Dothraki.
Khal Drogo in the book delivers a long monologue in the common tongue, which is essentially English. In the series, Khal Drogo, as played by Jason Momoa, delivers this monologue in Dothraki, and it's this great, powerful speech. It sounds fantastic. Dothraki changed the sound of the show. It's a very guttural kind of language. It's
I
not an easy
agree.
one to pronounce.
It's an incredible language, getting your mouth around the word, like they're so expressive. At-jaka. At-jahakar. At-jahaka.
Just like the sounds of it. There's like really good rhythms to it. It's basically like Arabic and German.
You want to make it sound as natural as you
Is
can.
it actually?
So you have to be very careful with these strong characters not to speak strongly as well all the time. When it goes into the actors' mouths, we've talked about little compromises that make it easier to flow in the scenes.
What's he saying?
He says yes.
Brendan Gunn, the on-set dialect coach, was kind of my ears and eyes on the set. He would let me know what the actors were having trouble with, what things were working, how things were going.
There are a lot of forgetting bits. There are a lot of bits where they kind of just, they float out your head.
The actors are learning phonetically by listening to CDs and MP3s.
Just try to memorize it, and once you
MP3s.
recite it all the time, then you got to figure out what you're saying in English.
And they are reading the English and trying to map the emotion of the English onto the Dothraki. You learn the lines in English. You know, you want to know how you want to play the scene. Once you know that, then you learn the lines phonetically, and then you translate them into the moods and sounds and the intentions that you've made on the English. As a maigi, easy char.
Put the subtext underneath. So really, your lines, your English lines, are underneath as well. So then you manage to sort of put that over the top. It's kind of an interesting process to learn something that's not necessarily what you're saying.
Drogo asked if you want him dead, Khaleesi. No!
Comes from a real place rather than somebody speaking gobbledygook and expecting you to learn it.
Exactly. It also probably is 100 times
if you do
better for an actor
it always sounds really crap.
than literally
it's
just saying
worth trying
gibberish.
to master it.
Had to be real, I think, for a show that has the demands for authenticity that this one does.
Exactly.
I really had free reign to just expand the language, explore the culture, and to fill in the blanks as I saw fit based on both my understanding what was going on in the series and everything I'd read from the books.
Mi fosse adorme. May throne.
There is no word for throne in Dothraki.
Throne.
Adorfinan Kal.
Just by watching the show, people are going to be able to take and use the language. It's going to be right there.
Someone will translate Hamlet into Dothraki.
It's just a lovely other way of kind of expressing yourself.
Did there anybody ever?
Boy.
Did anybody ever translate Hamlet into Dothraki? Did it ever actually happen? This was very interesting. Okay, last day on set. Okay, so we do this and then do I have anything else that I really need to watch from this? As I said, the HBO one we didn't do. And these are okay. Let's see this.
Me feel just like really lucky, just really, really, really lucky, and I'm just so grateful.
They've taken this young girl who's just figuring stuff out and given me a platform and given me hope.
I've really struggled sometimes with how it's completely changed my life, and every year coming back here and being with all you guys has really made it all worthwhile.
My heart is breaking. I love this show.
Bro, they really all broke down.
It was bittersweet to see Kit crying and all these other actors, so emotional, and the crew members who we've worked with for so long.
One of the crew, Lawrence from Special Effects, had given me a ring. It's a dragon head and a wolf head, and every day I'll look down at this ring, and it will remind me of the amazing, outstanding, best crew that anybody could ever wish for.
It was a world that had a remarkable consistency and tremendous amount of love, and so I will miss my Game of Thrones family more than anything. You kind of put it in the emotional to-do bin and just kind of realize that over the course of the next year or 2 years or 10 years, it'd be something that you're kind of working through.
It was a band of brothers and sisters, and that's something that you just never will forget.
I love you, people. I love you. Love you.
We just had so much fun over so many years and made so many good friends.
No matter what, I will always look back with immense pride and a little smile on my face.
I'm a cynical, buttoned-up Englishman, but I have warned my friends and Rose that if they let me keep this costume, they might find me on the odd night in the garden, drinking neat gin, crying, dressed as Jon Snow.
What an imagery. Really cool. Really cool. It's just, imagine working 10 years of your life, like, on a project. Just in anything. Like, it doesn't have to even be, like, acting. Literally working 10 years of your life anywhere, but especially when it's something that it almost feels like a passion project, right? If it's something that you love doing, right? It's gonna be very, very hard when that ends, no matter how, like, even if you like the way it ends, if you don't like the way it ends, regardless, it's probably gonna be very, very emotionally tough to let go. It was very, very heartwarming to see how they all, like, they literally were all in tears in their last shoot. That was very sweet. That's the last thing. We can do the history and lore to end it, right? If you guys are down with that. Unless, wait, Mamaka, you said you had some links. Ooh. Okay. The last you posted? The last one?
Have you spoken about...
Is this one? Mama Cat?
about this before?
No. My whole world flips on its head. You're trying to take me away from my dad, and that's wrong. Because I was like indoctrinated in a way. They were asking the right questions.
Let me give you a hug. To understand who you are now, what do I need to know about that part of your life?
Well, I, as like a young child before the age of like 8, had quite a traumatic like relationship with my dad, and I don't really want to go into it too much because it affects my siblings and my whole family, but like that really consumed a lot of my childhood. Ever since I can remember, like I've really struggled sleeping, and I think a lot of the traumatic things that were happening, I didn't realize that they were wrong, but I knew that like I would look around at other kids and be like, why don't they seem to understand this like pain or dread or fear? Like you know, where does the joy, like when does that come for me? Like I kind of always felt like I felt things very deeply in comparison to other people. And so when that sort of period of my life ended, I imagined that like, you know, everything is just like up from here, like everything's perfect now. All of those things that I was concerned about were actually wrong. And like now I'm sort of free. Yeah, and then, you know, at different stages in life, you realize that there's never like an end destination for that freedom. And it's, yeah, it kind of comes from within, I guess. Like, when are you going to let yourself be free from the pain? But yeah, that really consumed a lot of my childhood. That was sort of like what I was identified as, you know, what I identified myself as for a long time. And then, you know, everything changed and I sort of became this like, you know, character who wouldn't let anything bad happen to her or anyone around her. And
that was probably
like, maybe
therapeutic.
there is some sort of like connection between those two things.
Your mother left your father?
Yeah, before I was born, actually. Well, no, I guess she escaped when I was about 4 months old. So it was, you know, bad before that. And then, yeah.
Have you spoken about this before?
She said her mother escaped.
I don't know. I
her father. So like,
I feel like this is an.
Wait, do you need me to move my camera?
It's something that I've been like learning a lot about recently, and I feel like I can speak about it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Has it taken you time to like to? I asked the question about have you spoken about it before because, I think at like 25 years old there was like really foundational things I learned about myself that I only learn. I mean, you know, sometimes you read something or you hear something and you go, fuck, that explains this thing. So my question there is just like, did it take you time to connect those dots?
Yeah, definitely. I think that people sort of talk about like rewiring. People on your podcast actually speak about rewiring your brain, but that first, in order to do that, you have to recognize when your brain is doing a pattern that you want to rewire. And I think that like struggle with identity and like the big questions of like, who am I think that everyone struggles with that. But I think that like, you know, there's a period of your childhood where, you know, certain situations can really stunt, like, or just alter forever, like, who you are going to become. And that's not to say that you can't also just like become a very peaceful and, you know, content and fulfilled person. But like that sort of basic instinct of like, what brings me joy? You know, you've kind of second guessed that a lot as a kid, and you're not known, you know, whether to trust what you really think or feel, or, you know, whatever sort of like mental manipulation. And that can, really have like lasting effects. So
when you talk about joy, you talk about struggling to feel joy at a young age. What is that? How do I understand those words?
I think
that's a great question, actually.
You know, when you watch kids play, and like there's struggles and there's tiffs and there's like whatever, but there's like
laughter,
just like complete inhibition, right? And it's just like running, or it's like going on the slide, or it's like I felt like I would often stop in a situation like that. I would be doing something and then I would just stop and be like, something awful is gonna happen. And just like,
bro,
I couldn't continue.
Bro.
Do you want a tissue?
Yeah, maybe.
Jack, could you grab a tissue, please?
That's horrible.
We can stop as much as you want, by the way. We don't have to carry on. It's a great thing with podcasting. You can just keep them on the desk if you want.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll hide them around the other side.
I could put them just like here.
Cool.
That's off camera?
Yeah, it's all good.
I would just...
And it's super like... sorry to pause. I'm gonna pause a little bit. It's like the fact that she's still... So this is... When did this come out? 2 years ago. Right, so this is well after the events, whatever events, as it doesn't want to tell us, perfectly understandable. And you can still see, like, it's just something that unfortunately is gonna be with you for the rest of your life, and it's really about how she manages that. You can just see how it stirs up emotions in her so quickly. Even just talking about this is the beginning of this. She's struggling to speak about it. I hope that she has she goes to a psychiatrist, somebody that's able to help her. I hope, and she's not just doing it on podcasts, because it's not. I don't think it's the healthiest way to do it this way. But you can see the emotions just in her voice, the way that she was kind of like talking about it, with trying her best not to talk about it at the same time. And just you can tell it in just her face and the way she speaks. I had no idea. That's a super traumatic experience. Like, from just the verbiage that she used. Right, Mamakat? The way she said her mother escaped. She had her, then escaped. And then you need to kind of like think what the situation must have been for a mother to have just given birth to her daughter and then leave. 4 months old, she said. And, obviously at that point, again, without knowing what the situation was specifically, we can't really judge. You also have to question the mother, right? That whatever the situation was, how could you leave your child, your girl, with somebody that you needed to escape from that badly? But yeah, the situation just overall sounds horrific, and I hope Maisie is doing well. That's all I really have to say.
That sense of impending doom, and I didn't know how to make it go away. And I had like great memories. I don't even know, it's hard to remember a lot of them. A lot of those times that I felt very free, I was actually on my own. But I would never have like thought I was like an introverted person. Like I always would have thought that I was quite extroverted because I perform a lot for people, you know. But yeah, I struggled. I struggled with that when I was a kid, and just thought like, how do I stop feeling like this and just feel like everything's okay, you know?
But at that age, I'm guessing you didn't know why you felt like that. So knowing how to go about healing from it is an impossible task, right? It goes back to the point about you can't solve for something that you're not aware of.
Yeah. Going like nothing's wrong. Like nothing is wrong. Everything's the way that it's supposed to be. But it wasn't. But I just would tell myself that, like, what is wrong with you? Like,
was there an age when you found out? Because I kind of asked this question earlier, but was there a moment where you found out what was wrong?
Yeah. When I was about 8, it's quite like a complex like string of events that happened, but basically it had like met its like peak, and I was at school, and I guess I was, well, I mean, obviously I was really struggling, and I don't really know what happened, but I was taken by a teacher to the staff room, and she was saying like, what's wrong, you know, like what's happened, are you hungry? Or no, she said, I don't know. Yeah, are you hungry? I said, yeah. She said, did you eat breakfast? And I said, no. And she said, oh, why not? And I said, we just didn't have any breakfast. And, you know, and then she says, well, you know, do you normally have breakfast? And I said, not really. And so, you know, the sort of, they were asking the right questions.
It's okay, take your time. I'm gonna come and give you a hug. I feel really compelled to give you a hug. You okay?
Yeah.
She really needed this hug too.
No, I do think it's important because
So nice of him.
I had so many people who loved and cared about me so much, but I'd never been asked the right questions where I could really say what was wrong. And my mum came to school and picked me up, and my siblings were also at secondary school at the time, and they, some of them were with mum, and one was not, and they were with dad still, and yeah. And it was the first time that like it was, all of the doors were sort of open, and all of these things that we were experiencing were like out on the table. And it was really, really hard because I still wanted to fight and say, no, like these things aren't bad. Like you're trying to take me away from my dad and that's wrong, you know, like, because I was like indoctrinated in a way. So I really was sort of fighting it for at the beginning. But basically like my whole world like flipped on its head. And even though all of these things that I was feeling, I thought, oh my God, I'm so glad I don't have to see my dad anymore. It still was like against everything that I had ever knew to be true.
Bro, just like, I'm glad I never have to see my dad anymore. Bro, this was tough to watch. Even without her needing, she didn't even need to say. Like, she didn't even need to go into detail. We can read between the lines. Bro, I had no idea. No idea. And like, at her age, at any age, but like, obviously, to be so young, be going through that, And you honestly wouldn't have guessed, to be honest. Like, that's why I was very shocked when you said this, Mama Cat. I had no idea. Every time I had seen Maisie Williams, I never really like actually delved into her or her story. But whenever I would see Maisie Williams just in general, she seemed like a very like happy girl. Like I'd never know. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, is this an hour? It's 2 hour, almost 2 hour podcast. Okay, I might have to watch this at my time and like really take in, because this was tough. No. It's not a downer, Mama Cat. These are like the type of things that I want to find out about actors and you know, the actual important stuff, not like all the gossipy random stuff, which is, you know, it's funny, it's fun, but like, you know, I'd never have known this about Maisie. And it's also very like tough for her to open up like this in general, and you can tell how tough it was in this, even in this clip, right? So props to her, props to him for comforting her rather, because definitely you could tell she needed that hug when he got up to hug her. And what is it with Game of Thrones actors going through traumatic shit? Like, what's going on? Where's the correlation? I mean, just very sad and unfortunate situation for her. I hope she's doing a lot better just with herself right now. That's all I can say. Like, I hope, as I said, she has a psychiatrist, somebody that she can, like, this is something that she needs to try and heal from what I understand, every day. And I hope she has somebody, a professional, that will help you do that. Popping back in at halftime? Oh gosh, yeah. Who's winning, Archangel? Who are the Bulls playing? She's an amazing young woman, yeah. And then to like go off of that and then go play Arya, like, and do such an amazing job like she did. And you all told me, like, literally just told me it was your first acting role. I'm guessing first major acting role. And she just nailed it right from the get-go. On the Fools, she tells about how she would always act happy at all the press, junk, etc. and everything, but it was still looming inside her version. Okay. Like, so she was literally putting on a front, putting on a mask to do this. Which is, a lot of people do that, you know, and it's not, when you're an actor, you have to face a lot of cameras and a lot of, you are out there a lot, right? You're doing interviews, you're doing, obviously you're acting, if you're an actor, or if you're a musician, you're doing shows, or whatever. So you have to put on that face a lot if it's not really you. But we all do it, right? We all have had to put on a mask at certain periods of our life, or certain moments of our life. And we know that it's like, it's tough. And again, for someone at her age, when she started the show, props to her. And again, I hope she is in the process of healing, which I think if she wasn't in that process, she wouldn't have been able to talk about it like this. So this is more of a good thing rather than a bad thing, that she's able to talk about this somewhat candidly on a podcast. So hopefully she's getting the help that she needs. But that was tough, seeing her like this. Playing this role was probably the most therapeutic experience she could have been granted. Yes, that's what I said. Like, probably was very therapeutic to be able to play a character with the specific characteristics of Arya. Right? First of all, a character that was so like good in her own skin, good with being who she was. She was like, this is who I am, and I love myself, and this is who I want to be. Being very, very tough, not, as she said herself, not taking shit from anybody. And then being just a fighter, no matter what was in her way, she came out stronger. I can definitely see it being therapeutic for Maisie. Definitely. Yeah, Mama Cat. Yeah, I can, like, I can definitely understand why you would resonate with both Maisie and her character. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. This was, I had no idea. This was a shock to me. This was shocking. And now she's Sophie crying in Dr. Phil. What's going on, guys? Why are all my Game of Thrones actors crying? But yeah, I'll definitely have to watch this at my own time. Yeah. So shall we?
We feel just like
okay. We can do the season 8 history and lore. Hello Dennis, welcome back. How have you been? We are nearing the last part of the stream. I'm gonna be doing the season 8 history and lore as we close. But I think I'm gonna be, we're gonna be jumping back into, I might be doing some random live streams here and there where we just talk about Game of Thrones stuff. Who knows? I'm a fan for life now, like you guys. You'll probably be seeing me just in general discussing Game of Thrones whenever I have the time. They're playing the 76ers. Who's winning? We're losing. Is he from Chicago, Archangel? Is that why he supports the Bulls? Or is that just his team? Because of Michael Jordan and shit. So we're gonna do the history and lore for season 8. But this is not gonna be, by no means, the last Game of Thrones stream that I'll be doing. So we might, you will probably react to even more stuff that you guys might want me to check out. But yeah, let's see what history and lore season 8 is talking about. Varys, very matter of fact. King's Landing, very matter of fact.
King's Landing is both a city and a curse. Aegon the Conqueror was the first king to land there.
Exactly. It's mainly a curse, and mainly a cancerous cell.
His first conquest, a tiny village at the mouth of the Blackwater River, where he raised a wooden fort. When it became clear that Aegon would earn his title, People flocked to the fort and renamed it King's Landing in his honor. The ploy succeeded, and Aegon chose King's Landing for his capital over older and more beautiful cities like Old Town and anywhere else. The currying of royal favor thus became the foundation of the city, and blood its bricks. Maegor the Cruel, Aegon's son, completed the city's famous Red Keep to hold the trappings of power, the royal family, the King's Guard, and the Iron Throne. To maintain the new castle's secrets, Maegor murdered all its masons and craftsmen at a feast, which he catered with the new castle servants, who soon found all its secrets for themselves. When the Faith Militant challenged his rule, Maegor raised their Sept of Remembrance to the ground with them inside at prayer and erected the dragon pit on the ashes. But the great dragons it housed were attacked by the very low-born people they were meant to terrify. Thousands of people died in the attempt, but hundreds of thousands lived in King's Landing. And now the only dragons in the city are golden. Like most kings, Aegon and Maegor missed a central truth. That a king lands is less important than what he lands on. The people, who will never visit his Red Keep or his dragon pit.
So you mean to tell me also the people of King's Landing are responsible for the death of dragons? Oh, they had it coming.
Or any of his noble monuments to nobility, because they're too busy holding up his realm. Without the slums of Flea Bottom and the poor and desperate folk it produces, who would fight the king's wars and cook the king's meals, and admire him as he rode past at speed? Without its winding dark alleys and pot shops, where would the Red Keep empty its sewage? Of all kinds. Without the Street of Flour, the king would have no bread. Without the Street of Steel, the king's armies would have no swords, armor, or victories. Without the Street of Looms, the king would go naked. And without the Street of Silk, he wouldn't enjoy it. Without the Street of Sisters, the king would have no humility. It leads from the ruin of the Dragon Pit to the ruin of the great Sept of Baelor, where the Targaryens and Baratheons buried their kings, until Cersei Lannister unburied them. Now those kings are ashes, scattered on the wind, and nobody marked where they landed. A palace without people is a tomb. A realm without people is scenery.
Beautiful scenery, though.
It should not be hard to recruit lords into a war against an enemy known as the Mad King.
I'm glad,
you can
Dennis.
even understand the lords
I'm
who
glad
chose
you
to honor
ended
their
up liking
oaths
him.
and fight for him. But the Krakens of House Greyjoy set out.
We're
Robert's
just starting,
rebellion on
Archangel.
pipe with their tentacles up their arse.
My father Quellon was old, and sitting is what old people do best. Well, second best. He would have sat out the whole war, if not for my brother and me. We convinced him that nobody would fear the walls of the sea if we curled up by our fires while others feasted on the spoils of the Mad King. So the old man creaked into his rusty armor and set sail for the Reach, only to be routed by Tyrell longboats. When my father sadly fell in battle, my older brother Balon beat a tactical retreat to his own inheritance as the new lord of the Iron Islands.
I'd rather die in the Reach than live on the Iron Islands.
Oh, damn.
The roses are prettier to pluck. But my brother was getting old and felt that longing to sit. And the sea stone chair was as good a place as any. Within a few years, he realized that sitting is only fun if everyone else has to stand. He had the priest reforge. No, that's not right. They picked up sticks on the beach, wove them into a new ancient driftwood crown, and declared Balon the king of the Iron Islands. Unfortunately for my brother, the other king in Westeros, Robert Baratheon, was famously bad at sharing, and his father by law and warden of the West, Tywin Lannister, had a mighty fleet at Lannisport within striking distance of the Iron Islands.
Yes, you were very clever, and how brave, burning our ships at anchor in the night.
I like how they have Euron and
They would
Jaime
have
going back
burned
and
the
forth.
same in daylight. Iron's a lazy beast. You didn't rouse until long after I set fire to your proud mane. I planned it all, you know. My first torch took your father's flagship. If it makes you feel better, we didn't loot it. Out of respect. And time.
I don't think I ever saw Robert happier than the day he heard about the Greyjoy Rebellion. He'd been king for a handful of years, and many handfuls of other things, and it was clear to him and everyone else how ill-suited he was to rule. But battle he could do. Unfortunately, by the time we raised our army, we seemed to be winning the war. Balon's eldest son, your nephew, died trying to storm Seaguard, and his men were thrown back into the arms of their drowned god. If we wanted battle, we'd have to hurry north before the Ironborn put down their own rebellion.
And we would have, if I've had my way. Rebelling was a stupid idea.
Never stopped your people before.
Before Balon put those sticks on his head, I told him that if he wanted to rule the Iron Islands, all he had to do was give King Robert a tour of them. Why waste our forces fighting a war we couldn't win for a place our enemy wouldn't want? With the Iron Fleet, we could reef not just Westeros, but the rich lands beyond the Sunset Sea. But my brother was too attached to that seastone chair. He commanded me to sail the Iron Fleet against Robert's navy before we could ferry his army to Pike.
A navy commanded by Robert's younger brother, Stannis, most known for sitting in a besieged castle eating dogs and horses. Remind me, how did you fare against a man who'd never commanded ships in battle?
Nearly too well.
Stannis smashed your Iron Fleet at Fair Isle.
After I sailed it into a strait where our numbers and the size of our ships would work against us. It took some doing to convince my men to rush into such an obvious trap. Stannis was not a subtle man.
You would rather claim treason than defeat.
Victory would have only delayed it. We couldn't hold off Robert's forces forever. But we could waste enough Ironborn that we wouldn't even fill our own islands after the war. I made sure the silence escaped. That was enough for me. That, and watching your army smash my brother's castle soon afterwards.
Why didn't you just abandon him after Fair Isle?
So he
Why
literally
risk
let
your
his
precious
people into
life
slaughter.
fighting for him at Pike?
I wanted to kill the best knights in Westeros.
You failed.
So did you. I expected pursuit when I fled Pike on the silence. But I suppose you were too busy not punishing my brother to not punish the man who burned your father's fleet. And now, I'm back.
You were back. But what is the King of the Iron Islands when he's off the Iron Islands?
I'll never see those shit-stained rocks again.
Yeah, you won't,
But I'm
because
getting
you'll be
old.
dead.
And I find myself wanting to sit down, as my father and brother did in their time. They just chose the wrong chair.
This was a very cool depiction of the Greyjoy Rebellion, and also Euron's part in it, which
Aegon,
was basically
fourth of
sabotaging
his
it
name,
from within.
is remembered by history as the unworthy. Quite a feat considering the other kings of Westeros. But even in a family not known for equanimity, Aegon stands out for spiteful incompetence. He tore apart the realm simply because he couldn't rule himself, much less Westeros. As a young prince, Aegon's wit made him beloved at court and won him forgiveness for youthful indiscretions. But the cold steel of the Iron Throne didn't temper his passions. King Aegon proclaimed that if he had to spend his days being pricked by 1,000 swords, he'd spend his nights pricking others with his one. Lords sent their daughters from court so they would not catch the king's eye, whilst other lords summoned their daughters to court so they would. The only woman in whom he took no pleasure was his sister and wife, Nerys, even after she gave him a son and heir, Daeron. Perhaps Aegon was jealous of her supposed love for his brother, the legendary hero Prince Aemon, the Dragon Knight. Aegon was most certainly jealous of him, not of his bravery or honor, but how young maidens swooned and old whores cried at the songs about him. But most likely Aegon disregarded his wife and son because he chafed at restraints of any kind, be they the bonds of marriage, or patrimony, or even reason. When Prince Daeron objected to his father's foolish plan to invade Dorne, Aegon incited a lickspittle lord to accuse the queen of adultery with Aemon, making Daeron illegitimate. Prince Aemon defended the queen's honor in trial by combat. But while the lord's claim publicly died with him, no sword can kill a rumor. Out of spite and pique, Aegon had seeded doubt into his own heir's claim to the throne, which bore bitter fruit with the birth of another son, the bastard Daemon Waters, by the king's own cousin. Raised in the Red Keep on account of his mother's royal blood, Daemon grew tall and powerful, and excelled at all the martial skills that men wrongly value in leaders. Instead of protecting his own heir from a rival, Aegon knighted Daemon at 12, and shocked the realm by bestowing on him the Conqueror's own Valyrian steel sword. He even let the boy renounce his common bastard's name and take the Targaryen sword's name for his own, becoming Daemon Blackfire. Still, though a name can change, blood can't. And Daeron was Aegon's only true-born son, until he wasn't. On his deathbed, Aegon forever earned his epithet by legitimizing all his bastards, from the base-born sons of whores to the great bastards of noble ladies, including Daemon. Fittingly, Aegon's last act was to thrust himself into the realm and seed chaos. A Targaryen without self-restraint may have led Westeros to the brink of ruin, but the Highborn pushed it over. Though Daeron governed justly and wisely, correcting the worst excesses of his father's rule, many lords had grown rich off these excesses and did not approve of Daeron's reforms, particularly the peace he struck with Dorne. The malcontents rallied to Daemon and whispered that he should be king instead of his brother, whom, thanks to Aegon, many suspected was a bastard. At first, Daemon indulged these lords out of courtesy and vanity, but over time their grievances and flattery wore down his objections, along with any sense of obligation to the half-brother who had granted him lands and a wife. Daemon agreed to claim the throne by right of birth, and more importantly, arms. A wheel with two hubs will not turn, and a kingdom with two kings will burn, as the saying goes. Not that such a cost ever stopped anyone with even the remotest claim and opportunity, much less House Blackfire. Their rebellions consumed tens of years and thousands of lives. First Daemon's own, then his son, Daemon II.
Is this the House of Dragon storyline?
Haegon, crowned by Bittersteel, another legitimized great bastard who had founded the Golden Company to support the Blackfire claim. When Haegon was executed, Bittersteel crowned Haegon's eldest son, Daemon III, who in turn was slain by their Lord Commander of the King's Guard, Sir Duncan the Tall. Finally, Meleys the Monstrous fell to Sir Barristan Selmy in the War of the Ninepennny Kings, and the Blackfire Rebellion ended with the extinction of the entire line. As is appropriate, fire is only black when it is burned to ash. Perhaps that was the true problem with the Targaryens.
This isn't
the blood
hot dog?
of the dragon runs hot, and fire consumes. Perhaps what Westeros needs is a ruler born not from fire, but from snow.
Navares. We do not agree. As cool as this little story was, we do not agree.
For thousands of years, when my people looked south, they saw only a wall of ice where lonely crows perched. The Kneelers had stolen our horizon. When our tools shattered against frozen rock, or our boats capsized in rough seas, or bears
You're getting
and shadow
sleepy
cats
a little
snatched
bit.
our game.
A little bit.
We cursed the
But
softening of the green
we're
lands
okay.
beyond the wall. We cursed, and we envied. Huddled around our fires, we told tales of how the Southerners lived, how their stone houses touched the clouds and their bellies touched the ground, how their women fainted at the sight of blood and wouldn't knife a man even when he slept, how they wouldn't miss a few swords or rings or daughters. But now we've seen the real South, and we have to admit, we're disappointed. Southerners live life bent over, in the fields, in courts, in bed. They drink too little beer and they eat too many plants. In the north, a man's worth is in his hands and his stories, not his fancy name and fancy talk. With good steel, a man can hunt, kill, and live. What can a man do with gold? Except shine. But what should I expect from a people who all want to sit on the iron chair? A waste of good metal. You can make better seats. I've used them. How am I supposed to get comfortable on a bunch of swords?
That was kind of the point, wasn't it?
Now I see why all your queens are fighting over it. Maybe your southern asses are soft enough to take it, but give me a proper seat any day. Or a proper southern ass. As long as it isn't in the south. From what I hear, King's Landing is even hotter and madder than Winterfell. Full of oath breakers, rich shits, and tiny women. They'll kneel to anyone with an army, or gold, or special blood. Nobody can tell me if it's more red, or less red, or what. Maybe it's purple. If the Dragon Queen wants a bunch of kneelers to be stomping along after her, she can have them. But my people are right enough. The dead are gone from the north, but the south is full of them. You just can't tell the difference.
But also the reason that the dead are gone from the north is that Dragon Queen that you don't want to kneel for. Just keep that in mind. But this was kind of like nothing that we didn't already know about the wildlings in Tormund. He's basically saying, you know, we saw what it's like at your side of the wall. We are good of that. We prefer the way we do things, which is perfectly understandable. I mean, ultimately, the reason why they even wanted to go at the other side of the wall in the first place was to protect themselves from the White Walkers. Well, that, and also they feel like, you know, they are. It's their land, the North. But yeah, watch how you talk about the rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, Tormund. I was starting to really like you. Duskendal.
The coin of Ares, second of his name, had landed on madness. But half the coins of the Targaryens had landed so. Yet only Ares would be known as the Mad King, thanks in no small part to the defiance of Duskendale. Duskendale was the greatest port on Blackwater Bay until Aegon built King's Landing. As the capital grew richer and more prosperous, it sucked ships and gold away from Duskendale. To halt its long decline, the Lord of Duskendale, Sir Dennis Darklyn, petitioned King Aerys for a royal charter that would allow him to levy his own port fees and taxes, which would obviously be lower than in King's Landing. The Hand of the King, Tywin Lannister, refused. But, knowing of the tension between the Hand and its king, Sir Dennis invited the king to Duskendale to evaluate his petition himself rather than deferring to his Hand. When Tywin admonished the king to refuse, as any sensible advisor would, a petulant and bristling Aerys instead accepted, traveling to Duskendale with a small retinue and only one of his Kingsguard. As soon as Aerys stepped within the city, Sir Dennis seized him, killing the Kingsguard and the few others who dared defend their king. Aerys was hauled to the dungeons to have his beard pulled, and have other petty cruelties inflicted on his royal person. Lord Tywin immediately raised an army and marched on Duskendale, but Sir Dennis threatened to kill the king at the first signs of an assault. If Sir Dennis hoped to force Tywin to offer terms, he didn't know Lord Tywin, who refused to even parley until Sir Dennis released the king and surrendered. The royal army surrounded the city, and the royal navy blockaded it. Sir Dennis had clearly not anticipated such obstinacy, nor that the king's hand would be in no rush to save the maddening king, when, as Lord Tywin himself pointed out, the realm had a better option in the king's much more stable son, Prince Rhaegar. After 6 months, Lord Tywin's patience was at an end, or at least none could claim he acted recklessly if he now stormed the city and Sir Dennis killed the king. But the dutiful and honorable Sir Barristan the Bold volunteered to infiltrate the city and rescue his king single-handedly, as befit his Kingsguard oath. Tywin couldn't refuse such valor, publicly, and so begrudged Sir Barristan one night. Then he would storm the city and put every man, woman, and child to the sword.
And
With only his hands, Sir Barristan climbed the city walls in the dark of night and snuck through the city disguised as a beggar, evading patrols and suspicious townspeople. When he reached the walls of the city keep, the Dun Fort, he scaled those by hand as well, even dispatching the wall guard before he could sound an alarm. With incredible bravery and luck, Sir Barristan made his way to the dungeons and freed his king. Then Sir Barristan's luck ran out. A cry went up through the castle. Someone had discovered the king was gone. With horns and trumpets blaring an alarm, Sir Barristan cut their way to the stables, avenging his slain Kingsguard brother, but taking an arrow to his chest. Slipping through the castle gate just as it closed, the wounded Sir Barristan and Aerys rode through the roused town, racing for the city walls and beyond it the
No wonder
safety
Sir
of the
Barristan
royal
was so
army.
loyal to the Targaryens.
Lord
He
Tywin's
literally took
archers
fucking
raced forward
arrows to the
clear
back.
the walls of defenders, and Sir Barristan the Bold earned immortality by delivering King Aerys to the waiting, if not welcoming, arms of his hand. Without his hostage, Sir Dennis surrendered and begged mercy from the same king he'd imprisoned. Most men would have had none. Aerys had less. He commanded Sir Dennis to be executed along with any man, woman, or child who bore his family name, and anyone who once had. As for Sir Dennis's foreign wife, who had urged his defiance, Aerys commanded that her tongue and womanly parts be torn out, and she be burned alive. It was his first time passing such a sentence. It must have given him a taste for it. For the king rescued from Duskendale was not the same king who'd entered it. Many men would crack after 6 months in a dark cell, being
So
mocked,
is he
prodded,
saying
and
that the
tweaked.
reason he turned
Aerys
mad
had
was
arrived cracked.
that captivity?
Now he was shattered. For years he would refuse to leave the Red Keep, encouraged no doubt by his worried advisors, since he also refused to allow any blades near his person, even to shave his beard, cut his hair, and trim his nails.
Yes,
he
grew
began
paranoid.
to see enemies in every shadow, who vanished only when the fires burned.
Okay, that was some more backstory on the Mad King that we didn't really know, at least in this detail. So maybe it wasn't just that he suddenly turned mad, maybe it was that period in the cells that did it. Maybe he had some inklings, but that was the final push, right? It's almost 5 a.m. for you? Yeah, but that's why we're doing this on a Sunday or Saturday. Well, Sunday now. But it's okay. It's probably we're nearing the end right now. Maegor the Cruel. Maegor was like was one of the sons, right? He
Though the
mentioned Maegor.
Targaryens had forged the Seven Kingdoms in fire and blood, they didn't govern with them. Until they did. Maegor, first of his name, defined council as confirmation and disagreement as treason. 3 Grand Maesters tried to avert disaster. Instead of taking their advice, Maegor took their heads. As a second son and exile, Maegor was never meant
Varys
to...
has a lot to say about the Targaryens, almost as if...
But no sooner did Maegor hear of his brother's death than he flew Balerion to Dragonstone and demanded the crown. Only the Grand Maester dared object that the throne should pass to his older brother's firstborn son, Prince Aegon. Maegor insisted that the Iron Throne should go to the man with the strength to seize it, and beheaded the Grand Maester. Prince Aegon soon took him at his word. He claimed his father's dragon, raised a host of Westermen, and marched on King's Landing while Maegor was in Old Town. Far from the capital, Maegor couldn't rally an army to match Aegon's. So he ordered his banners to swarm Aegon's larger army from all sides, confusing the young prince and slowing his advance. Beneath the god's eye, Maegor's disparate forces came together and attacked Aegon as Maegor himself swooped down from the clouds. For the first time since the doom of Valyria, dragon fought dragon in the sky.
Is this related to Hot Dog?
But Aegon's dragon was
Am
no
I
match
getting
for
spoilers?
Balerion the Dread, who was 4 times its size. When Aegon fell to his death, his army broke and fled. For slaying his own nephew, Maegor forever after became known as the Cruel, though of course, not to his face. The next Grand Maester dared object to Maegor taking a 3rd wife, when taking his 2nd wife had ruined his brother's reign, because Maegor's 1st wife was the niece of the High Septon. But Maegor beheaded the Grand Maester and declared war on the faith. He set fire to
So
the
he
riverlands,
generally
the
likes declaring
westerlands,
wars
and the Reach in a
and beheading
campaign to
maesters.
root out disloyal lords, and sponsored a more pliant High Septon. None of it worked. Maegor may have returned to the capital with 2,000 skulls of the faith militant, but most of them weren't soldiers. They were simple folk who had sheltered the outlaw Septons, or turned out in droves to hear them denounce the wicked king. The 3rd Grand Maester dared to declare Maegor the father of his own heir. But when his 2nd wife miscarried, and Maegor saw the monstrous stillbirth, Maegor beheaded the Grand Maester for his insolent adherence to truth. So he had no one to warn him when his 3rd wife, sensing an advantage, declared that his 2nd wife had been unfaithful, and produced a list of potential fathers of the misshapen child. Not only did Maegor execute his 2nd wife and her father, his own Hand of the King, but he also marched on her family's castle and slaughtered everyone who bore a drop of her family's blood. But his 3rd wife couldn't
Didn't
give him a
overreact,
child
clearly.
either. Desperate to cement his stolen throne with an heir, Maegor took 3 wives at once, known as the Black Brides because each were women he'd widowed in his wars. All 3 women grew full with child in time, but each gave birth to the same twisted monstrosities as his 2nd wife. One need not be a maester, much less a Grand Maester, to deduce the common thread here. Though Maegor stamped out the fires of rebellion, his cruelty and fear only scattered more tinder over the realm until even the smallest ember could set the realm alight. One day, the faith militant emerged from the shadows, and the lords sent to quash it joined it instead. His hand resigned and retired to his island home. Finally, House Baratheon declared for Maegor's own nephew as the rightful king. The Lannisters, Tyrells, and Arryns soon joined, adding more than half the might of Westeros to the prince and his 2 dragons, which became 3 when Maegor's niece and involuntary Black Bride stole away from the Red Keep with her dragon. Her treason wasn't even the last. Maegor's own Lord Admiral sailed the royal fleet into his nephew's harbor, but most fitting of all, when Maegor tried to send ravens to call his banners, he found that his 4th Grand Maester had learned from his predecessors and fled. Maegor spent one final night on the Iron Throne. He was found in the morning with his wrists slashed and one of the throne's blades jutting from his throat. Nobody knows if it was one of his queens, or Kingsguard, or one of the thousands who wanted him dead, or even Maegor himself, frustrated that his body had failed his will. Whoever the culprit, no doubt he died as all tyrants do, believing that history would vindicate him. It hasn't. History may be written with fire and blood, but histories aren't, as any good advisor could have warned him.
Hey guys, love the show like everyone else.
Was it supposed to be kind of like playing on him being the advisor to Dany or something, or Tyrion being the advisor to Dany? So obviously there's so much to the Targaryen dynasty, and obviously we're gonna get to some of that with Hot Dog, but you know, there's just so much to their dynasty that, you know, obviously makes them the coolest house ever, that and the dragons, but it's just so much of their story that I'm thinking it will be like, it would make for great shows if they told So House of Dragon was not in any of those that we just heard about. So that's a good thing that I didn't get spoiled. But yeah, this was a short history and lore, and it was mostly Varys talking about Targaryens. Honestly, it was mostly about that, and then you had the offbeat Jaime and Euron talking about the Greyjoy Rebellion. But it does lead to, you know, those speculations about Varys being a Targaryen. He does sure enjoy talking about Targaryens a lot. Remember the witch said Dany's baby was twisted, etc. Ooh, are we making the connection with Megor's child? Dragon babies. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm betting on. I hate to be that guy, but it's called hot dog, Heather. Right. Let's be, you know, we need to be serious about this. It is called hot dog. Twisted and monstrous. Careful of how we speak of Daenerys' dead baby, please. Thank you. Skin like leather and wings like a bat. Yeah, dragons. That's what it is. That's what it is. Dany gave birth to a dragon. The witch killed it. All due respect. That's how we should be discussing Dany's dead child. Thank you. Guys, the stream is reaching an end because it is pretty late here, and I do need to get some sleep. But it's been fun. Again, as I said, we will be returning, obviously, to Game of Thrones a lot on this channel. I will be doing streams where we will be joining and just discussing Game of Thrones. If there are like any new exciting, you know, if they announce a new movie, right? I don't know. There could be many reasons why we could be coming back into Game of Thrones. Obviously, I will do the table read for the last episode. That I'm really looking forward to that, and it will be uploaded both on the YouTube and on the Patreon, obviously, for you guys. And I will try my best to get the first House of the Dragon episode out sometime next week. So we will be jumping back into the Game of Thrones world, although we'll be traveling back in time, and I'm going to see for myself how House of Dragons or Hot Dog compares to my favorite show, I can easily say, that I've seen, which is Game of Thrones. So I'm very excited about that. Thank you to everybody that has been with me in this stream today. To anybody who has even came in to say hello to us in the chat, it's always appreciated. I'm always happy to see you guys, even if you stay here for like a minute or all of the 6 hours or 10 hours, depending on the stream. But you guys make this a lot of fun, and thank you for being with me and experiencing this amazing show with me. Seems like it, right? Dragon babies. Go get some sleep. Thank you for your time. Thank you guys again for being with me, keeping me company. Thank you for posting Reservoir Dogs. I also I need to get the edit on that one also on the YouTube app. Thank you for watching the Maisie clip. Thank you for telling me about it, because I would have had no idea. Not that I needed that to like love Arya like as a character, but the respect for Maisie just as a person, never mind just an actress, just tenfold, knowing what she had to go through at such a young age, traumatic experience. Bummed I had to miss much of this, had to leave abruptly. Don't worry about it, Bear Switch. The good thing is that the stream will be available, and I will try to provide timestamps at some point as well. If not right now, then definitely tomorrow. There should be timestamps ready. But yeah. Thank you, Mama Cat, so much for that info about Maisie. But that's it, guys. I don't think I have anything else to say. As I said, expect the House of Dragon reaction sometime this upcoming week. Obviously, we're still gonna be doing The Last of Us. We're still gonna be doing Vikings, and I might throw in an Office episode here and there as well, whenever there's time. But yeah, guys, thank you again so much. Have a great rest of your Saturday and rest of your weekend, guys, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Bye bye, guys.